Made with Spoken. Bridles and Bribery by Joe Grafford.
Chapter 1. Tying the Knot.
Please don't take this the wrong way.
Here it comes. The knot forming between Jillian Harris's shoulder blades grew tighter. Criticism was the one thing she could always count on receiving from her family. They never failed to toss in a little unwanted advice and wrap the whole shebang in thinly veiled disapproval. Their famous triple punch served straight to the gut. She was honestly surprised it had taken them this long to complain about how quickly she and her fiancé had gotten engaged.
I just need some assurance you're not making the biggest mistake of your life.
Her sister Julie paced the office like a general preparing for battle.
Second biggest mistake.
She amended in a more severe voice.
Or is it the third? I've lost count.
She was 3 years older than Jillian, college-educated, and a successful accountant. 3 things she didn't hesitate to rub in her younger sister's face every chance she got. Ever since Jillian had dropped out of college to work full-time as an ER receptionist, Julie had treated her like a total failure in the career department. The fact that she was about to become the first sister to get married was probably going to become yet another bone of contention between them. Julie treated everything like it was a competition.
I love Dave.
Because of their whirlwind romance, Jillian wasn't sure what it would take to convince her family of that. It was true, though. She was ridiculously in love with the man she was about to marry. It felt like she was living inside the pages of her own real-life fairy tale. One that came with a prince of a guy and a 3-story townhome that felt as big as a castle compared to the studio apartment she'd been renting for the past several years. Julie twirled in her direction, making the long skirt of her crushed red velvet maid-of-honor dress wrap around her ankles.
Oh, come on, Jillian. You also love floppy-eared puppies, fuzzy kittens, and chocolate mint ice cream.
Her blonde hair was pulled back in a bun with sprigs of white baby's breath tucked into it. Long, wavy tendrils dangled past her pearl teardrop earrings. Ice cream, huh? Jillian knew it was a subtle reminder that she was packing a good 20 pounds more around her waistline than Julie was. It was partly due to her pregnancy, and partly due to the cravings she'd given into since becoming pregnant. Going on a diet after the baby was born was high on her to-do list.
Feel free to add yourself to the list of things I love.
She spun back to the dressing mirror her fiancé had parked in the corner of his office for her benefit. She eyed the ivory wedding gown and the lacy hem that draped all the way to the floor. It would have pooled around her ankles, creating a tripping hazard if she hadn't worn the highest heels she owned.
I happen to love you, Mom, and Dad very much.
Though you try my patience every second we're in the same room. She cocked her head sideways, trying to decide if the empire waist of her dress made her normally curvy figure look fat. Until a few weeks ago, she hadn't realized there was such a thing as maternity wedding gowns. The one she'd purchased online was looser than she would have liked, something she'd amended by adding a white silk sash beneath her bosom. She probably could have gotten away with ordering one size smaller.
Quit trying to change the subject.
Julie moved across the room to stand with her in front of the mirror.
Getting married is a big step. One I hope you're ready for. Come on, Jillian. None of us knew you were even dating anyone.
She made it sound like an accusation. As a rule, Jillian told her perennially cranky family as little as possible, so she didn't bother defending her decision.
Like I said, it happened pretty quickly.
She reached around her back to make sure the white sash was still tied in a perfect bow. It was. They were standing beside Dave's desk on the 3rd floor of the building that housed his law practice, Heart Lake Legal Services.
Exactly how long have you and Dave been dating?
Julie pressed. It was a question Jillian had been dodging the entire 24 hours her sister had been in town. However, she knew she couldn't keep the details of her relationship with Dave Phillips a secret forever.
1 month,
she sighed, knowing her answer wouldn't appease her sister at all. Julie's gasp felt like it filled the room.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Jillian snapped. Her patience was thinning quicker than usual. She blamed it on her pregnancy hormones. Now that she was 5.5 months along, it was easy to blame just about everything on them. She took a deep breath, struggling to hang on to her temper.
We started dating Christmas morning, got engaged on New Year's Day, and here we are.
Whether her sister liked it or not, she was about to get married. Not soon enough for me. The minutes on the retrochrome clock perched on Dave's desk were ticking past with painful slowness. The sooner they were married, the sooner her disapproving family could return to Albuquerque. They'd move there shortly after Jillian's graduation from Heart Lake High. To this day, they hadn't forgiven her for her refusal to relocate with them.
Jillian.
Julie groaned in a voice one might use on a toddler about to get in trouble.
Julie.
Jillian mocked in the same tone. She glanced toward the door, torn between worry and hope that their mother would stop by to deliver some last-minute motherly wisdom before the wedding. It probably wasn't going to happen, though. Since her return to Heart Lake, Nell Harris had been giving her younger daughter the infamous silent treatment. Jillian had spent the last 24 hours trying not to care, but it still stung, especially with the number of demands her mother had been sending through Julie, not the least of which was her insistence that the wedding venue needed to be changed. Though Jillian knew it was unusual to get married in an office building, she'd begged Dave to keep the ceremony small and private, and this was his way of doing it. It helped that he owned the place. His law practice took up the entire 3rd floor. He rented out the lower 2 levels to other businesses. Julie's expression grew mutinous.
1 month isn't long enough to get to know somebody, as in really get to know them.
She flicked a hand irritably toward her sister's blooming belly.
How in the world did you explain your condition to Dave?
By telling him the truth.
Jillian lifted her chin, wishing there was a law against engaging in family squabbles on a person's wedding day. It wasn't as if telling Dave had been optional. She couldn't exactly hide her pregnancy from him, not even if she'd wanted to, which she hadn't.
All the truth?
Julie pressed in a nasty voice. Alarm trickled down Jillian's spine. She quelled a shiver.
What's that supposed to mean?
She was a 49-year-old woman, for crying out loud, more than capable of making her own decisions.
It means I do your taxes.
Julie's expression adopted a glint of glee.
Or have you forgotten that I see every expenditure, every receipt?
I haven't forgotten.
Jillian had tried to forget, but it hadn't worked. It was her cross to bear that her older sister basically got to spy on her every move through her debit and credit card transactions.
Then it should come as no surprise that I saw the $60,000 deposited into your account last summer by the surrogacy firm in Dallas you've been hobnobbing with.
So?
The trickle of alarm running down Jillian's spine grew a bead of perspiration.
So, I'm assuming you told Dave the same cock and bull story you've told everyone else about trying to become a single mom before your biological clock ran out?
Jillian gave a reluctant nod, though she didn't consider the partial truth to be an outright lie. She'd simply omitted one important detail, a detail she hadn't considered to be anyone else's business but her own.
The only problem with that story is that a woman in your shoes would have normally visited a fertility clinic, not a surrogacy firm.
Julie clicked the details off on her perfectly manicured fingers.
Furthermore, the mother-to-be would be paying the firm in question, not getting paid herself.
Furthermore?
Jillian rolled her eyes to cover her burgeoning agitation.
Seriously, Julie. I preferred you before you went to college and started using big words.
Julie's lips tightened.
That's not an answer.
You didn't ask a question,
Jillian pointed out, knowing it would only make her sister angrier.
Does Dave know the baby isn't yours?
Julie demanded icily.
The baby is mine.
Jillian lifted her chin, feeling like her sister was dangerously close to crossing a line.
How is that possible?
Julie spat out the question. Jillian glanced again at the clock holding down a stack of papers on her fiancé's desk.
We don't have time to get into it right now.
It wasn't a story she'd planned to tell her family. Ever. She was still deciding if she was going to tell Dave, since he already knew everything he needed to know. Everything that mattered, at any rate. He knew that the baby growing inside her belly would be born into their family, share their last name, and be theirs to nurture and raise, even though it hadn't started out that way. Julie shook her head in disgust.
If you haven't been perfectly honest with Dave, you might want to come clean before you tie the knot. I know that's not something you want to hear right now, but...
You're right.
Jillian gritted her teeth.
It's not.
Which didn't change the fact that her sister was correct. It was only a few minutes before her wedding ceremony was about to begin.
Oh, who am I trying to kid? She blinked back the sting of tears, knowing there might not be a wedding ceremony if she came clean about everything. Admitting the truth to Dave might throw her in an entirely different light with him. It was one thing to present an image as an independent and self-sufficient woman voluntarily undergoing fertility treatments. It was another thing entirely to admit she'd farmed out her body as a surrogate simply because she'd needed the money. Do I really have to admit it to him? To anyone? Dread swam through her as she pondered her options. Until she'd met Dave, her life and her decisions had been hers alone. Well, hers and God's anyway. That was about to change, though. In a matter of minutes, her life was about to be joined with someone else's. It was particularly unsettling to discover that her nosy sister already knew more about her deepest secrets than the man she was about to marry. That wasn't right. It just wasn't.
Fine.
She sighed, spreading her hands as she turned to face Julie.
I'll tell him everything.
She narrowed her gaze at her sister.
But only him. So bug off.
A flash of elation appeared in Julie's blue-gray eyes that were nearly an identical shade to her own.
Good idea. I'm glad I thought of it.
She marched toward the door and threw it open. Since Dave's office took up the entire third floor, the elevators opened into the waiting room outside his office.
I'll go get him for you. Unless...
As the silver doors slid open, she paused in front of them with her hand pressed against the side of the elevator entrance to keep the doors open.
I mean, it's unlucky for the groom to see the bride before the wedding.
She turned to face Jillian, still holding the doors open. If there's even going to be a wedding after what I'm about to confess to him. Jillian gave her a hard look.
I'm not superstitious.
Nope. Her troubles had exactly zero to do with bad luck. Every cent of the debt she'd racked up over the past 30 years was entirely her fault. From her student loans for the business degree she'd never finished, to the money she'd lent a friend who'd never paid her back, to her maxed-out credit card from the tires she'd recently replaced on her car. The $60,000 payment from the surrogacy firm had put her bank account back in the black, but just barely. Julie pasted on a smile as she took a step backward into the elevator. It reminded Jillian of the Cheshire Cat. Long after the elevator lurched upward to the rooftop courtyard, she could still see her sister's empty smile hanging in the air. Why can't you be happy for me? Though Jillian turned back to the dressing mirror, she was no longer worried about whether her hastily purchased wedding gown made her look fat. She stared into space, wondering if Dave was still going to want to marry her after what she was about to tell him. The arm counting off the seconds on his desk clock felt like it had picked up speed. Time was moving much quicker now than she wanted it to. Maybe she'd been a little hasty in allowing her sister to goad her into a last-minute confession like this right before her wedding. Maybe she didn't owe anyone an explanation for the events leading up to her pregnancy. Maybe... The elevator dinged a warning of its pending arrival. Then the doors slid open again. Dave stepped out, frowning. The ivory tuxedo he had on did nothing to tame the ferocity of his broad shoulders, well-corded arms, and military-style buzz cut. His brown gaze swept the room with the same intensity he'd used 35 years earlier as a running back on the Heart Lake High football field, back when he was dating far more popular girls than Jillian had ever been. It blew her mind that he'd gone this long without getting married. It made her heart ache to realize that what she was about to share with him might send him running straight back into bachelorhood. His gaze darkened as it landed on her. He strode her way without preamble.
So, this is it?
He growled.
You've changed your mind about marrying me?
His tanned features were etched into stark lines of misery.
What?
The air seeped from her lungs.
Of course not.
She stared at him, aghast, wondering what in the world her sister had said to him. Cautious hope warred with the misery in his gaze.
Then why are you delaying the wedding?
Because my sister said something that made me realize.
Jillian bit her lower lip, scrambling for the right words.
She made me realize there's something you deserve to know before we get married.
Oh, this is hard. She closed her eyes and added shakily,
Assuming you still want to marry me after you hear it.
Dave's hands closed over hers.
Open your eyes.
He commanded in a low, hoarse voice. She did. His nearness made her catch her breath. Dave was 53, a seriously hot version of 53. Up close, his presence was downright overpowering.
Whatever you've got to say to me,
He continued in the same gravelly voice.
I need you to do it with your eyes open.
She nodded. It was a fair request. The only problem with talking to him with her eyes open was that it was harder to breathe.
I love you.
She whispered. It wasn't what she'd intended to say. It had just slipped out. His shoulders relaxed.
I love you too.
He used their joined hands to tug her closer. Her swelling abdomen bumped his middle, making the baby kick. His expression instantly softened, filling with wonder.
That's never going to feel any less like a miracle.
He wanted a kid as badly as she did, which she considered to be a miracle on top of a miracle.
I agree.
His words made her eyes brim with emotion.
I can't believe I ever imagined, not even for a second, that I could give my baby up.
Her voice rose to a higher, uncertain squeak. A few seconds of silence passed between them, during which it dawned on her that his expression hadn't changed.
You don't look surprised.
She noted in a hesitant voice.
Babe, I know what a surrogacy firm does.
He shook his head in bemusement at her.
Didn't have to go to law school for that.
She drew a deep breath.
So all the time I was pretending to be an independent, forward-thinking, 21st century woman who could raise a kid by herself, you already knew the ugly truth?
It was both mortifying and soul-cleansing to get that off her chest. He snorted.
You are independent and forward-thinking. You're also brave, sweet, and so beautiful that I can't believe you're mine.
He leaned closer to nuzzle a sensitive spot of skin beside her ear.
It's how I feel every time we're together.
She wanted to melt into him, to accept everything he was so generously offering. But she hesitated. She needed to be sure he understood exactly what he was getting into.
Dave, I initially signed up to become a surrogate to pay off my student loans and a few other debts.
She was embarrassed to admit that a woman her age still had student loans, for a degree she'd never finished earning, no less. It hadn't been easy getting ahead on a receptionist's salary. Lack of money was the sole reason she dropped out of college. She'd always planned on going back someday, but she'd never succeeded in saving up enough for that.
Okay,
He nuzzled his way down the side of her neck, drawing a sigh out of her.
is that it? Or is there anything else you think I need to know before we get married?
There was a teasing edge to his voice that did crazy things to her heart.
That's pretty much it, I guess.
She couldn't believe he was shouldering her news so calmly. Something warm and wonderful settled deep inside her. After a lifetime of criticism from her family, it was an incredible feeling to be sharing her innermost thoughts and misgivings with someone who wasn't poised to rip her to shreds afterward.
Yes, there was a part of me that desperately wanted to know what it felt like to carry a baby inside me before my biological clock ran out. But my decision was mostly mercenary. I needed the money, and serving as a surrogate was the opportunity to make twice my annual salary in 9 months.
Pretty sure I've made it clear how I feel about starting a family with you.
He drew back a little to give her a searching look.
Are we done here?
Almost.
She swallowed hard.
I just didn't want you going into this with any wrong ideas about who you're marrying.
Humor flashed in his gaze.
I'm a pretty good judge of character, Jills. Comes with the territory of being a lawyer.
She smiled through a sheen of dampness.
You're probably wondering how I got to keep the baby, which isn't normally the case in situations like these.
Yep.
His expression grew cautious.
Figured you'd get around to that part, eventually.
The surrogacy contract fell through. I'm not sure what went wrong.
She might never know.
The company couldn't offer many details due to client confidentiality. I had to sign a bunch of legal documents to keep both the money and the baby.
His jaw tightened.
May I have a look at the paperwork you signed?
Now?
Her heart constricted at the thought of further delaying their wedding ceremony. According to the clock on his desk, it was supposed to have already started.
Later today is fine.
He released her hands to enclose her in his embrace.
Slogging through legal paperwork may not sound very romantic, but as soon as you say I do, you're going to be mine to protect. Both you and our baby. Understanding exactly what's in those documents will help me do that.
Our baby. It was the first time he'd referred to her unborn child as theirs instead of hers. The tears Jillian had been struggling to hold back started dripping down her cheeks.
You're truly the best thing that's ever happened to me, Dave Phillips.
He made things like love and loyalty feel as easy as breathing. Maybe it was because he was so easy to love and so worthy of her loyalty.
Right back at ya.
He dipped his head over hers for a kiss. It was slow and tender, overflowing with adoration and helpless longing. For reasons she might not ever fully understand, he loved her deeply. In moments like this, it was impossible to doubt his feelings for her.
Dave,
She murmured when he reluctantly broke off the kiss.
I need to ask you something else.
While her pride was in shards on the floor, she might as well get her other biggest fear out in the open.
Anything, babe.
He brushed his hard mouth against hers again. The warm, silky drag of skin against skin drew another sigh from her.
Why me, Dave?
Heat crept across her cheeks.
You've dated far classier, more educated women than me.
He gave a huff of surprise.
I haven't dated as many women as you seem to think I have.
Why?
Their appearance in the rooftop courtyard was already several minutes overdue, but she wanted to know. She needed to know. He shrugged.
My mom has been married no less than 5 times. Widowed by my dad and divorced from the last 4. My best friend Gil spent 30-something years in a rotten marriage. Guess I didn't see any point in putting myself through the emotional ringer like that.
Sympathy constricted Jillian's throat. His answer to her question was yet more proof of just how seriously he took the lifelong commitment they were about to make to each other.
Which brings us back to my question. Why me, Dave? What does a high-powered lawyer like you see in a lowly receptionist like me?
She'd been dying to know for the entire month they'd dated, and now felt like the right time to clear up that mystery. He gave her an incredulous look.
What we do for a living doesn't define us, babe.
She couldn't have disagreed more.
It kind of does.
We can spend the rest of our lives debating that if you'd like.
A dry chuckle escaped him.
Right now, the best answer I can give you is this. You're the first woman who made me fall in love with her.
She joined in his chuckling.
Made you?
Yep.
His expression softened again.
Whatever you did to me, I was powerless to resist it. Still am.
She shook her head at him, still laughing.
I'm not sure what I did.
There was nothing else he could have said that would have reassured her more. He sobered.
You're the most honest person I've ever met, Jills. I think this conversation is proof of that, and honesty is very important to me.
The tension between her shoulder blades uncoiled.
I was worried I might scare you away with my honesty.
Never.
He cuddled her closer.
You're also the most genuine woman I've ever met. Until a month ago, Gil was the only person on the planet I trusted implicitly. Now I have you.
She reached up to touch his cheek, reveling in the sincerity ringing in his words.
You're about to become my wife, my family.
His eyes crinkled at the corners.
My closest friend for life. Gil's probably going to be jealous.
Though she knew he meant it as a joke, she didn't smile back this time. She was too busy mustering the courage to voice one last concern that had just popped into her head.
I also want to make it clear that I don't need to become a stay-at-home wife to be happy. As much as I appreciate your offer to let me quit my job,
He drew back, scowling.
I thought we agreed you'd turn in your resignation yesterday.
I know we talked about it, but
But you didn't do it?
His eyebrows rose questioningly.
not yet. I'm taking some vacation days this week.
She had a ton of them saved up. There hadn't been many reasons for her to take time off before meeting him.
Fine.
He didn't sound too happy about it.
That's something else we can debate later on. But if you think for 1 second I'm going to let my pregnant wife wear herself to a thread on the night shift, you'd better gear up for our first knockdown drag-out argument.
His smirk took the sting out of his threat.
Right after our wedding.
She wrinkled her nose at him.
You're only saying that because you know I wouldn't stand a chance against you in a debate, Esquire.
Guilty as charged.
His voice was dry.
How about we reach a compromise and skip the arguing altogether? Just find something else to do besides the night shift, okay?
He covered the hand she still had pressed to his cheek.
I don't care what it is. Go back to college if you want. Take online classes, write a book, start a podcast, adopt a whole litter of kittens. Anything that makes you happy that doesn't force us to live like two ships passing in the night.
She leaned closer to touch her lips to his again.
If that's your way of saying you want to spend more time with me.
Yes, please.
He kissed her back, lingeringly.
As much as possible. I'm sick and tired of coming home to a big, empty house.
The disgruntled note in his voice made her heart sing.
I'll turn my resignation in tomorrow,
She promised.
What's wrong with today?
He grumbled. The elevator pinged to announce a visitor. The doors rolled open while Jillian was replying.
Well, for one thing, we're supposed to be getting married.
Correction. By now, they were supposed to already be married.
David Bowen Phillips.
His mother's imperious voice pierced the room.
Is there a reason you and your bride aren't already on the rooftop?
She stomped into the room, waving them toward the elevator.
I think it goes without saying that everyone else is growing impatient.
Then why'd you say it?
Dave muttered beneath his breath. He raised the volume of his voice so she could hear what he said next.
We were just finalizing the details of our prenup.
He pivoted with Jillian to face his mother.
As if.
Eloise Phillips gave an unladylike snort. According to Dave, she'd refused to give up her first married name through all 4 of her subsequent failed marriages.
We both know you don't believe in prenups.
For such an outspoken woman, she was awfully tiny, a few inches shorter than Jillian, with a perfectly nipped-in waistline that curvy girls like herself had always envied. Instead of a dress, she was in a shimmering pantsuit of lacy, champagne-colored silk. Her white hair was cut in a sassy, shin-length bob, and the diamond choker circling her neck probably cost more than Jillian made in a year. Make that several times over.
Why don't you believe in prenups?
Until this very moment, it hadn't entered Jillian's mind to discuss the pros and cons of drawing one up for them. Dave started to speak, but his mother interrupted him.
Because if my son felt he needed to protect himself from you, he wouldn't be marrying you.
Oh,
Jillian wasn't 100% sure what to say to that.
I'm not exactly bringing much in the way of assets into our marriage.
She gave him a worried look.
Maybe you should reconsider drawing one up.
Was it too late?
No.
His voice was firm.
Dave.
She protested softly.
The answer's still no.
He gently guided her toward the elevator.
See?
Mrs. Phillips spread her hands.
There's no point in arguing with a lawyer.
That never stopped you.
Dave pointed out irritably as he mashed the button with the up arrow.
I said there was no point.
Eloise Phillips shook her head at Jillian with a, "See what I have to put up with," expression as she joined them inside the elevator.
I'm speaking from experience. Hopefully, you'll have better luck with him.
Dave kept an arm around Jillian as they ascended to the roof, wondering why his mother had bothered showing up for his wedding. So far, all she'd done was gripe about how turbulent her international flight had been, how sparsely furnished his townhome was, and how little there was to do in their hometown of Heart Lake. Interestingly enough, she hadn't griped about the fact that he was getting married on the rooftop of his office building. Nor had she uttered a single word about the fact that his fiancée was pregnant. The first time she'd laid eyes on Jillian a few days ago, however, had been priceless. He was going to relish the shocked look on her face for, well, the rest of his life. While his mother oohed and ahed over Jillian's wedding dress in a voice that sounded unexpectedly sincere, Dave contented himself with the fact that the woman of his dreams was about to become his bride. It was enough. More than enough. Shoot. It was everything. He was ridiculously fortunate to be marrying a woman he was so deeply in love with. They were unbelievably compatible, too. She'd squashed his loneliness right out of existence and transformed him into a happy man, which was why her request to see him before the wedding had nearly stopped his heart. He'd been terrified she'd gotten cold feet and decided to call off the ceremony, something he wouldn't have been able to bear. In the short time he and Jillian had known each other, she'd become vitally important to him, second only to his relationship with God. He couldn't wait to be her husband, to love, protect, and cherish her, and somehow convince her she was worth every last one of those sentiments. It killed him that she didn't seem to have a clue just how much she meant to him. Her "just a receptionist" comments never failed to make him wince. After meeting her family today, he was beginning to understand where her low self-esteem came from. It was something he intended to change as soon as possible, starting with that blasted college degree she seemed to think would make such a difference. If she truly wanted letters after her name, he was going to make sure she got them. The elevator doors rolled open, revealing 6 faces that reflected a wide range of expressions. The off-duty justice of the peace he'd hired to perform the wedding ceremony looked relieved. Gil and his pregnant wife, Bliss, also looked relieved, while visibly burning with curiosity. Jillian's parents looked downright irritated by the delay. And unless Dave's instincts were off, which they rarely were, Jillian's sister looked disappointed. He made a mental note to invite the Harris family to visit as infrequently as possible after he and Jillian tied the knot. Never, if he could get away with it. No one needed that kind of toxicity in their life. The white-haired justice of the peace got right down to business, waving them forward to come stand in front of him. Then he dusted the sprinkling of snow flurries off the lapels of his plaid overcoat.
"Let us begin,"
he said simply. Dave had no less than 4 outdoor heaters blasting, but they didn't stop the winter breeze from swirling across the rooftop, bringing more snow flurries in its wake. Jillian shivered. Not caring what anyone else thought, he shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket and draped it around her shoulders.
Thank you,
she whispered with such a grateful look that it made his heart ache. Apparently, she wasn't accustomed to folks going out of their way for her. That was something else he intended to change, starting now. Since their wedding wasn't a church wedding, there was no inspirational message delivered and no scriptures read, which was a bit of a bummer. Dave would have preferred to pay for a stinking big church ceremony with all the trimmings, but Jillian had begged him to trim down the festivities. Way down. Like a lot of small towns, Heart Lake was a hotbed of gossip, and her pregnancy was already stirring no small amount of speculation. He had no interest in feeding that beast. On the upside, their small, private ceremony was allowing them to get married all the sooner. After officiating their vows, the justice of the peace pronounced Dave and Jillian husband and wife and produced the marriage certificate for them to sign. There were no kiss the bride summons or welcome to married life speeches. It was just over. Though Dave had paid in advance for the man's services, he discreetly slipped the guy a tip before he headed for the elevator. Not a big one, since his no-frills performance didn't feel like it warranted it. Gil was the first person to step forward to congratulate them.
"Nice going, late bloomer."
He slapped him affectionately on the shoulders. He delivered a much gentler hug to Jillian.
"Keep him in line, Mrs. Phillips. He's a handful."
Now you tell me.
Jillian gave a delicious trill of laughter, while turning the prettiest shade of pink.
Let me guess.
She tipped her face up to Dave.
It was in the fine print?
You bet your boots it was, babe.
He claimed her mouth for a very thorough kiss that left her cheeks an even deeper rose. Bliss enclosed Jillian in a hug next. Her dark, shoulder-length hair fanned around her shoulders.
Be happy together,
she said softly. She looked stunning in a winterberry cocktail dress and faux fur wrap. Both were loose-fitting. Like Jillian, she was expecting.
We already are.
Jillian confessed in a breathy voice.
So much that it scares me a little.
While Dave inwardly debated if his new bride's comment should worry him, Gil stepped closer to mutter in his ear.
She means she's happy. Quit psychoanalyzing everything.
Dave covered his relief with a snort.
Am I that transparent?
Only where your wife is concerned.
His best friend assured.
The one chink every man is allowed in his armor without losing his man card.
Good to know.
Dave watched his in-laws move determinedly in his bride's direction. They looked impatient enough to elbow Bliss out of the way if she took too long. With her usual level of graciousness, Bliss gave Jillian another quick squeeze hug, then returned to Gil's side. Dave's shoulders tensed as he watched Jillian's mother sidle closer. Now that he and Jillian were married, he wouldn't hesitate to dive into their conversation and perform an extraction if things got dicey. Nell Harris was sporting a simple navy pantsuit over a plain white turtleneck sweater. It wasn't exactly mother of the bride apparel. Her dyed red hair looked unnatural and garish. So did her heavy makeup.
Well,
She gestured at her younger daughter with two heavily beringed hands.
you're married.
No congratulations, no well wishes, just a statement of the obvious followed by the stiffest hug Dave had ever witnessed. It barely qualified as a hug. He watched with raised eyebrows as Julian's father edged closer. He was wearing a solid black suit that would have been ideal for a funeral. Though he didn't say anything, he enclosed his younger daughter in a tender hug. She briefly closed her eyes, looking like she was trying to soak in his sparse display of fatherliness.
Thank you for coming.
She whispered. Thank you for coming. Dave couldn't believe her parents' presence at their wedding had ever been in question. It shouldn't have been. The fact that it had made him sad. Julie Harris was the last family member to greet his bride. She gave Jillian an air kiss and murmured,
Guess you finally one-upped me on something.
Are you kidding me? An incendiary burst of rage left Dave imagining himself tackling her to the ground and throwing her off the roof. Instead, he slid an arm around his wife and tucked her against his side.
Y'all can head on to the restaurant. Jules and I will follow behind you.
Yeah, it was a dismissal. He almost didn't care if his words offended anyone. Julie recoiled, looking put out.
Oh, great. Another delay.
She made no attempt to mask her sarcasm. Instead of answering, Dave pivoted with Jillian, turning their backs on her malcontented family. Enough was enough. He waited until he heard the elevator doors open and close behind them before announcing,
Whoever's in favor of changing the restaurant, raise your hand.
They weren't actually heading to a restaurant, but Jillian didn't know that. 5 hands shot into the air, including Jillian's and his mother's.
You do realize I was kidding.
He waggled his eyebrows at Jillian, hoping to drag a smile out of her. The way her family had left the courtyard had taken the wind out of her sails.
I wasn't.
She sighed, lowering her hand. Her words assured him that her spine was still intact.
Name the place, babe, and I will happily notify your family of our change in plans.
He winked at her.
In an hour or two. Or maybe next year.
How he wished it was that simple. Unfortunately, her family was already on their way to add the finishing touches to a surprise wedding reception for her.
Same restaurant, please.
Jillian's smile looked a little forced.
But let's order takeout and enjoy it at your place instead.
Our place.
Dave corrected quickly. Since they were headed home anyway, he no longer needed to come up with an excuse to take a detour there.
No prenup, remember?
The darker side of him reveled in the thought of showing off their 3-story townhome to her annoying family. With any luck, Julie would feel one-upped all over again. It would serve her right. Gil pulled the brim of his Stetson lower and made a rally sign as he nudged his wife toward the elevator.
We'll head on to the restaurant to pick up everyone's orders. Text whatever you want to Bliss.
Pretending to take their orders was part of the cover story for the big surprise they'd planned for Jillian. Not just a wedding reception, but also a baby shower. They were wrapping them into one event, since it was unlikely they'd get their families on the same continent again anytime soon.
No need to text.
Mrs. Phillips briskly followed after Gil and Bliss.
I'm well aware of how my son likes his steak.
She made a sound, slapping the air.
And the fact that he and my new daughter-in-law usually split a platter.
Though Dave appreciated her playing along with the surprise, her response made it sound like they had a close mother-son relationship, which they most certainly did not. It irked him that she would even pretend that they did.
That's a pretty big observation for someone who's only been in town for a week.
His eyebrows came together as he finished the sentence inside his head. After being gone for the past 30-something years. He didn't say it out loud, not wanting to start a verbal duel with her on his wedding day. His mother made another light-hearted sound. She was in a much better mood than he was accustomed to enduring over their infrequent phone calls and his even less infrequent visits to her in Italy.
Where do you think you got your investigative skills, son?
From my attorney father, of course.
Where indeed?
He shook his head in amazement at her retreating shoulders as she joined Gil and Bliss in the elevator. It was as if she'd swallowed a happy pill or something.
Alone at last.
He didn't hesitate to gather Jillian close as soon as the doors rolled shut.
New idea. Let's blow this popsicle stand and start our honeymoon right away.
They had plane tickets to depart for Hawaii in the morning. Jillian slid her arms around his neck.
What'll you do if I say yes?
Don't tempt me.
He hovered his mouth over hers. It wouldn't take much urging to convince him. She melted into his kiss. He took what she offered, never dreaming just how badly or how soon he'd be wishing he'd driven them straight to the airport. Chapter 2. Hasty Summons. Dave reached for Jillian's hand as he drove his Corvette through the latticework of streets that comprised the downtown area of Heart Lake. It didn't take long to reach the 2-lane highway that circled the sparkling lake their hometown was named after. The sun was directly overhead, sending white gold rays into the water and making it shimmer like diamonds. As he threaded their fingers together and rested their joined hands on his knee, he felt a nearly imperceptible tremor run through his bride. He gave her a sharp look.
What's on your mind?
She drew a ragged breath before answering.
Heart Lake is a body of water I've spent my entire life driving past on my way to somewhere else. It feels, different to be going to it instead of around it.
The angst in her voice made his heart sink.
Do you mind living on the lake?
Until now, he'd been so busy trying to impress her that it hadn't occurred to him to ask her where she actually wanted to live.
I don't mind at all.
Her fingers tightened around his.
I feel like Cinderella right now.
Is that a good thing?
He frowned through the windshield at the picturesque old barns and farmhouses woven around the newer townhomes and lake houses, trying to see them through her eyes. Though he'd never given it much thought, the lake community was where the social elite of Heart Lake lived. Doctors, judges, town council members, and attorneys like himself called it home.
Yes.
She gave a faint chuckle.
As long as the beautiful adventure we're starting together doesn't disappear when the clock strikes midnight.
It won't.
He raised her hand to brush his lips against her fingers.
I hope you're right.
She gave him an angst-filled glance.
Either way, you're going to need to be patient with me, Dave.
His eyebrows rose.
Afraid I'm not following you.
I don't expect you to understand,
she said quickly.
That's why I'm begging for your patience up front, because it might, take me a while to find my place in your world.
My what? He wondered if the pregnancy hormones were causing her sudden burst of melancholy.
We grew up in the same town.
It might as well have been two different worlds,
she insisted.
There's no way you could have missed the fact that Heart Lake is made up of the haves and the have-nots. Even though my sister and I were raised in an apartment complex downtown and attended Heart Lake High, our single-income family put us solidly in the have-nots camp. That's why you and I never ran in the same circles.
Or maybe it was because you were a freshman while I was a senior,
he countered in a reasonable voice.
Also, your older sister wasn't exactly a ball of sunshine back then. Still isn't.
I can't argue about either of those things.
Jillian sounded rueful.
But that doesn't change the fact that we lived in the same town for nearly 50 years before our paths crossed.
Fair enough.
He lowered their hands back to his knee.
Just tell me what I can do to make your new life as Mrs. Phillips easier.
Man, but he enjoyed calling her that. She was silent for a moment.
Please don't assume I know anything about your friends, neighbors, or business associates. I'm going to need some introductions when the time comes.
Consider it done.
Since he'd purchased his lake home from Gil only a few months earlier, he hadn't met all of their neighbors yet either. However, he understood what she meant. He was best friends with the recently retired sheriff of Heart Lake and personally acquainted with most of the town council members. Because of his job, he was also well known around Town Hall, the local courthouse, and among the other biggest movers and shakers in town. Business owners, ranchers, and the tribal leadership on the adjacent Comanche reservation.
I might not fit in at first,
Jillian added in a shy voice.
but I'll try my best.
He snorted.
I think you're forgetting that I'm the guy most folks only call when they need something. Then they complain when I send them the bill afterward. Serving as a criminal lawyer in no way makes me the town's sweetheart.
A smile tugged at the edges of her lips.
If you're trying to make me feel better, it's working.
Oh, I'm just getting started, babe.
While they were busy getting a few tough topics out of the way, he decided it was as good of a time as any to bring up one of the toughest topics of all.
Mind if we talk about money?
Since money problems were the biggest cause of divorce in the country, he wanted to start them off on the right foot in that area. She blinked at him.
I thought we already established the fact that I don't have much of it.
Maybe you didn't an hour ago.
He drawled as he pulled into the driveway of their townhome.
But that changed the second you married the town's biggest criminal lawyer.
Yeah, it sounded like he was bragging. And maybe he was. He was proud to bring his bride home to one of the newest, poshest houses on the lake. It was 3 stories of square roof lines, perfectly symmetrical walls of glass, and L-shaped balconies. The main paint color was charcoal gray, but a few outsets were trimmed in concrete that was stained to look like light oak wood paneling. She stiffened and withdrew her hand from his.
Dave, I didn't marry you for your money.
I never said you did. That was far from the point I was trying to make.
Reaching up to tap a button on his sun visor, he opened one of the middle doors of the 4-car garage on the lower level of their home. There was a 5th garage door around the corner for either a golf cart or a small boat, neither of which he currently owned. The other half of the lower level was a finished-off basement that he was currently using as a movie room.
But others will be saying it.
Jillian sounded upset by the idea.
You have to know that.
He tried to choose his next words carefully as he drove into the garage. He parked between his Jeep and her faded blue Volvo that he had every intention of replacing soon. Turning off the motor, he swiveled her way.
I don't normally make a habit of caring what others think, Jills. No, that doesn't mean I purposely go out of my way to offend people. It means I avoid most of them altogether. Like I said before, folks are quick to pick up the phone and beg me to dig them out of trouble, but they never call back and invite me over for dinner afterward.
He shook his head at her.
Guess I should have warned you before you married me that nobody loves their attorney.
I do,
she assured him in such a heartfelt voice that his shoulders relaxed.
Not because of your money, though. It's because of how you make me feel, and because of who you are. My husband, my dearest friend in the world, and soon to be the father of my child. There's no price tag you can put on stuff like that.
I'm not trying to.
He held her gaze steadily.
But that doesn't change the fact that you're a wealthy woman now. Before the end of the day, I'll log on to my bank app and add you as a joint account holder. Then I'll put a rush on an order for a debit card in your name. Aside from wars and natural disasters, they should have it mailed to us within 3 business days.
A debit card?
She gasped.
Are you sure you want to add me to?
Very sure.
He trusted her wholeheartedly with his finances.
Sometimes I have to work long hours, pull all-nighters, and put out fires on very short notice. Can't have you and the baby stranded alone at home with no money.
I don't know what to say.
She looked uncertain.
What you're suggesting is so generous that I can't even begin to.
It's not a suggestion. It's happening.
He leaned her way to seal his mouth over hers. When he came up for air, he informed her huskily.
I'm really hoping you'll put your new debit card to work soon, picking out furniture and decorating the house. 2 things I'm not very good at. We're also going to need to set up a nursery.
She chuckled breathlessly.
Can you give me an idea of what sort of budget we're working with?
Get whatever you want.
He ran his thumb over her lower lip.
We can afford it.
Dave.
She protested softly.
I mean it, Jills.
He drank in her flustered expression, loving how easy it was to make her blush.
Since my mother's arrival in town, she's been complaining non-stop about my bare walls and half-empty rooms. I would be eternally grateful if you'd rectify the matter and get her off my back.
By buying a bunch of furniture,
she said slowly, as if seeking additional clarification.
And paintings.
He winked at her.
Or whatever else you want on the walls.
Oh, wow.
She burst out laughing.
Being wealthy is going to take some getting used to. So, would you like me to run the purchases past you ahead of time?
Not particularly.
Whatever makes you happy, babe.
Interior decorating was way outside of his expertise. He'd assumed she'd visited his place enough before they were married to figure that out for herself.
You'll probably be better off running stuff past my mom. Better yet, take her shopping with you. She has great taste in furnishings.
Her villa in Italy was showroom-worthy. Plus, she was highly skilled at haggling over prices. She was highly skilled at haggling. Period.
Take her shopping with me?
Jillian looked surprised.
How long is she planning on staying in town?
No idea.
But he was starting to get the impression that his mother wasn't in a terrible hurry to return overseas.
One thing's for sure. She's been hounding me for decades to give her a grandchild. Something else you should probably know. It's her first trip back to Heart Lake since my high school graduation.
Jillian searched his face, frowning.
Are you telling me she hasn't paid you a single visit in over 30 years?
Not in Heart Lake. We met up at other places.
Not often, though. He'd spent the last 30 years pretending he didn't care. But he did.
Is it because of your dad?
Jillian ventured in a soft voice.
That's my theory.
Jillian and Gil were the only 2 people he ever let his guard down with this far.
Though she's never come right out and said it. I think I remind her too much of him.
Jillian sucked in a breath.
She must have really loved your dad.
She did.
The lack of judgment in Jillian's voice was downright endearing.
Losing him during my teens pretty much wrecked her.
She reached across the console for his hand, gripping it in both of hers this time.
I'll ask her to go furniture shopping with me.
He felt like his heart was melting straight out of his chest and pooling on the floorboard.
Have I told you today how much I love you?
A few times.
She smiled dreamily at him. He angled his head at the stairs leading up to the main level.
We should probably go inside.
Though he'd been given careful instructions to show up to their wedding reception fashionably late, he didn't want to stay away too long and put her family in an even more sour mood than they'd been in earlier. He pushed open his door and hurried around the car to assist Jillian to her feet. She gazed around them, looking a little dazed.
Home sweet home,
she murmured with a catch in her voice.
I'm going to keep telling myself that until I wrap my brain around the fact that I actually live here now.
You do that.
He bypassed the elevator and led her to the stairs, preferring to show off a little for her instead of taking the easy way out. At the base of the stairs, he reached down to hook an arm under her legs. She squealed as he hauled her into his arms. Instead of fretting about her weight like she had the last time he'd carried her, she threw her arms around his neck and clung to him, giggling as he carried her up the stairs.
Welcome home, Mrs. Phillips.
To make things easier on them, Gil had already cracked the door open. Jillian either didn't notice or chose not to comment on it. Since her face was conveniently turned his way as he stepped across the threshold with her, Dave took the opportunity to plant another kiss on her. It was something he was never going to get tired of doing. He'd waited a very long time for her to come into his life. If there was a contest for the happiest man on the planet, he was sure he'd win it, hands down. Surprise! A chorus of voices made Jillian jolt in his arms and break off their kiss. She whirled her head around to see what was going on. Dave carried her further into the kitchen, which connected seamlessly with the open dining room and vaulted great room. Other than the justice of the peace, everyone who'd attended the wedding was present. They'd outdone themselves, too. The normally bare granite countertops in the kitchen were covered with tiered white porcelain platters, clusters of red and white roses, and strands of flickering white lights. The charcuterie-style array of food was so pinkies up that his mother might as well have signed her name to it. Regardless of the fact that the Harrises had left his office building first, the feast in front of them was entirely her doing. He caught her eye, nodding gratefully at her. She was wearing a tight expression that seemed to be aimed more at the Harrises than at him. Her lips softened momentarily into a smile, presumably for his benefit. Then her pinched look returned. Yep, there was most definitely some bad blood brewing between her and Jillian's family. It didn't take him long to figure out why.
General Phillips tried to twist our arms into blowing up a balloon arch.
Julie trilled in a falsely sweet voice. She waved a hand languidly at the sliding glass doors overlooking the balcony off from the great room.
I'm sad to say, all three of us are asthmatics.
She didn't sound the least bit sad about it.
I never would have guessed.
Eloise Phillips retorted in a deceptively pleasant voice.
Nobody would have.
Jillian whispered to Dave as he lowered her gently back to her feet.
On account of all the hot air they give off.
He muffled a chuckle as he nuzzled her temple. Then he spun her in a full circle so he could watch her reaction to the pile of gifts on the coffee table in the great room. His mother had gone to the trouble of special ordering a massive cake-like centerpiece that was primarily made of white diapers. They were rolled up and tied with white satin ribbons. Next to the coffee table was an oak bassinet he'd assembled the night before. It had a white glaze finish that offset the frilly white blankets his mother had laid inside it to perfection.
Oh, Dave.
Jillian breathed.
Look at all of this.
She drenched him with an odd smile.
Can you believe?
She broke off the question, chuckling.
But of course you can. You were in on the surprise, weren't you?
He shrugged, grinning.
I might have had a clue there was something in the works.
This is so amazing.
She gushed, spinning in another circle.
Thank you, all of you.
Her blue gaze sparkled with appreciation.
I had no idea you were planning a full-blown wedding reception for us.
And baby shower. Just glad I didn't accidentally say or do anything to blow the surprise.
Dave made a show of wiping the imaginary sweat off his forehead. His antics drew a few chuckles.
We figured it made sense to wrap both events into one while both families are in town.
If we'd known about the surprise sooner,
Nell Harris whined.
Time to start the food line,
Eloise Phillips interrupted briskly. She waved Dave and Jillian forward imperiously.
As the guests of honor, you get to go first.
Dave led Jillian to the front of the line. Before he reached for their plates, he bowed his head.
Let's say a blessing.
Without waiting to see if anyone else closed their eyes, he launched into a prayer of thanksgiving for the food, gifts, and their guests. As far as he knew, his mother hadn't darkened the door of a church for decades, and the Harrises certainly weren't radiating Christian charity. Jillian's fingers were nestled warmly against his while he prayed. That was all that mattered to him.
Amen,
he concluded, raising his bride's fingers to his lips. He kissed them unashamedly in front of everyone else.
Let's eat,
he announced.
The next hour passed in a flurry of feasting, opening gifts, and trading veiled barbs. The barbs were mostly exchanged by their two mothers, though Julie plunged into the fray a few times. The rest of the time, she watched the byplay between the two women without bothering to hide her smirk. She was clearly enjoying their exchange of unpleasantries.
What an adorable set of onesies,
Eloise Phillips sang out after Jillian opened her parents' gift.
I saw something exactly like that on an end-of-season clearance rack at Carter's.
Her meaning was clear. She was calling Mr. and Mrs. Harris cheap. One of her own gifts to Dave and Jillian was a delicate ivory blanket with a scattering of tiny pink, blue, and yellow baby toys stitched on it.
Let me guess.
Nell Harris ventured airily.
A bargain find from a flea market?
I think the term you're looking for is heirloom.
Dave's mother spoke in an equally airy voice.
I embroidered it myself.
Her smile was triumphant as she snapped a bunch of extra pictures of Jillian trailing her fingers over the soft blanket.
It's lovely. Thank you.
Jillian gave her a grateful look that went straight to Dave's heart. His mother continued snapping pictures as fast as she could to capture each moment of his bride's happiness. The tension in the air notched up a few more degrees. Jillian had to be aware of what was going on, though she was doing her hardest to ignore it. Now and then, her smile would freeze or her hands would pause while untying a ribbon, but those were the only tells Dave was able to pick up on. As they reached the bottom of the pile of gifts, one of the phones in his back pocket vibrated with an incoming call. He ignored it, or tried to. Just as soon as it stopped, it started back up again and again and again. It soon became apparent that whoever was trying to reach him had no intention of giving up. They weren't staying on the line long enough to leave a voicemail. They were hanging up and hitting redial to keep his phone vibrating. He glanced across their huddle to catch Gil's eye. His friend was perched on the dark leather love seat with one arm slung casually around his wife's shoulders. He'd left his Stetson on the hall tree by the front door, revealing wavy auburn hair that he'd been wearing a few inches longer since his retirement. He was sporting a short layer of scruff threaded with frost, too. Retirement definitely suited him. Gil gave Dave a sympathetic look as his business cell phone continued to vibrate. He knew a thing or two about getting called away on business in the middle of family time. He'd probably welcomed the interruptions while married to his first wife. She'd been in the process of divorcing him when she was diagnosed with cancer. Like the trooper Gil was, he'd torn up her request for a divorce and stuck it out until the bitter end. "You're a better man than me, bro." Gil's miserable first marriage was one of the biggest reasons Dave had stayed single for so long. He tried to ignore the next incoming call, half tempted to toss his work phone out the nearest window. The Harrises were lounged on the leather sofa across from the two dining room chairs his mother had insisted on placing him and Jillian in. They were pretending to snap photos of the two of them opening gifts. Their engrossed expressions, however, were a dead giveaway that they were preoccupied with something else entirely. Reading emails, playing games, anything other than the celebration they were supposed to be taking part in. To her credit, Dave's mother was doing everything in her power to make up for their inattention by hopping around the room like an energetic cricket. She was snapping photos from every possible angle.
"Sweetie, you might as well take that call,"
she chirped as she took a knee in front of them to take another picture.
"Whoever is trying to reach you sounds mighty persistent."
I know.
He grimaced.
Sorry about that.
He leaned closer to Jillian to brush his lips against her cheek.
I won't be gone long. Promise.
He hoped like crazy he'd be able to keep his word.
Take as long as you need.
She stopped unwrapping the next gift to give him a smile infused with understanding.
I've got this.
The guilty look she darted toward her parents felt like a silent apology for their chilly, distant attitudes. For an answer, he lightly tapped the tip of her nose.
I'll make it up to you later,
he promised in a whisper. She had nothing to apologize for. His mother was acting every bit as poorly as her parents were. He bent closer to her ear to add,
after everyone leaves.
The pink color that spread across her cheeks made his heart swell with happiness. As he strode across the great room, he lifted his work phone to his ear and finally accepted the call.
Dave Phillips speaking.
Oh, thank goodness, Dave.
The woman on the other end of the line sobbed out his name.
You may not remember me, but this is Jan Jacobson, Jordan's mom.
Jan Jacobson? Dave reached the double glass doors to his office and pushed them open. The Jacobson name was one he hadn't heard in a good long while.
Of course, I remember you.
Her son Jordan had been one of his and Gil's high school classmates. He'd left town in his early 20s to race horses. Shortly afterward, his parents had sold their farm and gone on the racing circuit with him.
What can I do for you?
Since she'd called his work number, he had to assume it wasn't a social call.
We lost Jordan's father last month.
Her voice grew choked.
It's been ruled a suicide, but...
A sob erupted from her.
I don't believe it. Not for a second.
Whoa! Dave's mind instantly slammed into lawyer mode. He shut his office doors and strode to the wide picture window overlooking Heart Lake.
I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Like his mother, Jan Jacobson and her late husband Jason were in their mid-70s, old enough to die of natural causes. It made him sad to find out that Jason Jacobson's death had been anything but natural. Did Mrs. Jacobson have grounds for her refusal to accept it was suicide? Or was she simply a grieving loved one in denial of her newly widowed status?
Loss?
The word came out as a near shriek that made him hold the phone a few inches away from his ear.
This wasn't simply a loss. Sure, Jason was under a certain amount of stress. Who isn't? But he wouldn't have abandoned me and Jordan like this. He just wouldn't have.
By now, she was sobbing so hard that Dave could barely understand what she said next.
There has to be more to it.
He waited for her to compose herself, silently sending up a prayer for her peace and comfort. As soon as he finished praying, his mind began to reel with questions. It was in his nature to question everything. Only after Jan Jacobson's sobs subsided to sniffles did he speak again.
What can you tell me about the events leading up to your husband's death?
20.
She spat.
But not over the phone. I need to speak with you in person. Today, if there are any flights available, I'll pay for everything. Your plane ticket, time, and legal representation. I'll wire you the retainer fee right away. Just let me know how much and where.
Hang on a sec, Mrs. Jacobson.
Dave held up a hand as he strove to halt her avalanche of frenzied promises. For starters, he had no idea what she required representation for. Secondly, now wasn't a good time to add anything new to his calendar.
Just Jan.
She cut in quickly. It felt strange calling a high school friend's mother by her first name. But okay.
I know you had no way of knowing this, Jan, but today is my wedding day. Tomorrow my wife and I are leaving on our honeymoon.
A stretch of silence met his announcement. Then Jan Jacobson's quavering voice wafted across the line again.
Congratulations, kiddo.
She rushed to add.
Is there any chance you have a business partner you can send in your place? We're desperate, Dave. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking to meet on such short notice.
I don't have a business partner, ma'am, and I don't normally take out-of-town cases. I'm sorry. I'd be happy to recommend someone else to represent you, though. I know attorneys all over the great state of Texas. Good ones.
To date, there hadn't been enough crime in Heart Lake to justify working any way besides solo. There were, however, enough cases to keep him from having to accept out-of-town clients. The last time he'd done so was over 20 years ago, right after he'd first opened his private practice. He'd quickly discovered it wasn't worth the added expense of all the required overnight traveling.
That might not be as easy as you think,
Jan Jacobson declared bitterly.
The person suing us has already called every reputable legal firm in a 100-mile radius for an initial consultation. There's no way it's an accident. Somebody must have coached him into doing it.
It sure didn't sound like an accident, or the work of amateurs for that matter. Whatever trouble the Jacobsons were in, they were going to need a good lawyer for sure.
So your family ended up in Dallas, eh?
That was news to him. So was the fact that they were involved in a lawsuit. He still wasn't convinced that their problems needed to become his problems, though.
We did. My husband and I bought a few acres on the outskirts of the city and opened Triple J Ranch.
No surprise there. They'd always dreamed of owning a horse ranch.
Is Jordan still on the racing circuit?
Clearly you don't follow horse racing.
Jan sounded mildly offended.
Otherwise, you'd already know that our son and his horse have been winning races all over the country for 2 years straight. We honestly believe he has a shot at a Triple Crown if the current allegations don't get him disqualified.
The way she kept using pronouns like our and we strengthened Dave's theory that she was in denial over the loss of her husband.
Something tells me there's a story behind the name of your ranch.
He already had a solid guess what it was.
Of course.
There was a bittersweet edge to her voice.
We named it after the 3 J's in our family. Jason, Jan, and Jordan.
She drew a shaky breath.
Being down to 2 J's feels really strange. And wrong.
I bet. He wasn't sure what to say to make her feel better, so he kept silent.
We're going to lose everything if you don't help us, Dave.
Her voice grew pleading.
Jason received a death threat exactly 1 week before he died. I received one a little over an hour ago.
Wait, what? He squared his shoulders.
Ma'am, you need to hang up and report this to the police immediately.
She gave a humorless laugh that ended on another sob.
You think I haven't already done that?
What did they say?
He gripped the phone tighter.
That the threats aren't related to my husband's death. The police think the person sending them is someone they're calling the Prophet. They're not sure if it's a man, woman, or group of teenagers. All they know is the Prophet reads up about ongoing cases in the news and muddies the evidence with prank calls and messages. Everything from death threats to kidnapping threats. Oh, and they're almost always accompanied by some sort of demand if you want them to go away.
She paused dramatically.
Otherwise, they assure you it's lights out for the victim.
As he listened, Dave leaned over his desk to open his laptop. He did a quick online search on the Prophet. Sure enough, there was all sorts of chatter about the mysterious digital prankster. Cartoon memes in his honor were flooding social media and going viral. Dave scanned a full page of them, shaking his head at how humorous a few of them sounded. Give me your lunch money, or it'll be the last bologna sandwich you choke down your windpipe. Send me $10,000, or I'm going to punch you so hard in the mouth you'll have to unbutton your shirt to say hello. You'd better liquidate your retirement account and send me half, or I'll hire a professional boxer to slap you silly for the rest of your life. Some of the memes weren't funny at all. Just bizarre. One thing was apparent. Whoever was behind the Prophet's threats wasn't being taken seriously by law enforcement.
Are you still there, Dave?
Jan Jacobson's voice grew thready.
I am.
The more he heard about the case, the less he was interested in taking it. Yeah, he'd been friends with her son in high school, but a lot of time had passed since then. For all he knew, Mrs. Jacobson had snapped after losing her husband. He was sorry about her loss, but nothing he did would bring the man back. And since she wasn't being very forthcoming over the phone about why she needed legal representation, it was possible her family was as guilty as sin about whatever they were being accused of. Even good people made mistakes sometimes. While he was trying to come up with the right words to inform her he was going to pass on the case, a knock sounded. He glanced toward the double-glass doors and was surprised to see Jillian standing, white-faced, on the other side.
Hang on a sec, Jan.
Without waiting for an answer, he mashed the hold button and tossed his work phone on his desk. Hurrying across the room, he flung open the door on the right.
Jillian fell into his arms.
I'm sorry to bother you while you're working, but...
The words tumbled out of her like a tidal wave. What concerned Dave the most was how pale her heart-shaped face was.
What's going on, babe?
He cuddled her closer. His job could wait. Whatever was upsetting her, he would make time to handle it, even if he had to call Jan back later.
I just received the weirdest text message.
Her voice trembled.
A ransom note, actually, for a kidnapping that thankfully hasn't taken place yet.
You're right. That's weird.
It was especially weird that his new wife had received such a bizarre message so soon after he'd found out about the mysterious Prophet.
Who's getting kidnapped?
Our unborn child.
A silent sob shuddered through her. His insides grew cold.
Let me see your phone, please.
If this was yet another one of those digital pranks currently blowing up the internet, it was one of the not funny ones. He couldn't have felt less like laughing. Why contact us? Why now? Questions burned like wildfire through his mind, not the least of which was how the prankster had gotten hold of his wife's cell phone number. Was the incident in any way related to the Prophet? Or the threats Jan and Jason Jacobson had received? The call he currently had on hold was starting to feel less and less like a coincidence.
Gil has my phone.
Jillian shivered.
As soon as I saw the text message, I passed it over to him, and he left the room with it. My mother pitched a fit, demanding to know what was going on. When I told her I wasn't sure, she lost her religion, claiming I've been shutting my family out of my life ever since I met you. She stormed out of the house, and my dad and sister followed her.
She drew a shaky breath.
I don't think they're coming back.
Good riddance. Jillian looked so distraught about it, though, that Dave kept the comment to himself.
Did you see where Gil took off to?
I'm right here.
Gil popped his head around the door, looking grave. He waved Jillian's cell phone in the air, making the crystals on her floral phone case flash in the sunlight.
I've reached out to both Luke and Lonestar Security.
Dave nodded, frowning. Luke Halling was the newly elected sheriff of Heart Lake, Gil's replacement. He was a good guy, but...
I hear a but. You know how it is.
Gil handed Jillian's phone back to her. She passed it on to Dave in one fluid movement.
There's not much law enforcement can do before a crime is committed, other than document it. The number's untraceable. They checked.
Shocker.
Dave intoned as he scanned the text message Jillian had received.
They're not sure it's even a real threat.
Gil looked troubled.
Apparently, there's something new trending on social media right now. It's called...
Let me guess.
Dave cut in.
The Prophet?
Bingo.
Gil pointed at him with both forefingers.
How did you hear about it?
Dave mimed, zipping his lips closed.
Attorney-client privilege.
A potential client, at any rate.
Anyhow.
Gil continued in exasperation, returning his attention to Jillian.
The Prophet might be nothing more than a hashtag. A joke, basically. Not a real person. Just a stupid idea someone pulled out of the air and thought it would be funny to make it go viral on social media.
He dug his own cell phone out of his pocket and waved it at her.
If you Google it, you'll find all sorts of bizarre memes flooding the internet.
Jillian looked puzzled.
Memes about what?
Mostly threats about crimes yet to be committed, which is why the police are calling him, or the idea, the Prophet.
Gil shook his head in disgust.
Not sure why anyone ever thought a prank like that would be funny.
Dave jumped back into the conversation.
According to one online article I skimmed, a few pranksters have taken it a step further and started texting threats to individuals.
Like me.
Jillian pointed at her cell phone that he was still scrutinizing. She looked pretty unnerved by it, and he didn't blame her. His eyebrows rose at the amount listed in the ransom demand she'd received.
Looks like we can make all of this go away for a measly $1 million. Good to know.
I'm so sorry, Dave.
Jillian babbled in distress.
I don't know how I got on this person's radar. I don't make many online purchases and...
Don't you dare apologize.
He ran his hands up and down her arms to soothe her. Pregnant women didn't need this kind of stress, did they?
Nothing about this is your fault. Not one blessed thing.
He gentled his voice.
I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you or our baby. You hear?
She nodded, still looking pale. He took a screenshot of the ransom demand, then forwarded it to his cell phone for good measure.
To make things even weirder about the whole situation, I've got an old friend on hold. She claims her family has been receiving grisly messages, too.
More ransom demands?
Jillian squeaked.
Death threats, actually.
He shot Gil a grim look over her head. His friend scowled.
All feathers and no chicken?
Dave slowly shook his head.
Unfortunately, this one comes with a body. Might be a suicide. Might be something else.
He was beginning to fear it might actually be something else. Gil gave a long, low whistle.
If that's true, it may be the first prophecy that came true.
Dave was thinking the same thing. He spread his hands.
I won't know unless I take the case.
Of course you're taking the case.
Gil looked at him like he was crazy.
Why wouldn't you?
Dave blew out a breath.
It would require flying to Dallas tonight, and we're supposed to start our honeymoon in the morning.
It's definitely not ideal.
Gil ran a hand through his hair, tousling it in all directions.
But someone's threatening Jillian and the baby. The police aren't taking it seriously, and this case could be your inside ticket to what's really going on. Can you honestly afford not to take the case?
Good question.
Dave felt like a heavy weight was pressing down on his chest as he caught and held Jillian's gaze.
Any chance you'd be willing to give me a rain check on our trip to Hawaii? We might have to delay it for a few days or even a few weeks.
He'd purchased refundable tickets, so the dates could easily be adjusted.
To be honest,
Her voice had a suspicious catch in it.
I'd rather wait and go to the beach when I'm no longer pregnant.
That was over 3 months from now.
Really?
It didn't sound like her sentiments on the topic had anything to do with the case. They were purely female. How had he missed this?
Really?
She wrinkled her nose at him.
I didn't want to say anything before because you were so excited about our trip, but...
Her voice dwindled uncertainly. I'm an idiot. He gave a mirthless guffaw.
I take it you don't relish the idea of being in a swimsuit while 5.5 months pregnant.
Or in the middle of winter,
She added wryly.
I'd much rather go next summer, hire a babysitter, and enjoy our honeymoon alone. Just the two of us.
Her voice grew shy.
If that's okay with you?
Yeah. More than okay.
Just the thought of having her alone like that made his heart thump harder. He let out a resigned breath as his last excuse for not taking the case went up in smoke.
Guess I've kept my client on hold long enough.
He reluctantly left her side and returned to his desk to lift his phone to his ear.
Are you still there, ma'am?
I am.
Jan Jacobson assured quickly.
Still on the line and still begging the Lord to change your mind. I know I'm asking for a tremendous sacrifice on your part, but I wouldn't ask it of you if I had anyone else to turn to.
Well, it looks like your prayers have been answered.
One of them, anyway. He still couldn't bring her husband back. And despite how cool Jillian was being about everything, Dave deeply regretted the necessity of postponing their honeymoon.
I've decided to take the case.
Gil was right. If there was even the slightest chance that the Jacobsons were being hounded by the same person threatening Jillian, this was their best chance of tracking the thug down before he did any more harm. Jan Jacobson was tearfully thanking him in the background, laughing and sobbing at the same time. It might be a while before they got around to purchasing his plane ticket. Chapter 3. Unreachable. Helping her husband pack to leave town was far from how Jillian had imagined spending their wedding night. His black suitcase was lying open on their king-sized cherry wood sleigh bed. Tonight would be the first night she slept in it, and she would be doing it alone. Dave would be hundreds of miles away. It was one doozy of a welcome to married life. Though Dave hadn't gotten around to hanging anything on the walls of their master bedroom, she fully approved of the comforter tucked smoothly over the thick set of double mattresses. It definitely wasn't a bargain find. A forest of evergreens was embroidered across the sage tapestry fabric. It was a simple and classy nod to the holidays they'd recently celebrated.
I'm sorry about this, Jills.
It was at least the 50th time Dave had apologized to her. She'd lost count. He was clearly stuck in apology mode.
I'm not,
she declared, boldly pulling open his top dresser drawer to grab a few extra undershirts. Though his desk at work was often a hodgepodge of papers and folders, every item of clothing inside his dresser was neatly folded. His undershirts were resting in perfect trifold stacks. This was the part of their marriage where they would start to uncover each other's deepest, darkest secrets. So far, though, she hadn't stumbled across a single skeleton in Dave's closet. She was the luckiest woman alive to have coaxed someone as incredible as him out of bachelorhood. Though he hadn't yet left for the airport, she was already missing him like crazy. From the worry lines etched into his forehead, he wasn't any more thrilled about leaving her than she was about seeing him go. She scrambled for something to say that would ease the strain in his features.
Not sorry to see the last of me, huh?
He waggled his eyebrows playfully at her.
Married all of a few hours, and you're already anxious to give me the boot.
Hardly.
She carefully laid the stack of undershirts in his suitcase and smoothed a hand over them.
All I meant was, the sooner you leave, the sooner you can hurry back to me.
She placed her hands on her blooming belly as she faced him, trying to hold back her tears.
We both know you wouldn't be about to board a flight on our wedding night if you loved me any less. If you loved us any less.
There was no gift he could have given her that would top the sacrifice he was about to make.
No, I would not.
Running a hand wearily over his shaved head, he reached for her. She stepped eagerly into his embrace, resting her cheek against one of his broad shoulders, just breathing him in. He'd changed into jeans and a white dress shirt, rolled up the sleeves, and left it untucked. She could have easily stood there the rest of the night in his arms, for the rest of eternity, for that matter. There was no feeling in the world half as wonderful as being held by Dave Phillips.
This is the part I'm going to miss the most while you're away,
she whispered, burrowing closer to his warmth and strength. Like him, she'd changed clothes. Remaining in her wedding dress wouldn't have made their parting any easier. She was in maternity jeans now, with a soft, baby blue sweater hugging her curvy hips. She'd pulled her hair back in a loose ponytail and fluffed her bangs over her forehead.
Yeah, me too.
Dave clasped his hands loosely around her, resting his cheek against hers.
Believe me, if there was any better way to protect you, babe.
Hey.
She leaned back a little in his arms.
You didn't ask for this, and neither did I. But you're doing the right thing, and we're going to get through it. Together.
It was impossible to hold back her tears any longer.
Believe me, the last thing I ever wanted to say to you this evening was goodbye.
Well, this is a first.
His eyes grew damp as he gazed adoringly down at her.
I've never had anyone cry at the thought of seeing me go.
Fair warning.
Her lips trembled as she tried to muster a smile.
I'm probably going to shed even more tears when you return. Happier ones.
Gotta love those pregnancy hormones. His gaze darkened with emotion.
I love you, Jills, so much.
Using his thumbs, he gently brushed the tears from beneath her eyes. Then he palmed the back of her head and fused their mouths together in a lingering kiss. It was so full of longing and unspoken promises that it made her heart ache. He didn't yet have a ticket in hand for his return flight, so she had no idea when their next kiss would take place. When he raised his head, she murmured,
I love you too, so hurry back.
That's the plan.
He winked at her as he dropped his arms. She immediately missed being held. Outside his arms was a much colder, lonelier place to be. She hoped he wouldn't have to be out of town for long. She watched him zip his suitcase and swing it to the floor to set it on its wheels.
I asked your mom to stay in Heart Lake a few extra days so we can do that furniture shopping you and I talked about.
His expression lit up, just like she'd hoped it would.
And she said?
Yes.
His mom was a bit of a character, but her presence meant Jillian wouldn't have to be alone in their enormous, sparsely furnished townhome while he was away. Not for the first few days, at least.
Well, I'll be.
He shook his head, grinning.
This past Christmas, she warned me she'd be all over me like a family of ticks on a dog if I gave her a grandchild. Guess she wasn't kidding.
You don't mind her being here during your absence, do you?
It hadn't occurred to Jillian to ask him first. His trip to Dallas had come up so suddenly.
Nope. She might gripe your ears off about everything that's wrong in the world, but she's otherwise good company. Mostly.
He added with a snicker.
Thanks for the warning.
Jillian was glad he was cool with the idea of his mom sticking around, especially since she was about to turn in her 2-week notice at work. She wasn't yet sure how she was going to fill all the extra time she was about to have on her hands.
Keep an eye on her,
he warned in a teasing voice.
She's single again. I wouldn't put it past her to start angling for husband number 6. I think.
He drew his eyebrows together.
It's hard to keep count.
Jillian couldn't blame him for losing count. That was a lot of husbands to keep up with. No wonder his mother was so unhappy. It sounded like she'd been looking for love in all the wrong places.
Maybe I should take her to church with me.
Good luck with that.
Dave snorted.
To this day, she's still angry with my dad for dying so soon, and angry with the Lord for letting it happen.
But she's back in Heart Lake.
Jillian reminded.
It's a start.
Maybe. Just don't get your hopes up too high in her direction.
Dave paused beside her while rolling his suitcase to the door of their bedroom. He reached out to gently pinch her chin.
The one thing my mom is good at is leaving.
What he left unsaid tugged at her heartstrings. His mother's refusal to be a bigger part of his life must hurt.
I'm tougher than I look, Dave. With or without help, I'll be okay holding down the home front in your absence. That's one thing you can cross off your worry list.
As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how dumb they sounded. His fears about her safety were the biggest reasons he was leaving town. He didn't call her out on it, though. All he did was run his thumb across the underside of her chin before dropping his hand.
You're one of the strongest people I know.
Indulgent pride rang in his voice.
Like it or not, though, you're mine to worry about now.
They made their way down the hallway into the great room, where they found his mother with one slender leg hiked up against her chest. Her bare foot rested on the edge of the sofa. White tissues were wedged between her toes.
She waved a bottle of bright red nail polish at them.
Pedicure crisis,
She complained.
Though I don't remember stubbing my toe, I chipped a nail somewhere between your office and here. If I can't fix it myself, y'all will have to recommend a good nail salon to me.
She made a face.
Assuming they have any good nail salons in a town this size.
Dave leaned over her to kiss her forehead.
Yes, we have decent nail salons here in Heart Lake, Mom.
Like you would know,
She retorted witheringly.
When was your last mani-pedi?
A while ago.
He chuckled.
You mean never?
She shot back.
Yeah, that.
He straightened, giving Jillian an "I tried to warn you" look. She sent him a smile of reassurance. Despite her mother-in-law's griping, Jillian hadn't failed to note how she'd leaned into her son's kiss. Eloise Phillips adored her only child more than she let on. A lot more.
I love you, Mom.
Dave gently pressed a finger into one corner of her frowning lips and tugged it upward.
You'd better.
She looked like she was struggling to hold back a chuckle as she swatted his hand away.
I flew a long way to come see you.
Be nice to my wife.
He wagged a finger in warning at her.
By nice, I mean don't run her off while I'm out of town.
I'm always nice.
His mother adopted an innocent expression, casually fluffing her short white hair.
Just ask anyone besides my ex-husbands.
Nah, I'll take your word for it.
Dave didn't look overly convinced. He beckoned Jillian to accompany him to the front door.
Gil's taking me to the airport, so I won't have to leave one of our vehicles there.
Tell him I said thanks.
Though she hadn't known Gil for long, she'd already decided he was an incredible person. A king among best friends. The better she got to know him, the more she found in him to respect and admire. Dave stepped closer to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear.
He's your go-to guy while I'm away. If you need anything, and I mean anything, call him. Rain or shine, day or night.
Okay.
The worry lines were back on his forehead, making her long to soothe them away.
If you can't reach him, call Lonestar Security.
He drew a finger down her cheek.
If Gil's out on an assignment for them, they'll know how to get in touch with him.
I will.
She promised.
I've got a digital copy of the paperwork you signed at the surrogacy clinic.
He caressed her chin, tipping her face up to his.
I'll read over it on the flight to Dallas to make sure everything is on the up and up with it.
I really, really, really appreciate you for doing this.
She probably should have consulted an attorney about the paperwork before signing it, but she hadn't been able to afford legal counsel at the time.
If you're looking for a way to thank me...
His voice was teasing as he dipped his head closer to hers. She rose to her tiptoes to touch her lips to his. He hungrily deepened their kiss, only breaking it off after a horn honked outside.
I'm never going to get enough of you, Jills.
He muttered huskily. Then he opened the door and stepped outside. Jillian watched the evening shadows envelop her husband as the icy January wind swirled into the room. Only after the taillights of Gil's SUV disappeared did she shut the front door.
He's gone.
Their wedding celebrations were over. Their honeymoon was postponed indefinitely. And she was alone. Again. Tears sprang to her eyes. Knowing it was probably her pregnancy hormones acting up, she leaned back against the door and fought to regain control of her emotions. She lost the battle and wept in silence, hoping her mother-in-law wasn't paying any attention. Eloise kept her head lowered over her foot for a minute or two. Then she abruptly stood and stomped out of the great room. Jillian figured she was returning to the guest room where she could enjoy some peace and quiet, far from her blubbering, hormonal daughter-in-law. However, she stomped back into the room with a box of tissues in hand. She carried them to Jillian and held them out to her.
If you need another box, I know where Dave keeps his supply.
Another box? Jillian wasn't sure how many tears the woman was expecting her to squeeze out. Any normal human being would surely run dry before reaching the bottom of the box.
Come on.
Mrs. Phillips reached for Jillian's shoulders and tugged her farther into the room. Instead of pausing by the sofa, she guided her all the way to the kitchen.
Have a seat.
She pointed at one of the tall, padded bar stools.
I'll brew us some of my favorite tea from Italy. I brought decaf along for you.
It was an unexpectedly kind offer, one that had taken some forethought while packing for her trip. Jillian nodded gratefully, still not trusting her voice, and sank atop the closest stool. She buried her nose and mouth in a wad of tissues and tried to get a grip.
I love him,
she quavered. Not that her mother-in-law had asked for an explanation for her meltdown by the front door.
I gathered that for myself.
Eloise Phillips' voice was dry. She rattled around the kitchen, growing more irritated by the second.
Oh, for pity's sake. My son doesn't own a teapot. A stinking teapot.
Jillian pointed at the lower cabinet drawers to the left of the stove.
He has a few saucepans down there.
Since her mother-in-law didn't seem to be aware of that fact, Jillian could only assume that she and Dave had been eating out at restaurants for the entire first week of her visit. The sight of Dave's pots and pans elicited another string of complaints from his mother.
This is the most pathetic pile of mismatched cookware I've ever laid eyes on. It looks like...
Mrs. Phillips shook her head, looking at a loss for how to adequately describe such a sorry collection.
Like he's been batching it?
Jillian supplied, trying to be helpful. Her mother-in-law snorted.
There's no excuse for this mess.
I have an idea, ma'am.
Jillian summoned her most cheerful voice, which wasn't easy after crying so hard. She was still snuffly and nasally sounding.
We'll make a list of everything we need, then hit the stores in the morning.
Her mother-in-law whirled in her direction.
Let's get one thing straight right off the bat. My friends call me Eloise, not Mrs., not ma'am, not anything else that makes me feel older than I look.
Understood.
Jillian hid a smile. Oddly enough, the borderline scolding had gone a long way to helping her regain control of her emotions.
Good. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
Eloise rustled noisily around the kitchen some more and came up with a pad of paper and a pen. She sauntered back across the room and took a seat on the stool beside Jillian.
It's going to be a very long list. My son doesn't know the first thing about interior decorating.
I'm not sure I'm any better at it.
Though Jillian had spent her fair share of time oohing and ahhing over home remodeling shows, she'd never had the money to splurge on stuff like that. With a grunt of disdain, Eloise uncapped the pen and held it poised over the pad of paper.
It's not humanly possible for you to care less about decorating than my son does. Plus, your natural nesting instincts should be kicking in about now. So start talking.
Her matter-of-fact tone drew a watery smile from Jillian. She gazed around them, trying to picture what it would take to give the sleek, modern lines of the house a more homey feel.
Hand towels.
She rested her elbows on the bar and dropped her chin into her hands.
Red, I think.
They were surrounded by white cabinetry, chrome appliances, and black and white granite countertops. It would give the space a much-needed pop of color.
Good call.
Eloise started writing.
What about rugs? At a minimum, I'm thinking a few runners in the kitchen and an area rug for the great room.
Jillian waved a hand vaguely.
Sounds good to me.
You're going to have to do better than that.
Eloise scowled at her.
What style floats your boat? Traditional, contemporary, abstract?
Jillian gazed around the room again, pondering her words.
I think we need to tone down the contemporary feel of the place. I'm no expert, but it already has enough straight lines and minimalistic lighting. We need to add the proverbial curl to the old pig's tail.
Traditional, it is.
Eloise wrote it down without any further quibbling.
Do you like the look of Persian rugs?
I do.
They'd certainly be a step up from the washable, braided rugs scattered around the apartment she'd been living in on the other side of town. Eloise pursed her lips.
I think it goes without saying that the dark leather furniture in the great room needs to go.
She swung a thumb over her shoulder like she was visualizing pitching it straight into the dumpster. Surely not. Jillian straightened, frowning.
I'd rather not get rid of it just yet,
she said carefully.
Dave loves that furniture. He's always saying how comfortable it is, and...
She bit her lower lip, realizing she was contradicting a woman who owned an upscale Italian villa.
Sorry for getting carried away there. I, just can't imagine a guy my husband's size perched on the edge of some designer, claw-footed...
Eloise Phillips burst out laughing.
Got it.
She didn't sound the least bit offended by her daughter-in-law's strong feelings on the topic.
The cave-like furniture stays. We'll just have to work extra hard to tone down all that dark leather and hardwood flooring with the area rug and wall decor.
And maybe some throw pillows.
Jillian warmed to the topic, thrilled to pieces that she hadn't offended her mother-in-law.
Multiple pairs of them, white and red.
She narrowed her gaze at the outer edges of the room.
We could bring in a few ornamental plants, too. None of that plastic stuff. Real green stems with fat ornamental leaves.
Like bamboo?
Eloise rattled off a few more options.
Ficus, olive, sago palm.
Yes,
Jillian chuckled, not ready to make a final decision tonight.
It really depends on what we find tomorrow. I imagine a lot of that stuff isn't in season yet.
Unless we find a good greenhouse.
Eloise made another note on her pad.
We'll need to shop for some pots and pans for the kitchen.
Jillian mentally worked her way through their most immediate needs, preferring not to fill the house with too much too soon. Though shopping wasn't Dave's favorite pastime, he'd probably want to have some say in at least a few of their purchases.
And a teapot,
her mother-in-law added.
Sturdy stainless steel would be fine with me.
Jillian wasn't into frou-frou colors and designs.
And some basic daily dishes. Nothing too fancy. I like square plates.
Though it might sound silly to a woman with as much overseas polish as Eloise Phillips, Jillian had always dreamed of owning square plates.
White ones. I'd rather dress up the table with linens, chargers, centerpieces, holiday decorations, that sort of thing.
It'll save a bundle to keep things simple.
Her mother-in-law nodded in approval.
As the old saying goes, less is more.
Agreed.
Though they hadn't spent a penny yet, Jillian was already feeling a bit of buyer fatigue.
I think that's a big enough list for one evening. I don't want to bankrupt my husband.
Very funny.
Eloise gave her an amused look. Then she sobered.
Oh, you're serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Jillian blinked at her.
This home must have cost a fortune.
Her mother-in-law shrugged.
He bought it from Gil, who couldn't unload it fast enough after his first wife died. Pretty sure he gave my son the friend discount.
This is premium real estate on the banks of Heart Lake,
Jillian insisted.
No matter the discount, it still cost him an arm and a leg. Goodness only knows what size of mortgage he had to take out on it.
They dated for such a short time before tying the knot that it hadn't occurred to her to ask.
As if.
Her mother-in-law made a scoffing sound.
Dave doesn't believe in mortgages. Trust me, he paid cash for it. His dad was the same way.
She abruptly hopped down from her stool and started fluttering around the kitchen again. There was a rigid set to her shoulders that hadn't been there before.
Thank you,
Jillian said softly.
For what?
Eloise glanced over her shoulder, looking half surprised and half irritated.
for your willingness to come to Heart Lake for our wedding.
When her mother-in-law started to splutter, Jillian held up her hands to shush her.
I can only imagine how hard it was to come back after the tremendous loss you suffered here. If I were in your shoes, I'm not sure I could do it. Ever.
Knowing what it had cost her, though, made her presence in town all the more precious to Jillian.
You're probably right about that.
Eloise's pinched look faded into humor.
The way you carried on about Dave going on a simple business trip.
A simple business trip?
Jillian gaped at her.
He's missing our honeymoon.
Just thinking about it made her eyes brim all over again.
I'll give you that.
Eloise slid the box of tissues closer to her.
It's not just the honeymoon,
Jillian quavered, trying to come up with the right words to make her understand.
It's the fact that we haven't been together for long. We're not some old married couple ready for a break from each other.
You'll never be ready for a break from each other,
Eloise stated in a morose voice.
There's just something about those Phillips men.
Her voice dwindled as she shook her head.
Never enough,
she repeated in a whisper. Jillian slid the tissue box forward a few inches, but Eloise stopped her with a venomous look.
Don't bother. I cried all my tears out a long time ago.
She was lying. They both knew it, but Jillian didn't press the point. Her phone jingled with an incoming text message. She glanced down at it.
It's Dave,
she announced joyfully.
Whoa!
Eloise pretended to shield her eyes with both hands.
You just lit up like a blasted Christmas tree.
Jillian didn't care that her feelings for Dave were riding in plain view on her sleeve.
His plane is about to take off. He says he's hoping the rainstorm headed our way doesn't cause any delays.
She slid off her stool and moved to the window over the kitchen sink to peer up at the sky.
I didn't realize we were even expecting rain.
As if on cue, a streak of lightning zipped past, illuminating a snarl of dark clouds. A rumble of thunder followed in its wake. Jillian's lips moved in a silent prayer for her husband's safety. He should have been home, listening to the gathering storm from the haven of their great room, settled deep in the leather recliner he loved so much.
With me in his arms.
She glanced over her shoulder at the empty piece of furniture, wishing she could walk over there and climb into his lap right this second. Eloise stepped into her line of vision, blocking her view of the empty recliner.
I think I'll turn in now.
Her eyes were suspiciously red-rimmed. A tissue was clenched in her right hand.
See you in the morning,
Jillian said gently. She lifted her phone to type a message back to Dave. Safe travels to my favorite Texan. I love you. His answer arrived only seconds later. I love you more. It was their favorite argument, one that never failed to drag a smile out of her.
You two are so squishy,
her mother-in-law grumbled, turning to leave the room.
Would you like to join me for church in the morning?
Jillian called after her.
No, but I will,
Eloise called back without slowing her steps.
Dave would have a fit if he found out I let you go anywhere alone.
Her voice faded as she disappeared down the hallway. Wow, Jillian stared after her. Inviting her mother-in-law to church had turned out to be much easier than she'd expected. She couldn't wait to tell Dave. In her excitement, she tapped out another message to him on her way to their bedroom. You are not going to believe what your mother just agreed to. She added a few celebration emojis and waited. There was no answer. Too bad. She lowered her phone in disappointment, knowing his silence meant he must have already boarded his flight. She entered the master bedroom and headed straight for the garden tub in the adjoining bathroom. It was sunk into the floor with an ornate railing and mosaic-tiled steps. The luxurious details were downright mind-boggling. It was going to take a while before Jillian stopped feeling like she was staying in a resort. Because of her pregnancy, she was careful not to run the bath water too hot. The baby kicked a few times as she lowered herself into the water. She scrubbed off the sadness and tears and forced her thoughts to happier topics, like the honeymoon she and Dave would be taking next summer. Hawaii was going to be breathtakingly gorgeous in June or July. Maybe August. She and Dave would have to sit down together and research flights again. Jillian reached for her phone, grateful that she'd splurged on a waterproof case, and opened one of her digital books. Since today had been her wedding day, it only made sense to end it with a happily ever after. Though a fictional one wasn't as good as the real thing, it was better than none at all. She was soon immersed in a story about star-crossed lovers. The minutes ticked past, and her bathwater grew cooler. She didn't close her ebook, however, until her cell phone pinged with another incoming message. Knowing it was probably Dave, she hurriedly exited the garden tub and toweled off. She wanted to enjoy their conversation, not remain submerged in the bathwater until her teeth started to chatter. She tossed her cell phone on the bed and bent her head over it to read her husband's latest message while she was dressing. To her horror, it wasn't from Dave after all. It was another demand for the ransom of her unborn child. This time, there was an additional detail, a deadline. It was her baby's due date. Her breathing grew choppy. Then she started to wheeze. "What is happening to me?" She clawed at her throat, trying to gulp more air into her windpipe. Sliding to the floor beside the bed, she sent up a silent prayer. "Please help." It was more of a thought than an actual prayer, because she was too busy fighting not to lose consciousness. As she started to drift, a passage of scriptures swam through her head. She'd been required to memorize them during church camp years ago.
He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust.
She sank against the side of the bed, repeating the verses again and again inside her head. The comfort and hope they contained made her relax in slow degrees. Once she was breathing normally again, or almost normally, she reached for her cell phone and typed out a text message to her husband. He needed to know about the second threat she'd received. Her fingers were trembling so badly that she kept misspelling words. She finally gave up trying to type and dialed him instead. The call went straight to voicemail. Glancing in frustration at the time on her phone, she realized he must still be in the air. Since nobody was there to impress with her new white lacy nightgown, she dressed in her favorite fuzzy pink PJs and climbed into bed. Huddling beneath the covers, she drearily watched the time tick past on the clock on the nightstand. It was about as exciting as watching paint dry, but she was too upset to go back to reading the ebook on her phone. Every cell in her body longed to speak to her husband and receive the assurance that the latest text message from the prophet was yet another prank. Unless it wasn't. Her heart pounded with a fresh wave of dread, which she fought to tamp down by calling Dave again. There was still no answer. She waited another 5 minutes before hitting the redial button. It went straight to voicemail. The same thing happened 10 minutes later and 30 minutes after that. Something is wrong. Climbing out of bed, Jillian stared in growing alarm at the time displayed on her cell phone. It was past 10 o'clock. Dave's plane should have landed by now. He should have read her text messages and responded already. Or called. She tried dialing him yet again. Still no answer. Moving to their massive walk-in closet, which was roughly half the size of her last apartment, she retrieved her purse. He'd printed out a copy of his flight itinerary before he'd left, and she'd folded it inside her purse. Returning to the bed with her purse, she pulled the itinerary out and smoothed it open to read the charter plane's tail number, which she subsequently typed into an online flight status checker. Pushing the submit button, she waited for the rotating circle to clear off the screen. The status of her husband's flight popped up. It wasn't what she'd been expecting. Rerouted due to mechanical issues. Did that mean he hadn't made it to Dallas after all? If so, where was he? Jillian did an online search and found a brief report about flights being diverted to other airports because of the rainstorm in their area. She dialed Dave again, knowing he would eventually have to land somewhere. There was still no answer. It was with a sick feeling that she mentally replayed her last conversation with him. The Cliff Notes version of it. If you need anything, call me. If you can't reach me, call Gil. If you can't reach Gil, call Lonestar Security. She scrolled through her address book to locate Gil's number. It wasn't until it started ringing that it occurred to her he was likely already in bed. She probably should have waited to call him in the morning. He picked up on the second ring, making her jolt in surprise, since she'd already accepted the fact that it would roll to voicemail.
Everything okay, Jillian?
I'm sorry for calling so late.
She spoke through numb lips.
What's up?
There was no hesitation in his response. Despite the late hour, he was wide awake and ready to listen.
I can't reach Dave.
She swallowed her embarrassment, hoping she wasn't coming across as a woman incapable of standing on her own feet emotionally.
He should have landed by now, and...
You're right. He should have.
Gil cut in before she could elaborate on the rain delays sweeping across the state.
Let me try his number.
He put her on hold. In the ensuing silence, the seconds ticked by with painful slowness. Then he was back.
It went straight to voicemail.
Something's wrong, Gil.
Jillian's gut was waving 1,000 red flags.
An hour ago, his flight status was listed as rerouted for mechanical issues, and there hasn't been a single update.
Gil grunted.
If you'll give me his flight number, I'll see what I can find out.
She read it off the copy of his itinerary and kept talking.
I know it's getting late, but he's going to want to hear about the second threat I received.
What did you say?
Gil barked out the question.
I received another ransom demand.
She spoke between clenched teeth to keep them from chattering.
This one came with a deadline. My baby's due date, no less.
It was unnerving to know that whoever had sent the message knew the exact day her baby was supposed to make his or her entrance into the world.
Where are you?
Gil's voice was low and terse.
At home.
What room specifically?
In our bedroom. Why?
I want you to walk to your closet and step up to the big dressing mirror on the back wall. Hidden in the iron scrollwork on the right side of the frame is a button. It looks like an unopened rosebud, but it's a button. Push it, and it'll open Dave's safe room. Wait there until I can get a security detail over to your place.
All the doors in the house are locked, Gil. I checked.
Just humor me, please.
What about my mother-in-law?
Her thoughts raced anxiously. If they were in any danger inside the house, her mother-in-law was equally vulnerable.
She's still there, eh?
He sounded surprised.
Figured she'd be long gone from Heart Lake by now.
She stayed to go furniture shopping with me tomorrow.
Jillian gulped.
After church.
Eloise Phillips is going to church?
Gil's voice rose in disbelief.
Not because she wants to.
She'd made that clear enough.
She said something about Dave having her hide if she let me go anywhere alone. I'm not really sure what she meant by that, since I'm more than capable of driving myself.
It means you're very important to him, and he's not taking any chances with your safety.
Gil's voice was earnest.
Until he figures out if this prophet fellow poses a genuine threat to you and the baby, he's going to treat it like a real threat.
He paused a beat.
And so am I.
In that case...
Jillian jogged barefoot into the hallway.
I'll wake up Eloise and take her to the safe room with me.
Perfect.
Gil described how to lock the steel door behind them once they were inside the safe room.
Don't worry. I have a key to your home. I'll let the security team in and have them sweep the premises. Don't leave the safe room until I tell you it's clear. Got it?
Got it.
Jillian pressed a hand to her heart as she disconnected the call.
Eloise?
She called her mother-in-law's name as she made her way across the great room.
Eloise, can you hear me?
She made plenty of noise in the hallway, not wanting to sneak up on the woman and catch her by surprise.
What in the world is going on out here?
The door to the guest room flew open, and Eloise popped her head around the doorframe. She had on a pink face mask with cucumber slices balanced against her eyelids.
I'll explain everything in a minute. Right now, I need you to come with me.
Jillian moved forward to clasp her hands beneath her mother-in-law's elbows, guiding her further into the hallway.
Oh, goody! A surprise! I love surprises.
Eloise clapped her hands energetically.
Especially in the middle of the night.
Despite her sarcasm, she didn't put up any resistance while Jillian led her to the massive master bedroom closet.
This is taking a while,
she muttered while Jillian felt around the mirror to locate the hidden button.
Almost there.
Jillian watched in amazement as the door to the safe room swung open. Beyond the thick wall of steel was a square room roughly 10 feet wide by 10 feet long. Flipping on the light switch to her right, she discovered it was a surprisingly clean and well-furnished space. A gun cabinet stood against the far wall. The room also contained a desk, a pair of leather recliners, and a tiny closet that turned out to be a bathroom.
You can open your eyes now.
Jillian shut the door behind them and carefully locked it like Gil had instructed her to. Eloise peeled off one of the cucumber slices and cracked open an eyelid.
Where are we?
In the safe room.
Why?
Her mother-in-law peeled off the other cucumber slice.
Because I received a second threat, and I couldn't reach Dave, so I called Gil.
Jillian paused to fill her lungs, which felt like they were caving in on her again. Eloise tossed the cucumber slices on the desk.
Stop talking and breathe,
she commanded, stepping in front of Jillian.
In and out. In and out. Like this.
She demonstrated what she meant.
Slower,
she coaxed when Jillian joined in.
We're safe in here. No races to run, no deadlines to meet. Just breathe, honey.
Jillian nodded, gasping her way through her first few attempts. With her mother-in-law's steady instructions, however, it was easier to regain control this time around.
I don't know what's going on,
she moaned.
That's the second time today I've lost my breath like that.
It's called a panic attack,
Eloise informed her dryly.
Are you serious?
Jillian had heard of them, but she'd never experienced one before.
Here.
Her mother-in-law nudged her backward into the nearest recliner.
Take a load off. It's been a long day.
Like one big, never-ending roller coaster.
Jillian sank into the chair, rubbing a hand across the side of her belly to ease a cramp.
I've never been happier in my life. Or more scared.
She wasn't a big fan of roller coasters.
Apparently, Dave's flight ran into some bad weather.
She shared everything she knew about it. Alarm flickered in her mother-in-law's gaze, but she lifted her chin.
Dave will call you as soon as he can. I think this is one of those situations where no news is good news.
She was clearly trying to make Jillian feel better, but it wasn't working. Gil called back a few minutes later. She put him on speakerphone so her mother-in-law could hear what he had to say.
I have some good news and some bad news. What do you want to hear first?
The good news.
Jillian stifled a yawn. Though she was dying to hear from Dave, she could barely keep her eyes open.
The house is clear. No intruders. Lonestar Security is going to patrol the outside perimeter for the rest of the night.
How much will that cost?
Jillian failed to stifle her next yawn.
Nothing since I volunteered, and I'm off the clock.
Gil,
she protested.
You can't.
I can and I will,
he interrupted.
It's not up for debate. Dave would do the same for Bliss if our situations were reversed.
Speaking of Dave,
she sighed wistfully.
That's the bad part of my news.
His voice was grim.
We found a sealed envelope sitting on the rug outside your front door. It has Dave's name glued to it in letters that look like they were torn out of a magazine.
Did you open it?
She asked quickly.
We did. It contained another ransom request.
For the baby?
No. This one is for Dave.
A terrified sob escaped her. She clapped a hand over her mouth to muffle it. Eloise came out of her chair.
What do they want, Gil?
$1 million by midnight if we ever want to see him again. No location for the handoff.
A keening wail burst from Jillian as she glanced at the time on her phone. A mere 35 minutes remained before the deadline.
The police are running it through some forensic tests as we speak,
he continued.
Their initial assessment is that it's just another prank. More handiwork of the infamous prophet.
Unfortunately, Dave wasn't in the room to verify that claim with his presence. Jillian fought to recover her voice.
Have there been any updates to my husband's flight?
Yes and no. As you are already aware, his charter flight was rerouted due to the storm. After that, the plane experienced some mechanical issues. Now air traffic control is claiming they've lost track of his flight.
You mean he's missing?
Jillian leaned closer to the phone, gasping for air again.
Breathe,
Eloise commanded as she snatched up the phone.
In case you've forgotten, Sheriff, my daughter-in-law is very pregnant with my first grandchild. She doesn't need any more stress in her life. So you need to have better news the next time you call.
Eloise, you know I won't rest until I can give you better news.
Gil sounded adamant.
In the meantime, a member of Lonestar Security will escort you every time you leave the house, even if you or Jillian are just stretching your legs in the driveway. You read me?
Loud and clear, Sheriff.
Looking pleased with their exchange, Eloise hung up the phone and handed it back to Jillian.
It's bedtime for you, little mama.
She helped unlock the safe room and led Jillian to the too big king-sized bed.
In you go. I know you're anxious for news about Dave. So am I. But there's no law against getting horizontal and shutting our eyes while we wait. Gil will let us know the second he has an update.
Thank you.
Jillian rolled to her side as Eloise pulled the blankets up to her shoulders. She kept her cell phone clutched in front of her face until the midnight deadline for Dave's ransom came and went. At some point, she must have dozed off. She woke in the middle of the night and tried to call Dave again. Like it had every other time, her call rolled to voicemail.
Where are you, sweetheart?
She whispered the words into the dark room, not expecting any answer. She didn't receive one. Her spirits sank to a new low. She'd been married less than a day, postponed her honeymoon, and now her husband was missing. To make matters worse, if there was any truth to the latest message from the prophet, she was never going to see him again. Fear burgeoned inside her, making it impossible to go back to sleep. Chapter 4. Under Fire. 5 hours earlier.
Nice.
Gil gave a long, low whistle as he drove Dave out to the runway of the newest private airstrip in Heart Lake. It was only a couple of years old and mostly used by the agriculture pilots contracted to spray the crops on the surrounding farms. The sleek turboprop airplane idling on the tarmac tonight, however, was no crop duster.
Its white paint gleamed in the moonlight for a moment before being plunged into the shadows of the snarling clouds overhead. A rainstorm was rolling in. The dropping mid-January temperatures could easily turn it into slush and snow.
Dave wouldn't be surprised if the weather delayed his takeoff. If the Lord was smiling big enough on him, it might even cancel his flight out of town this evening. It certainly wouldn't break his heart to return home to Jillian for the wedding night they'd been cheated out of. Thunder rumbled as he stepped out of Gil's new silver Land Rover. He opened the passenger door on the right and reached for his suitcase. Gil glanced over his shoulder.
Listen, there's something I'd like to tell you before you leave.
He looked so serious that Dave braced himself for more bad news.
Never thought I'd be in this position.
Gil lifted his Stetson to run a hand through his longish auburn hair. Despite the number of years they'd spent on the football field together, followed by 3 decades in law enforcement, this was the first time Dave had ever seen his best friend look downright vulnerable. It wasn't a look he enjoyed seeing on him.
Dude, spit it out. I have a flight to catch.
He also had a criminal to track down, and he needed to know Gil was going to have his back like he always did.
Bless is expecting twins.
Gil blurted, without any further preamble. Dave's jaw dropped.
Twins.
He repeated slowly.
As in 2 babies instead of 1?
1 girl and 1 boy.
Gil sounded short of breath, like he'd been running the last few miles instead of driving. Good gravy. Dave hardly knew what to say.
How?
Gil burst out laughing, making Dave turn red.
I'm not asking for a birds and bees lesson, you moron.
I know.
Gil sobered.
Apparently, the risks of multiple births is higher at Bliss's age. The doc told us earlier today that it could have been triplets or quadruplets.
Dave choked and had to cough to catch his breath.
Like a blasted litter of puppies, eh?
It had never entered his mind to ask if Jillian was expecting more than one baby. As badly as he suddenly wanted to call and ask her, it was probably best if he waited until he returned home. It felt like a conversation that would be better to have face to face.
Something like that.
Gil ran a hand through his hair again before clapping his hat back on his head.
Just needed to get that off my chest before you left town. We haven't told anyone else yet.
Ignoring the first raindrops pattering down intermittently, Dave rolled his suitcase around to Gil's door and rapped on the window with his knuckles. Gil rolled it down. Dave gave him a fist bump.
Let me be the first to congratulate you, you stud, you.
Gil rolled his eyes.
Just don't.
My dad.
Dave held in a snicker.
I meant stallion.
I said don't.
Gil started to roll up his window. Dave gave an innocent shrug.
Would you prefer steed?
Gil revved the motor of his Land Rover ominously.
If you're finished making light of my new dad terror, the doc also read us the Santa-sized list of risks involved in a multiple birth pregnancy.
Man, Gil.
Dave's smile vanished as it dawned on him that the fearless retired sheriff of Heart Lake was craving a rare ounce or two of reassurance.
I hear you. I do.
He dug deep into his faith, trying to come up with the right words.
But there's no way God would have allowed two guys in their 50s to meet the loves of their lives, only to turn his back on us when things got tough. I have to believe he's going to see us all the way through to the delivery room.
Little did he realize it was a statement he'd be repeating to himself again and again in the coming days. Gil nodded as he absorbed his words.
You're right.
He raised the brim of his Stetson to wipe his sleeve across his forehead.
A few months from now, I'm going to be the father of twins. 2 perfectly healthy gifts from above.
He sounded so winded that Dave reached through the window to grip his shoulder.
It's going to be all right. Anything you and Bliss need, I've got your back, man. Me and Jillian both.
I know you do. Thanks.
Gil straightened the brim of his hat.
Anytime.
Dave lowered his hand to his side as he bent closer to the window.
Did you get any takers at Lonestar to patrol our corner of the neighborhood?
He was waiting to tell Jillian about it after he received confirmation when the patrols would begin. He hoped it would make her feel safer while he was out of town.
Yep, a guy by the name of Gage Hefner said he'd be glad to do it.
Gil drummed his fingers on the steering wheel while he gave Dave the lowdown on him.
He's one of Lonestar Security's newest recruits, an Army Ranger with combat experience. He and I are going to tag team the job.
You?
Dave was surprised to hear it. He'd figured a simple patrol gig would be passed off to someone with lesser experience.
Yeah, me.
Gil glared indignantly at him.
It's Jillian we're talking about.
And that's why we're still best friends after all these years. The relief flooding Dave's chest made him want to kneel down and kiss the ground.
I don't know how to thank you.
Gil snorted.
I just finished telling you that you're about to become the godfather of twins. Every time you babysit, that means twice the number of diapers, twice the number of...
I don't remember signing up to babysit.
Dave pretended to be indignant. Gil shook his head.
You are not backing out on me now, bro. Just think of it as more parenting practice.
You wheedled.
Between my kids and yours, you'll become an expert dad and nothing flat.
The truth was that the two of them couldn't wait to become dads. Dirty diapers and sloppy kisses included, which felt like the biggest miracle of all. They grinned like idiots at each other. Dave finally shook his head.
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the fact that we're both married with babies on the way. Us. At our age.
Gil curled his upper lip at him.
Speak for yourself, old man. I've never felt better.
Dave backed away from the door with his hands up.
My apologies. I forgot I was speaking to the stallion of Heart Lake.
Gil rolled up his window, still grinning, and popped his horn a few times as he drove away. The rain pelted down harder as Dave rolled his suitcase to the door of the turboprop plane. As he drew closer, He could make out red and blue stripes running down the sides of it. It had propellers jutting out from the front of both wings. The cabin lights were on, so he had no trouble seeing the pilot lean closer to the window and wave a two-fingered welcome at him. Dave waved back and waited for the steps to descend. His overcoat was damp by the time he entered the cabin. It was an 8-seater with upscale executive accommodations. The cream leather seats were oversized, with the whole gamut of outlets for cell phone chargers, headsets, and other e-devices.
Sorry about the weather, sir.
A steward relieved him of his carry-on and placed it in the storage compartment. His sandy hair was pulled back in a man bun. He was thin to the point of gaunt, with a sprinkling of freckles across the backs of his hands. Diamonds glinted from the cufflinks at the wrists of his pale blue dress shirt. Real ones. Dave's latest client was sending him into the skies in style.
It's all right.
He shrugged out of his overcoat and handed it to the man.
Farmers need the rain.
Even in January. There were a ton of farmers in town operating greenhouses and producing crops year-round. A jarring clap of thunder drew a frown from the only other passenger to Dave's right. He neither looked up at Dave nor made any sign that he'd noticed his entrance. Dave took the seat closest to the door, facing the guy. He didn't mind being in the air for a couple of hours with a fellow passenger who happened to be a man of few words. He would get a lot more reading in, and maybe a little shut-eye. His guess was the guy was a federal air marshal. The black dress shirt he was wearing didn't hide the fact that he was wearing a bulletproof vest underneath it. Plus, he was openly carrying a pair of weapons in a holster around the waist of his dress slacks. Like Dave, he had a receding hairline. Unlike Dave, he wasn't wearing his hair shaved to hide that fact. Though they were probably around the same age, the man had more lines creasing the corners of his eyes, more bags beneath them. There was a hard, shuttered cast to his gaze that told Dave he'd seen recent action. The bullet-flying kind. His gut told him it hadn't ended well for the other guy. As Dave settled into his seat and clasped his seatbelt, he experienced the prickly sensation that the marshal was watching him from his peripheral vision. While the pilot went through his pre-flight checks and the steward was rattling around the beverage bar, Dave made an effort to catch the guy's eye. Sometimes, the best way to break an awkward encounter was to make eye contact and exchange greetings. However, the man continued to stare out the window. An awkward flight it will be, then. Dave finally gave up trying to be sociable. As the plane rolled to the beginning of the runway and waited for the clearance to take off, he pulled out his cell phone and opened the digital copy of Jillian's paperwork from the surrogacy clinic. The plane started moving again almost immediately, quickly picking up speed and ascending into the air. It canted right, circled around, and headed in a northeasterly direction. During the plane's climb to its cruising altitude, they passed through several pockets of turbulence.
Good evening, folks.
The pilot's voice blared across the speaker system, warning his 2 passengers and single crew member that it was going to be a bumpy flight.
I'm going to climb a little higher to see if we can find smoother sailing up there. As soon as our steward can serve beverages without giving you an unwanted shower or taking an unplanned seat in your lap, he'll take your orders.
Dave's lips twitched at the pilot's attempt at humor.
Thank you for your patience with the weather,
he concluded.
And thank you for entrusting your flight to Eagle Charters.
He switched off his microphone and flew the plane a few thousand feet higher. Unfortunately, the air up there proved to be equally turbulent. Wondering why the pilot didn't have a co-pilot assisting him, Dave returned his attention to the agreement Jillian had made with the surrogacy firm in Dallas. It didn't take long to read through it, which was mildly concerning. He'd been expecting more long-winded legalese, point after nauseating point designed to cover the clinic's potential liabilities from A to Z at least 3 times over. Instead, he found himself reading a surprisingly truncated document. The final addendum to the contract stated that the firm's client had chosen to exercise the exit clause of their traditional surrogacy agreement. No reason was given. The payments made to Jillian as the biological mother of the child were hers to keep in full. The document went on to state there were no further paternity rights or financial obligations on the part of the surrogacy firm's client toward her, and she had no legal grounds to demand or receive further compensation for the services she'd rendered. The contract had essentially reverted to a donor agreement, one in which the donor had paid an exorbitant amount of money to impregnate a woman with a child he no longer wanted. It was complete hogwash, in Dave's opinion. From what he knew about surrogacy laws in Texas, Jillian most definitely had legal grounds to request further compensation. If she wanted to, she could sue the donor for child support. Assuming she won her case, the donor might convince the court he was due visitation rights in return. It was a murky legal situation at best. He decided on the spot to consult an experienced reproductive lawyer at the soonest opportunity to review the document in his hands. Not that Jillian and I need one more thing to worry about right now. Tension radiated through his shoulder blades, tightening the muscles there into knots. Another pocket of turbulence shook the small airplane, making it bounce like a basketball across the sky. At one point, the aircraft was so buffeted by the wind that it was flying nearly on its side. As Dave gripped the arms of his seat, he wondered again why there wasn't a co-pilot present. Lord, please direct the eyes and hands of our solo pilot. Way down deep, he didn't feel any major alarm. As a man of faith, he was a firm believer he wouldn't leave this earth until it was his time. And tonight didn't feel like his time. Not a mere few hours after marrying Jillian. Not on his way to begin working a new case. All available evidence suggested that God still had a plan for his life. The skinny steward made a gagging sound, making Dave's sympathy kick in. He sounded motion sick, and anyone in the air this evening who was prone to motion sickness was in real trouble. The pilot's voice crackled over the speakers again. He informed them they were experiencing some sort of mechanical issue in the cockpit that made no sense to Dave.
We're being rerouted to the nearest airport, where we'll make a short stop for servicing.
Since Dave didn't recognize the name of the airport, he assumed it was small and private, like the one they'd departed from in Heart Lake. Though he didn't relish a delay in reaching Dallas, he appreciated the fact that the pilot was doing everything he could to get them there in one piece. He felt the plane start its descent. A few short minutes later, the wheels touched down on the pavement with the mildest of bumps. Dave drew in a deep breath. Though turbulence didn't normally bother him, he was mighty glad to be back on the ground. Rain sheeted down against the windows, and a blast of wind nearly blew them off the runway. He expected they would remain grounded until the storm passed. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled as they coasted to a stop. He peered out the window, but couldn't see much through the rain. There were no outlines of buildings, no lit-up skyline in the distance. Only when he heard the clicking sound of a gun being cocked did he return his attention to what was happening inside the cabin. To his astonishment, the skinny steward and the unsociable passenger were pointing guns at him. Dave slowly raised his hands, palms facing out.
Y'all want to tell me what's going on?
Nothing good, that's for sure. His mind raced over the possibilities and quickly discarded the idea of a robbery. He never traveled with much cash, and anyone attempting to swipe his credit card for out-of-the-ordinary transactions would soon find themselves holding a frozen card. Nope. This was something else. Considering the number of criminals he'd helped put behind bars, his best guess was that someone was seeking revenge.
Your flight's been diverted, buddy.
The beefy fellow in the black shirt motioned with the butt of his pistol for Dave to stand. His patronizing tone made something inside of Dave snap. Buddy? What kind of moron held a person at gunpoint and called them buddy? It was an insult on top of injury. Forthcoming injuries in his case, since the bullets had yet to start flying in his direction. As he unclasped his seatbelt, he cast a furtive look at the exit door to his left. The pilot was opening it and lowering the stairs to the ground. As best as Dave could tell, the guy wasn't armed like his two associates were. Either that, or he was too busy getting ready to disembark to pull out his gun yet.
Don't try anything stupid,
the skinny steward warned.
Just do as we say, and this will all be over soon.
I bet it will. The picture of his bullet-ridden carcass in a ditch briefly flashed across Dave's mind. On the upside, The two men didn't seem to have any interest in shooting him inside the plane, probably due to how messy forensic evidence was to clean up. Whatever they had planned for him would be taking place after they exited the aircraft, which meant his best chance of survival was regaining control of the situation before leaving it.
Oh, come on,
he cajoled, stalling for time as he mentally assessed the distance between him and the two men.
What kind of charter service are you running here? You didn't offer me a pillow or a blanket. I didn't even get my beverage and peanuts. Talk about cheap.
His words were initially met with stony silence. Then the skinny steward broke into a chuckle that held a note of hysteria.
Sorry about that. It was too turbulent to...
Shut up,
his companion barked. He gestured at Dave again with his weapon.
Turn around and start walking.
Sure thing, buddy.
Dave infused an extra dose of snideness into his retort as he stood and slowly spun around.
Where are we going?
He kept his head averted as long as possible to watch his would-be assailants from the corner of his eye. He saw the beefy fellow hand over a burlap sack to the steward, presumably to place over Dave's head. You can't be serious. Did they honestly expect him to stand there meekly while they acted out some mobster movie fantasy? He was so angry that he snarled,
You'd better throw in a steak dinner or something when we get to wherever we're going. Otherwise...
The rest of his blustering became muffled when the skinny fellow made a fumbling attempt to pull the burlap sack over his head. He pretended to gasp and flounder for a second or two, just long enough to play up the drama of the moment and make the thugs behind him feel like they had the upper hand. Then he made his move. He pivoted and crouched into one of his old football stances, then charged. Back in high school, he'd been nicknamed the D-Dave Invasion in honor of his legendary tackles. A classmate on the school newspaper staff had coined the phrase, claiming it reminded him of the D-Day invasion tactics on Normandy Beach in France. A frontal attack with no mercy and no retreat. Dave plowed through the skinny steward, knocking him over like a bowling pin. He must have stepped on one of the guy's arms because he started screaming that Dave had broken it. He continued forward, shoving the beefy guy's gun hand into the air as he body slammed him. The gun went off as they flew through the air together and crashed to the aisle. Growling like an animal, Dave headbutted the man to further stun him and delivered a few punches for good measure.
Should have worn a helmet, buddy.
Man, but the term buddy rubbed him every which way but the right way. He spun around and discovered the screaming steward scrambling to pick up the gun he'd dropped. Dave kicked it out of reach and kneed him in the temple on his way to the door. The steward slumped back to the floor, blubbering faintly. Dave kicked the handle off the storage bin and yanked out his carry-on. He probably should have left it behind, but he was too mad to think straight. Adrenaline was pumping through his blood, making the veins in his neck throb.
He stomped to the doorway of the plane and found himself facing the pilot, who was holding yet another gun.
Can't catch a break tonight. Even so, Dave almost felt sorry for the guy. He was shivering uncontrollably in the icy rain. There was no way he could shoot straight while shaking that badly. However, now wasn't the time to test out that theory. Better to play it safe and stay on the offense. Dave leaped over the stair railing, using his suitcase as a shield, while slinging it forward with all of his might. The pilot's gun went off while the suitcase was sailing in his direction. The suitcase caught him in the chest as Dave's feet hit the ground, knocking the pilot backward. He remained where he fell, writhing and panting. Dave didn't hang around to assess the situation. He took off running in a zigzag motion to make himself a hard target. The tarmac was slick with freezing rain, making him slip a few times, but he righted himself and kept running. As he put distance between him and the idling turboprop plane, he heard the crack of gunfire. Once, twice, 3 times. He had no way of knowing if one or all 3 of the goons behind him were shooting at him. From the dim glow of the moon, he determined he was running on a single-lane airstrip. It appeared to be in the middle of nowhere. Trees lined both sides of it. Out of the sheer will to survive, he veered off into the trees to his right. He was immediately plunged into darkness, forcing him to slow his pace. Men's voices shouted in the distance, but they didn't sound like they were getting any closer. Regardless, Dave wasn't taking any chances. He trudged deeper into the forest. As he plodded one foot in front of the other, his right shoulder started stinging. The pain swiftly grew more intense. The next time he passed through a shaft of moonlight, he gave his aching shoulder a cursory glance. A dark trail of blood ran down the white fabric of his dress shirt. Bummer. He hadn't realized he'd been shot. He was going to have to stop and take a look at it soon. He also needed to find shelter. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the icy rain had just about soaked him to the skin. Since there were no buildings in sight, he had no choice but to keep moving. He wouldn't last long in these temperatures if he stopped. The cold wetness felt like it was trying to sink through his bones. Numbness crept up his arms and legs. He fought it by increasing his pace. If he lost consciousness, it was over. The trees grew abruptly thinner. Hoping he was getting closer to civilization, he forced himself to increase his pace again. A few minutes later, he caught sight of a glow in the distance. The glow became brighter as he drew closer to it. He stumbled out of the tree line and found himself facing a truck stop and service station. Neon signs advertised that it housed a trio of fast food restaurants. Feeling a burst of renewed energy, he broke into a jog and was soon pushing his way through the double-glass entrance doors. The sudden blast of fluorescent lighting made him wince. A lone clerk glanced over the counter at him and grimaced at his appearance.
"There's no wait for the shower, sir. It'll cost—"
Dave silenced him by digging in his pocket and producing a few soaked dollar bills.
"Sorry about the mess,"
he muttered.
"Got stranded in the rainstorm."
"It's just water. It'll clean up."
The clerk was an elderly gentleman with a scruffy white beard that reminded Dave of a scraggly Santa. After ringing up his purchase, the man slid the receipt across the counter to him.
"Stall number 1 is all yours, sir."
"Thanks."
Dave picked up the receipt, instantly dampening the end of it with his wet fingers.
"Mind if I ask exactly where I hiked to?"
The older man chuckled.
"You made it to Smiley's truck stop, about 10 miles down the road from the last service station. Probably felt more like 100 miles in this weather. I reckon you broke down somewhere in the middle?"
"Good guess."
Dave gave a rusty chuckle, trying to sound nonchalant.
"Was worried I might have walked all the way to Mexico."
"Nope, you're still in Dallas."
Dallas? So much for the rogue pilot's claim about rerouting their flight. Dave swung away from the counter in disgust. The clerk's kind-hearted gaze landed on his injured arm as he lurched in the direction of the shower stalls.
"You're hurt."
He reached for the store phone.
"I'd be glad to call an ambulance for you."
"Nah, it's just a scratch, but thanks."
Dave hobbled down the aisle between rows of candy and other junk food, still unable to open his eyes all the way beneath the blast of lights. Reaching the shower in stall 1, he shut himself inside and locked the door. Someone had just tried to shoot him. Well, 3 someones, and he had no idea if and when they might return to finish the job. He gritted his teeth against the pain as he unbuttoned his sodden dress shirt and peeled it off. His movements caused a fresh trickle of blood to run down his biceps. On the upside, he couldn't locate a bullet hole. He'd been grazed, nothing more. His shoulders slumped in relief. He was fortunate. Very fortunate. Before he spiraled into hypothermia, he tugged off the rest of his soggy clothing and turned on the shower. He stepped beneath the warm spray, grateful to be thawing out again. Afterward, he kept the water on to keep the room warm while he dialed the one man in the world he'd always been able to trust. As a precaution, he dialed his work number instead of his personal cell phone. Gil picked up in the middle of the first ring.
"Dave?"
His voice grated hoarsely across the line.
"It's me, man."
Dave slicked a hand over his wet head.
"Where are you?"
His best friend demanded.
"Dallas, despite an interesting detour."
The most harrowing detour of his life.
"Glad to hear it."
Gil sounded close to weeping from relief.
"Your flight status has been listed as rerouted for hours. Naturally, Jillian has been frantic. Have you called her yet?"
Afraid I'm gonna need you to do that for me.
Dave had no way of knowing if anyone was currently tracking his calls or movements, and the last thing he wanted to do was lead his enemies back to his wife.
So, about that detour. It was an ambush.
He quickly described the weather leading up to the hasty landing of his charter flight and the ensuing holdup at gunpoint that he'd miraculously escaped from.
I'm starting to get the impression that someone doesn't want me taking that case here in Dallas.
Sounds like it.
Gil's voice vibrated with suppressed anger.
I take it you haven't called the police yet?
It's on my to-do list. At the moment, I'm in a shower stall at a truck stop, washing off blood and staving off hypothermia.
Gil snorted out a laugh.
Thanks for that mental picture.
You're welcome.
Despite his pain and exhaustion, Dave couldn't hold back a grin.
Just so you know,
Gil sounded cautious.
Jillian received another ransom request this evening.
Dave's exhaustion fled.
Anything different from the last one?
Yep. It had a deadline. Her baby's due date.
Unbelievable.
Rage flooded Dave's chest.
When I get to the bottom of who's behind this...
Gil kept talking over him.
A third ransom request was delivered in a sealed envelope to your doorstep.
What?
Dave's voice rose nearly to a shout.
This one was for you.
Me?
A demand for $1 million if we ever want to see you again.
Please tell me you're kidding.
Wish I was.
Gil sighed.
Is Jillian, how is she?
Dave couldn't bear the thought of what she must be going through right now.
She's hanging in there. She'll be better after she hears you're safe.
Safe? Dave was alive, but he was in no way convinced that he was safe. But first things first.
Any chance your new hotshot friends at Lonestar Security could help rustle me up a change of dry clothes?
In Dallas?
Gil pretended to be aghast.
Just kidding. We'll have friends on their way shortly. 30 minutes tops.
By friends, he was referring to a pair of plainclothes detectives from the Dallas Police Department and 2 paramedics in an ambulance. They provided him with a pair of black running pants that were a little too snug and a hoodie that both he and Jillian could have fit inside of at the same time.
Sorry.
The tallest detective, who'd introduced himself as Detective Miller, shrugged.
It's the best we could come up with from our lost and found bin.
They also provided him with a pair of dry socks that gave him a layer of protection against his damp boots. While he endured an unwanted medical exam in the back of the ambulance, he gave his official statement to the police. It took some careful wheedling on his part to get them to admit that the turboprop plane he'd been flying in had been hijacked. Dave scowled in contemplation.
What happened to the original pilots and crew?
He didn't recall seeing anyone else on the plane other than the 3 men who'd held him at gunpoint. Detective Miller exchanged a grim look with his partner.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Within the hour, they had a search party scouring the remote airstrip Dave had described to them. They found his sodden suitcase. However, he wasn't the least bit surprised to hear that the turboprop plane was no longer there. They did, however, find a shell casing located roughly in the same spot the pilot had been standing when he'd shot at Dave. After a wider search, the bullet was located. It had become lodged in mud at the base of a tree. There were trace amounts of Dave's blood on it, but no fingerprints. Essentially, it was a dead end. It was the next day before Dave could get his hands on a burner phone. After checking into his hotel, the first call he placed on it was to his wife.
Dave?
Though Jillian's voice was choked with emotion, it reached his ears like a welcome caress.
Is it really you? Please tell me it's you. Gil said you might call on a number I didn't recognize, and...
It's me, babe.
He cradled the phone against his shoulder, aching to have her back in his arms. Moving to the window, he peeked out at the parking lot from behind the curtains. Nothing suspicious caught his attention among the slow-moving cars 5 stories below his window.
I've never been so scared in all my life,
she confessed breathlessly.
The thought of never seeing you again.
You will,
he assured firmly.
I'll be home as soon as I can.
He wished he could give her a more specific time frame.
I can't wait.
She sobbed out the words.
I'm so glad you made it to Dallas safely.
Me too.
He didn't tell her about getting grazed by a bullet. It was something he'd sworn Gil to secrecy on. Jillian had been through enough. Right now, the only thing he wanted her to focus on was carrying a healthy baby to full term.
I love you.
He hadn't realized it was possible to miss another person this much. He craved her presence right now. Her touch. The way she always made him feel when they were together.
I love you too, sweetheart.
Her voice grew dreamy.
Miss you like crazy.
The feeling's mutual, babe.
He let out a gusty sigh of self-pity over the number of miles currently separating them.
So, I read through that paperwork you signed with the surrogacy firm.
She drew a tremulous breath.
When did you find the time for that?
En route to Dallas.
He omitted the part about how turbulent his flight had gotten.
Bottom line is this. There's smoke screening you with the paperwork. Since you're the biological mother, it's within your right to sue the donor for child support.
She fell silent.
Did you hear me, Jills?
She started speaking again in a rush.
Is that what you want, Dave? Child support?
Her voice rose incredulously.
Honestly? I'd rather not risk having them countersue you for visitation privileges.
She made a whimpering sound of protest.
They could do that?
In exchange for child support? Yes. Whether visitation privileges would be granted is another story.
That's something I'd rather not risk either.
She sounded adamant.
I'm good with whatever you decide. I just wanted you to know your options since the surrogacy firm hasn't been straight with you.
Dave didn't like the fact that they'd provided no reason for the donor backing out of the agreement. Had they done it under duress? Were there any extenuating circumstances? He wasn't a fan of legal loopholes. Loopholes could come back to bite a person.
I'd much rather return to work and earn my own income,
Jillian continued in the same fervent voice.
That's not what this is about.
Getting her to return to work was the last thing Dave had been trying to bring up. He couldn't have cared less if she ever earned another penny. He made more than enough to provide for their family.
I know, but I fully intend to pull my weight in our marriage, Dave.
She sounded anxious.
I've never doubted it.
He should have put more thought into the topic before bringing it up. He hadn't meant to upset her or make her feel inadequate.
I'd like to talk more about this when you get home.
Her voice grew pleading.
I, have some ideas about what I'd like to do with the rest of my life.
Like loving me and helping me raise a kid?
He teased, though he knew she was referring to her professional endeavors. Knowing her, her ideas would be good ones.
Those two items are at the tippy top of my list,
she assured softly.
Second only to loving and serving God.
Where have you been all my life?
He groaned, flopping back against the queen-sized bed in his hotel room. The moment his shoulders connected with the mattress, he regretted the flop. He'd all but forgotten about the wound on his arm.
Only a few miles down the road from your office while I was working in the ER.
Jillian's voice was rueful.
I know, right?
In a town as small as Heart Lake, it was crazy that it had taken so long for them to meet. He spoke through gritted teeth, hoping the pain he was feeling didn't mean his wound was getting infected. He was probably going to have to pop a few pain pills before his first meeting with his client later this morning. Gil had done him a favor and called Jan Jacobson to apologize for his late arrival.
Dave, are you okay?
Jillian asked suddenly.
Yep.
He focused on breathing through the pain.
You don't sound okay.
If you and the baby are okay, I'm okay,
he assured huskily.
Right back at you, big guy. And you're not okay. I can feel it,
she insisted.
So quit pretending you are. I'm your wife, remember? You don't have to be okay with me. You can just be.
Her words brought tears to his eyes.
Have I told you today how much I love you?
Yes, so quit dodging the question and tell me what's wrong.
Man, Jills, I really didn't want to bother you with this.
Nothing that concerns your well-being is bothersome to me, Dave.
Fine.
Gil was probably going to slap him silly when he found out his best friend had caved and told his wife everything. But he'd deal with that later.
I was shot at last night. More than once.
Oh, honey,
she murmured brokenly. He gave her the short version of his diverted flight and the ambush that had followed.
It's only a scrape. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a snapshot. The bullet did nothing more than graze my arm.
Of course I believe you.
Her words were drenched in sympathy.
Thanks for telling me the truth. As hard as it is to hear what happened to you, it's better than not knowing. We're in this together, you know.
I would have told you sooner. I just didn't want you to worry.
To distract himself from the pain in his arm, he pictured her hand on his cheek and her head resting against his shoulder.
As one really hot guy told me recently, you're mine to worry about now.
A hot guy, huh? Should I be jealous?
He was 2 blinks away from breaking down and squalling like a baby. Loving her and being loved by her in return was the most incredible gift God had ever given him. After nearly a lifetime of being alone, it felt good to matter to someone else. To truly matter. To his surprise, she changed the subject.
I really wouldn't have minded seeing the D-Dave invasion in action again, tackling those monsters on the plane and flying like Spider-Man over the railing outside.
He burst out laughing.
From now on, you get to tell the story, babe. Your version is better than mine.
Ha! Just go get those guys for us, sweetheart.
Her voice grew low and fierce.
Nail them to the wall for what they did to you.
The police are on the case.
Surely she knew that. She made a scoffing sound.
They're the kings of inactivity where this prophet bozo is concerned, and you know it. I'm more convinced than ever that he's tied to the case you're working.
Agreed.
Maybe it was her mother bear instincts in play, but she was proving to be an unexpectedly resilient attorney's wife.
Do what you have to do in the name of justice, but promise me you'll be extra, extra careful.
She pleaded.
No unnecessary risks, you hear?
Roger that, Mrs. Phillips.
He closed his eyes, imagining the next time her lips would brush against his.
You've given me 2 very powerful reasons.
A thought crossed his mind, making him sit straight up in bed.
I was referring to you and our baby.
So I gathered.
Her voice was infused with humor.
Who else would you be referring to?
I said 2 reasons.
He explained quickly.
Because I've always assumed you're only carrying 1 baby. However, a friend recently explained to me that late maternal pregnancies could result in, more babies.
There was a pause on Jillian's end, followed by a female expulsion of delight.
Oh my lands. Bliss is expecting twins, isn't she?
He grinned at her perceptiveness.
You didn't hear it from me, babe.
I kind of did.
She chuckled.
Wow. This is so amazing. Did Gil pass out or what?
Almost.
Dave chuckled along with her.
If there's such a thing as happiness laced with terror.
You bet your boots there's such a thing, Esquire.
She shot back.
The past 24 hours of my life are proof of that.
As much as he hated being the cause of her angst, it came with the territory of being married to an attorney who specialized in criminal law. He was kiss-the-ground grateful that she was proving to be up to the task.
You never answered my question,
he reminded.
1 baby, Dave. That's all I'm carrying. I hope you're not disappointed, because the Lord probably knew that was all I could handle.
He's pretty smart.
The relief coursing through Dave was borderline laughable. As much as he was looking forward to starting a family with Jillian, he didn't relish the thought of juggling 2 babies at once.
It doesn't change the fact we're about to become the godparents of twins.
Yeah, but after we spoil them to pieces, we get to hand them back to Gil and Bliss.
Good point.
He liked how she thought.
Very good point.
I'm full of them, sweetheart. That's why you married me,
she joked.
Among other reasons.
His voice dropped to a silky note.
I can't wait to come home and show you exactly what I'm talking about.
So hurry home,
she whispered.
That's the plan.
Chapter 5. In-Laws and Outlaws. Jillian was humming as she left the bedroom. She adjusted one of her silver hoop earrings as she made her way across the great room to the kitchen. Unsure if her mother-in-law would be dressed up for church, she'd kept her own outfit simple. A long red plaid shirt over maternity jeans and cowgirl boots. Dave would seriously adore seeing her like this. He rarely wore anything other than boots, not even when he had on a business suit. Eloise glanced up from the bar where she was seated, cupping a mug of coffee.
"You're awfully cheerful this morning,"
she observed sourly. The lines at the edges of her eyes were deeper than usual, indicating she hadn't slept any better than Jillian had. Despite her obvious exhaustion, a blue velvet sheath dress encased her slender figure. She'd paired it with knee-high designer black boots with pointy toes. Silver bangle bracelets lined her left wrist, jingling as she took another sip. She looked like a picture out of a magazine, making Jillian feel underdressed in comparison.
I'm in an insanely good mood.
Her voice rose with elation.
Because Dave made it to Dallas.
She couldn't resist doing a brief celebratory dance as she entered the kitchen.
"Oh."
Eloise nearly dropped her mug as she hastily set it down.
"Did Gil call with another update?"
No, it was the man of the hour himself. I just got off the phone with him.
Jillian's heart fluttered at the memory. She pressed her hands to her chest.
He'll probably call you next.
She was kind of surprised he hadn't already reached out to his mom via a text or something.
"I highly doubt it."
Eloise's lips dipped down even further at the corners.
"He and I only talk a couple of times a year, usually on Mother's Day and Christmas. Otherwise, we stay out of each other's hair."
The wistful look in her gaze, however, told Jillian she'd welcome more details about his current whereabouts and well-being. She hurriedly shared what she knew.
He said he ran into some really bad weather, wind shears and stuff. At one point, the plane he was on was practically flying sideways.
Eloise's eyes grew damp.
"Is he all right?"
She blinked rapidly, waving both hands at her eyes.
In his own words, he's very glad to be back on the ground.
Jillian figured it would be best to focus on the good news while easing into the bad news.
"I can only imagine."
Eloise made a humming sound of sympathy.
"In all my years of flying, I've never experienced turbulence that severe."
I've never been in any turbulence at all.
Jillian was in no hurry to experience it either.
"What?"
Her mother-in-law's eyes widened.
"Is that your way of saying you've never been on an airplane before?"
Not one that's in the air.
Jillian walked to the fridge to take out a carton of organic milk.
During junior high, we took a field trip to one of the local farms and got to take turns climbing into the cockpit of their crop duster.
She poured a bowl of milk and reached for a box of her favorite granola cereal. Carrying them to the bar, she took a seat across from her mother-in-law. Eloise watched her pour her cereal and twirl her spoon through it.
"You should come visit me in Italy. There's so much to see and do there, so many incredible shops and boutiques to putter through."
Thanks for inviting me.
To a small-town girl like Jillian, Italy sounded galaxies away.
Maybe we can visit you after the baby's born.
She'd have to apply for a passport first, and that could take weeks, maybe months. But no doctor would recommend her traveling that far from home until after her delivery.
She bowed her head over her cereal and sent up a whispered prayer of thanks. When she opened her eyes, Eloise snorted.
"Dave's tale about flying sideways has you wigged out about flying, eh?"
A little.
Jillian wrinkled her nose as she took a bite.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a bit of a homebody. I love it here in Heart Lake and never had any burning desire to leave.
She'd always been content to see the world through books and television. And now that she and Dave were being hounded by the elusive prophet, she was even less inclined to leave the haven of her hometown. As if reading her thoughts, Eloise nodded in understanding.
"Good, because Gil made it clear he doesn't want us going past the driveway right now without a military escort. I'm surprised he didn't pitch a bigger fit about us going to church this morning."
Jillian smiled.
Dave said the same thing over the phone about me staying put.
"No big surprise there."
Eloise's voice was dry.
"The two of them have always been as thick as thieves."
They have their reasons for being extra cautious right now.
Jillian debated how much she should share with her mother-in-law and ultimately decided to come clean with the whole story.
After Dave's plane got rerouted last night, he was ambushed by 3 men at gunpoint.
Her mother-in-law gasped so loudly that Jillian reached for her hand.
He gave them the famous D-Dave invasion treatment and escaped with nothing more than a scratch.
Eloise looked horrified.
By scratch, you mean?
One of the bullets grazed his upper arm,
she explained gently.
He reported it to the police, and they called an ambulance to bandage him up. Naturally, he refused to go to the hospital afterward.
Naturally,
her mother-in-law echoed, sounding pretty shaken up. Jillian squeezed her hand.
It's obvious that someone doesn't want him taking the case in Dallas.
Several someones,
her mother-in-law corrected sharply.
It's also starting to feel like the prophet is tied into all of this somehow.
She waved vaguely.
The 2 threats I've received, the one addressed to Dave, and now the ambush against Dave.
The timing of the threat to his life and the timing of the ambush didn't feel like a coincidence. Eloise appeared to be lost in thought for a few moments. Then she withdrew her hand from Jillian's.
We'd better get going. Otherwise, we're going to be late for church.
Right.
While Jillian finished her cereal and washed her bowl out in the sink, she overheard Eloise making a phone call.
Gil, this is Eloise. We're about ready for you to send our limo.
Whatever he said in return made her red-painted lips twitch.
Me, milking my daughter-in-law's pregnancy to score a favor? I'm genuinely hurt that you think so little of me.
She disconnected the call and broke into a loud cackle.
Men.
Though she rolled her eyes, Jillian sensed an undercurrent of affection on her part toward Gil. Interesting. Eloise Phillips was turning out to be full of surprises. Jillian hurried to the master bedroom to fetch her purse and coat. When she returned to the great room, her mother-in-law was waiting by the front door, bundled in a knee-length faux fur coat.
You are not going to believe the monstrosity that's waiting for us in the driveway.
She twisted the door handle and flung open the door dramatically.
See for yourself.
She pointed one gloved finger. Jillian stepped outside onto the porch and stared at the boxy, slate-gray vehicle resting on oversized tires in the driveway. The front seat and back seat windows were narrower than the typical SUV.
Is it a Jeep?
A special edition, maybe? It looked like a cross between a Jeep and a Humvee. She moved down the stairs to the sidewalk, eager to get a closer look at it. Gil, who was climbing out of the driver's seat and hopping to the ground, must have heard what she'd said.
Good guess,
he called cheerfully.
It's got a lot of Jeep Wrangler's mechanical components, but it's so much more than that.
He rattled off a laundry list of features that swirled like spaghetti noodles inside her head. She caught snatches of words like ballistic armor, bulletproof glass, and run-flat tires. The rest of what he said went in one ear and out the other. Her knowledge about cars didn't extend much past car colors. Eloise clip-clopped at a slower pace down the porch steps in her spiky-heeled boots.
I can tell you what it's not. It's not the limo I requested.
It's better than a limo, trust me.
Gil opened the back passenger door for Jillian and assisted her onto a surprisingly luxurious leather seat. Then he hurried to Eloise's side to offer her a hand.
It looks like something out of a superhero movie.
She wrapped both hands around his arm.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I wouldn't dare.
He grinned down at her.
I'm already in trouble for failing to deliver a limo.
Not yet.
She patted his arm.
I can be reasonable. You claim it's better than a limo, so convince me.
He delivered her onto the captain's seat beside Jillian with the gallantry one might show a queen.
Prepare to have your minds blown,
he announced in a voice worthy of going on stage, then shut her door. While he slid behind the wheel, his wife, Bliss, twisted around to peer at them over the console.
Big toys for big boys. That's what this is really about, isn't it, sweetie?
Her hair fanned like dark silk around the shoulders of her white puff jacket. Like Jillian, she was in maternity jeans. An emerald green tunic ruffled out from beneath her jacket.
Well,
Gil drawled, reaching for her hand to draw it to his mouth. He kissed her gloved fingers.
Okay, you can tell him. Now that Dave and Jillian have agreed to be the godparents of our children, they're practically family.
Children?
Eloise sat forward in her seat.
As in, plural?
Gil made a choking sound that he tried to cover with a cough as he started the motor. Bliss's musical laugh filled the interior of the vehicle.
Retired only a few months from the sheriff's department, and already my husband has lost his ability to keep a secret.
How many?
Eloise demanded, forcing them back on topic like a hungry dog with a juicy bone.
Twins.
Bliss sighed in a dazed voice as her husband backed the vehicle out of the driveway.
You're the only ones we've told besides Dave. We're still absorbing the news ourselves and...
She paused to bite her lower lip.
Coming to grips with the extra risks posed by carrying twins.
You'll be fine.
Eloise's tone was so matter-of-fact that Jillian blinked at her.
You and Jillian both.
She settled back in her seat, folding her arms over her coat.
You're two of the strongest women I've ever met, who happen to be married to the two stubbornest, most formidable men in Heart Lake. They've had blood dripping from their fangs ever since they won the state football championship in high school.
The vehicle erupted into laughter.
Fangs.
Gil chortled, waggling his eyebrows playfully at his wife.
That's Eloise for you. Wrapping a compliment in a slap upside the head.
Liz reached over and gently swiped her gloved fingers beneath his chin.
Careful, sweetie. Can't have you getting blood all over the vehicle before you decide whether or not you're keeping it.
Good point.
Gil caught her hand, threading his fingers through hers, and lowered them to his thigh. They cruised slowly around Heart Lake, making their way to a white church building overlooking the water. It had been there all of Jillian's life, mostly serving those who lived on the lake. Though it had undergone a number of renovations in the past, it was currently receiving its first significant expansion. Gil drove them into the crowded parking lot, claiming what appeared to be the last parking spot. The closest spots against the church building had been blocked off with construction cones. Metal scaffolding covered one whole side of the building where a bigger sanctuary was being constructed.
Really?
Eloise sniped as he set the emergency brake and reached for the button to turn off the motor.
You're gonna just drop a bomb about owning this contraption, then leave us hanging?
Gil twisted around in his seat, leaving the motor idling.
How'd you enjoy the drive here, Eloise? Were you comfortable enough?
He tapped a few buttons on the dashboard, making the ceiling light up like a constellation. Dozens of tiny white lights studded the upholstery overhead.
Show off?
She muttered. He cupped a hand around one ear, leaning closer.
Was that a yes?
She ignored his question.
What is this thing anyway?
A Resvani tank, military edition.
Why in the world would a retired sheriff need a tank?
She countered.
Why indeed?
Bliss echoed in a bemused voice. He raised her hand to his lips to kiss her fingers again.
Already said you could tell him.
It's basically a gift.
Bliss explained in a wry voice.
To sweeten the deal on a job offer.
Jillian frowned in surprise.
I thought you were working part-time for Lonestar Security. Turns out they'd rather have him full-time.
Bliss exchanged a long, speaking look with her husband.
As a business partner. Wow.
That was news to Jillian. She wondered if Dave knew, since he hadn't mentioned it to her. She glanced around the vehicle, noting the upgraded leather, chrome, and e-device charging stations. It might be military grade, but it was also a serious statement in luxury.
And this thing is yours if you say yes? He's going to say yes,
Bliss assured them softly.
Eventually.
Eloise made a scoffing sound.
You sure you're going to have time for a second career, Sheriff, now that you have twins on the way?
Gil let out a gusty breath instead of answering.
We'll make time.
Bliss squeezed her husband's hand.
After what happened to Dave last night, how could we not?
For once, Eloise seemed to be at a loss for words. Though Jillian didn't think she was intended to overhear their conversation, she watched her mother-in-law step closer to Gil as he assisted her out of the vehicle.
How long do you need for me to stay in town?
She hissed to him. He studied her gravely.
As long as you can, please.
Eloise gave him a rigid up-down nod and returned to Jillian's side. She stuck to her like a cockleburr while they followed Gil and his wife across the parking lot to the entrance of the church. They stepped inside the foyer, and Jillian could immediately feel the stares being aimed in their direction. As much as she'd been looking forward to attending church, this was the one part she hadn't been looking forward to. Eloise stepped closer to her.
"Ignore them,"
she ordered beneath her breath.
They're curious.
Jillian kept her voice down for her mother-in-law's ears alone.
It's a small town, and your son married a woman who's 5.5 months pregnant.
A certain amount of speculation was understandable.
"Whatever."
Eloise's tone was withering.
"It's none of their business."
Easy for you to say. Jillian's eyes widened. Clearly, Dave's mother had been overseas for so long that she'd forgotten what it was like to live in Heart Lake. Everybody knew everything about their neighbors here. Anyone attempting to keep secrets inevitably stirred a hotbed of gossip.
"It isn't,"
Eloise reiterated, with a determined nod as they slid into the first pew they found that had enough space remaining to seat 4 people. 2 chattering women, whom Jillian had never laid eyes on before, glanced over their shoulders at her. Their gazes settled pointedly on her blooming midsection, resting there for an uncomfortable moment before flitting to Dave's mother. Whatever they saw in her expression made them hastily face forward again. Gil leaned around Jillian to rasp,
"I'm not the only one with fangs."
Bliss elbowed him playfully.
Which are entirely unnecessary to use in church.
"Ha!"
Eloise pursed her lips as she settled more comfortably back in the pew.
"Sometimes it's where they're needed the most."
Jillian had bigger fish to fry, so she kept her thoughts on the subject to herself. She really just wanted to forget all the bad stuff happening in the world for 1 straight hour. Maybe something the minister said this morning would give her a glimmer of hope that her and Bliss's babies were going to be born healthy, that Dave was going to be surrounded by divine protection during the rest of his stay in Dallas, that the elusive prophet would soon be caught and brought to justice. The choir filed onto the platform, beckoned for the congregation to stand, and led them in a moving rendition of "Holy, Holy, Holy." Emotion welled inside Jillian as she absorbed the lyrics. The words embodied a deep, soul-stirring reverence. No requests for favors. No begging to be rescued from the endless tide of trouble that constantly plagued humanity. They were simply an outpouring of praise for God's awesomeness. Because he's worth it. The heaviness in Jillian's heart lifted, and was replaced by the peace she'd been looking for. The message in the song was a reminder that God was bigger than everything she and Dave were going through, from her late maternal pregnancy to the string of threats issued by the coward, or group of cowards, hiding in the shadows of digital anonymity. When the song ended, Eloise ducked her head closer to Jillian.
"You have a lovely voice."
Thank you.
To Jillian's surprise, there were tears glinting in her mother-in-law's eyes. She impulsively slipped an arm around the woman and gave her a gentle hug. Eloise leaned into it a little. Then they wordlessly took their seats again. The message that followed was shorter than Jillian had been expecting, and simpler. It was about trust. The aging minister opened his Bible and read from the book of Proverbs.
"Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and do not lean on your own understanding."
Then he turned to the book of Philippians and continued reading.
"And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus."
He closed his Bible, sweeping the room with a gaze full of compassion.
That's a tough one, isn't it? We're free-spirited Americans, ambitious, proud, hard-working do-it-yourselfers. But there comes a time in our lives, in all of our lives, if you haven't reached that point yet, you will, when we come face to face with things that are bigger than ourselves. Unexpected tragedies, complicated relationships, serious medical diagnoses, the kind of stuff we can't fix on our own, no matter how educated or experienced we are, or how much we have in our bank accounts. It's in these moments that the Word of God instructs us to wait on the one who made us, the one who goes before us to fight our battles, the one who never fails.
He stepped away from the pulpit.
If you're floundering your way through a difficult situation this morning that feels bigger than you, I want you to leave the building with one thought. You don't have to do it alone. Say it with me.
In unison, the congregation repeated, "I don't have to do it alone."
That's right.
He spread his hands.
It's that simple. There's hope for those of us willing to wait on the Lord and trust that He will keep His promises. And He will.
He pointed upward.
Let's pray.
On their way out of the church, Eloise sniffed.
That was nice. Not what I was expecting, but nice.
Gil drew alongside her in the parking lot and nudged her with his shoulder.
You miss us, Heart Lakers. Just admit it already.
She gave him a dark look.
Unless you're pressing charges for something, Sheriff, this interrogation is over.
She stomped ahead of him to the Resvani. A group of teenage boys were walking around it, whistling in admiration.
Cool wheels, sir.
One of the boys reached out to give Gil a fist bump. Then he jumped out of the way so Gil could open the front and back passenger doors for Bliss and Jillian. Eloise cackled with humor as he made his way around the car to open her door next.
You're not going to be able to give up this superhero mobile, are you?
She dug her elbow into his side.
It's starting to feel like I should ask for your autograph.
He curled his upper lip at her as he assisted her into her seat.
Unless you're pressing charges, Eloise, this interrogation is over.
She pretended to converse with Jillian as he slid behind the wheel. In truth, she was still needling him.
Next stop is the furniture store,
she sang out. She cast a critical eye around the back seat.
If we lay the seats down, do you think we can fit a china cabinet in here?
The next stop,
Gil corrected,
is actually lunch. We have two lovely ladies present who are eating for more than one.
His gaze softened as it landed on his pregnant wife. He drove them to the Longhorn Grill, which was located just inside the gates of the Comanche reservation that butted up to Heart Lake. Eloise's eyes were practically popping out of her head by the time they were seated at their booth.
A new steakhouse?
She sounded amazed.
Heart Lake is really moving up in the world.
The tables and padded benches were thick and rustic. Candles flickered from pine bough centerpieces, and muted country western music wafted from a jukebox against the wall.
Glad the Queen of Italy approves of at least one thing I've done today.
Gil's voice floated above the enormous trifold menu he and Bliss were huddled behind with their heads together.
You had one task,
Eloise retorted.
One measly task. To pick us up for church in a limo. Was that really asking too much?
He lowered his menu to scowl at her.
For a guy who's operating on sleep fumes? Yes. There's only one thing keeping me awake right now.
He belligerently parked his menu back in front of Eloise, shielding his wife mostly from view as he captured her lips in a fortifying kiss that tugged at Jillian's lonely heartstrings. As far as she was concerned, the only thing missing from the warm and cozy setting was her own husband. The Longhorn Grill had been too pricey for her modest income as an ER receptionist, but Dave had brought her here a few times after they started dating. She cast a wistful look across the room at the booth they'd sat in during their last date at the restaurant. Eloise, who was seated next to her, reached over to pat her hand. Her expression indicated she understood that her daughter-in-law was drowning in melancholy.
You heard what the Bible-banging Reverend said this morning.
Her voice was mildly scoffing.
Wait and trust.
I just wish it wasn't so hard to live out.
Jillian blew out a frustrated breath.
Thanks for coming with me, by the way. I know it wasn't your first choice of places to spend your Sunday morning.
Hobnobbing with a stuffy sheriff isn't my idea of a hot date either,
Eloise retorted with a twinkle in her eyes.
But you don't hear me complaining.
That's it.
Gil lowered his menu again.
You're paying for lunch.
They continued to trade verbal barbs after their food arrived. Jillian and Bliss pretended not to notice while they discussed nursery decorations. When it came time to pay, Gil and Eloise took their squabbling to a new low by getting into an impromptu wrestling match over who was covering the ticket. He won, brandishing the ticket over her head like an Olympic runner with a gold medal.
He's always been a brat,
Eloise complained to his wife while he handed his credit card to their waitress with a gallant flourish.
I should know, after powdering his bottom and changing his diaper a few times.
Consider it my way of saying thanks,
Gil informed her dryly. When he thought no one was looking, he muffled a yawn. Jillian had pity on him and faked a headache to give him a reason that Eloise wouldn't dispute for driving them straight home. Since none of them had gotten much sleep last night, she preferred the idea of taking a nap herself. Furniture shopping could wait. The day wore on without any further word from Dave. Jillian tried calling his burner phone mid-afternoon, but he didn't pick up. With a sigh of resignation, she dug out some yarn and a crochet hook from a bin in the closet. She couldn't remember the last time she'd carved out time for her favorite hobby. Now that her husband was out of town, and she was jobless, however, she suddenly had more time on her hands than she knew what to do with. I should make a baby blanket. It would pass the time while she waited for Dave's next call. And waited some more, and kept waiting. The afternoon faded into evening, and darkness fell. But her phone remained silent. 2 days later, Gil restlessly paced the living room of the cozy cottage on the lake he shared with Bliss. She was in a virtual meeting in the office they shared. He could hear her chatting animatedly with her staff of the future Heart Lake Anthropology and National History Museum. They were still in the architectural planning stages of the project. However, she'd already purchased the few acres of land where the old Southside High School had once stood. A string of tornadoes had reduced it to rubble. From its ashes, however, she was determined to build a center that would celebrate the rich history of all the brave pioneers who'd settled in the Christmas Mountains surrounding Heart Lake. Since Gil was only working part-time at Lonestar Security, he was off work on Tuesdays and Thursdays. On days like today, though, he felt guilty about not having more to do. Retirement was great and all, but a guy could only do so much fishing, boating, working out at the gym, and reading. His wife, an internationally renowned archaeologist, worked longer hours than him, while pregnant with twins no less. It wasn't right. The phone in his back pocket vibrated with an incoming call, interrupting his boredom. He eagerly reached for it, hoping like crazy it was Dave. It wasn't, but hearing from the woman who probably had heard from his best friend was the next best thing. Jillian's anxious voice sounded across the line.
Please tell me you've heard from Dave.
His heart sank.
Nope.
So much for that theory. He scrubbed a hand through his hair.
We know he made it to Dallas. That's a good thing.
Is it?
She sounded as dejected as he felt.
If anything bad happens to him, Gil, this is sort of my fault, you know?
Not even, he snorted.
How so?
Because we were supposed to be on our honeymoon.
She sighed.
A better wife would have begged him not to take the case, right?
Baloney,
he said flatly.
You and Dave are a perfect match. You understand him in ways nobody has ever...
Nobody except you.
She cut in remorsefully.
I want you to be flat out honest with me. If I wasn't in the picture, would you have encouraged him to take the case?
He gave a dry bark of laughter.
Dave and I have never made a habit of telling each other what to do. We just have each other's backs, no matter what.
And now he can't be reached.
She sounded like she was still blaming herself for it, which made him feel guilty. Unfortunately, he was powerless to do anything about it while he was stuck sitting on the sidelines. Before he'd retired from the police department, he'd had access to networks and resources he could have used to help ensure Jillian's safety. Instead, he was standing here, exercising his wishful thinking skills. All he really had to offer her at the moment were empty assurances, but she was too smart for that.
Listen, Jillian.
He drew a deep breath.
I'm gonna find a way to get in touch with him.
Because Bliss was also pregnant, he genuinely understood how badly Jillian needed to hear her husband's voice again.
Thank you, Gil.
There was a sobbing catch to her words.
I hate to keep bothering you like this, but...
You're not.
No way was he going to let her continue beating herself up over that.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Dave probably told you to call me if you couldn't reach him.
He did.
she admitted.
But y'all are pregnant with twins, and I know you have a lot on your plate, too.
Bliss is fine,
he growled.
She's busy designing a museum, and I'm bored out of my mind.
He was ready to put his gloves back on and dig into the trenches.
Tell you what, I'm going to reach out to Lonestar Security today and use every resource they have available to get in touch with Dave. I'll call you back as soon as I know anything.
Thank you.
She sighed.
For everything.
As she disconnected the line, he got the distinct impression that she was about to dissolve into a fit of weeping. Her gratitude toward him made him feel guiltier than ever, since all he'd done was drive a few circles around her place, plus chauffeur her and Eloise to church on Sunday. He could offer her and Dave so much more support if he upped his game, and he knew the perfect way to do it. He mashed the speed dial button for Josh Halling, one of his higher-ups at Lonestar Security. Josh and his business partner, Decker Kingston, ran the entire operation. They were honest, hard-working guys who'd initially met on the rodeo circuit. They'd quickly become friends and eventually hatched a plan for starting a business together before their bodies were beaten to pieces by bull riding. They had brains and they had muscle. What they didn't have were backgrounds in law enforcement. But I do. That's why they needed him. Josh picked up the call.
Hey, Gil, how's it going?
Jillian and I can't reach Dave.
He'd never been one to beat around the bush.
I know you and Decker have access to resources I probably only dreamed about while serving as a small-town sheriff. I want in,
he confessed.
I want every tool and gadget available to help my friend stay alive while he's working on his case in Dallas. In return, I'll do whatever you guys need me to do to grow your company into whatever you want it to be.
Josh gave a cowboy whoop of victory.
When can you come in and sign the paperwork?
Gil drew a heavy breath, glancing toward the open office door.
How does right now sound?
Bliss was still chatting away on her video conference call. She didn't need him breathing down her neck while she was working. Shoot. She'd probably all but forgotten he was still in the house.
Gil, wow, thanks.
Josh sounded completely floored.
Now is good. It's great, actually. I'm ready. We've been ready.
I know.
Gil was well aware he was the one who'd been dragging his heels on their offer to bring him on as a partner.
I'm sorry it took me so long to make up my mind.
I'm not.
Josh's voice grew serious.
This is a big deal. The fact that you didn't rush into it makes us respect you all the more. Oh, and Gil?
Yep.
I like your reason for changing your mind. My hat's off to you. Dave's lucky to have a friend like you.
A smile tugged at Gil's mouth.
I fully intend to remind him of that the next time I see him.
Or hear from him. Please, God, let it be sown. Chapter 6. Loose Thread. 2 days earlier, Dave disconnected the call with his wife, inwardly vowing to peel back the layers of the prophet's identity as fast as possible so he could return home all the sooner. And while he was at it, he'd do whatever he could to help the Jacobsons out of whatever trouble they were in.
So far, Jan Jacobson hadn't been very forthcoming over the phone about the details. At first, he'd simply assumed she was in denial about her husband's suicide. Some people had crazy ways of dealing with their grief, and denial was one of those ways. After his ambush on the airstrip, however, he was concerned there might be more to her claim that it wasn't, in fact, suicide.
He was about to find out exactly how much more there was to it. A glance at his watch indicated that his cab would arrive in the next 5 minutes. He bent closer to the mirror mounted on the wall of his extended-stay motel room to run a hand over his smooth jaw. He'd stepped out of the shower and shaved only minutes earlier, carefully maneuvering his razor around the jagged scratch running from his left cheekbone to his chin. He must have scraped it on something inside the turboprop plane when he'd tackled the first 2 gunmen. It gave him an even tougher appearance than his shaved head did. He could only hope his business suit and dress shirt toned it down a bit. He didn't want to scare the Jacobsons the first time he'd laid eyes on them in over 25 years. Instead of waiting for his cab driver to call or honk, He stepped outside to the covered walkway running alongside the motel. As luck would have it, his yellow cab was pulling into the parking lot when he was locking up. He waved it down and took a seat in the back.
Triple J Ranch.
He rattled off the address. The driver, a young guy with a blonde mullet, gave a low whistle.
The media are climbing all over that place like fleas on a stray dog.
He gave Dave a once-over through his rearview mirror.
Are you from a television station?
Nope.
Dave leaned back in his seat.
Old family friend.
Nice cover story.
The kid nodded in approval as he gunned the motor and left the parking lot in a skid of gravel.
For real, though, what station do you work for, sir?
Dave was normally a need-to-know kind of guy, but something about the driver's open-faced curiosity made him give an honest answer.
I went to high school with Jordan. Really nice guy.
His driver scowled.
Yeah, that lawsuit against his family is pretty rotten. Give me a break. The guy's dad is dead.
Dave's interest piqued.
Agreed. What's up with the lawsuit? Anything new happened while I was flying here?
The driver shrugged before jamming on his brakes at a stoplight. Dave had to brace his feet against the floorboard to avoid flying forward.
Not really.
The guy shook his hair back, making Dave suppress a snort of derision. A mullet? Dude, if I had hair, I'd pick a much cooler style than that. The guy went on to mumble something about how there was no way Jason Jacobson was guilty of bribery.
Bribery? Yep. Jan Jacobson was definitely up to her ears in something more than denial over her husband's untimely death.
He was the nicest person in the world,
the cab driver lamented.
Everyone loved him. He went to church, fed the homeless, and donated to charities all over town. There's no way he would have paid anyone to throw a race just so his own kid would win.
He shook his head vehemently, making his stringy hair slap against his cheeks and eyes.
No way!
They reached the entrance of a one-lane paved road. A tall rectangle made of logs framed the entrance. At the top of it, 3 large iron J's were mounted. They drove another quarter-mile or so and reached a bigger ranch than Dave had been expecting. A white metal barn sprawled in front of them. Commercial grade, not cheap. The Triple J Ranch looked like it was operating in the black. Nothing about its appearance shed any light on how or why its owners might have become embroiled in allegations of bribery. The cab drew to a halt at the entrance of the horse barn. The driver rattled off the final cost for the trip there. Dave handed him a few dollar bills.
Keep the change.
Thanks.
The man wadded up the money and stuffed it in one of the front pockets of his cargo pants.
Hope you'll call me when you're ready to head back to the motel.
He held out a business card.
You can request my cab. My cab number's on the card.
Sure thing.
Dave didn't mind patronizing the same cab driver if he was available when he called. He especially appreciated the fact that he hadn't attempted to pull a gun on him after their arrival. It's the small things in life. Jan Jacobson rushed out a side door of the white metal barn before Dave made it to the front entrance.
Dave!
She walked his way with her arms outstretched.
It's so good to see you again, hon.
She was many years older than the last time he'd seen her, but she still looked like the Jan Jacobson he remembered. Countless lines stretched around her eyes and lips from years of overexposure to the sun. She'd always been super skinny, never wore makeup, and smelled like horse leather and saddle soap. Her jeans still had dirt stains on them, and her boots were still scuffed. Her hug, however, had changed. It felt weaker than he remembered, vulnerable somehow, and her smile looked strained.
He enveloped her in a bear hug.
I'm sorry about your loss, Jan. I truly am.
In hindsight, he probably should have ordered flowers to be sent ahead of his visit.
Thank you.
She choked, stepping back. Glancing furtively around them, she lowered her voice.
Follow me to my office. We'll talk there.
She led him inside the building, past horse stalls lining both sides of the center aisle. She nodded at an employee who was mucking stalls and greeted another employee who was brushing down a horse. They looked like they'd just gotten back from a trail ride.
Jan's office was located in the back of the building. Her desk looked like a cyclone had hit it. Papers and folders were strewn everywhere. Half a dozen empty cardboard coffee cups were plopped in random spots on top of them.
Have a seat, please.
She waved him into a red vinyl chair with a torn cushion. Dave sat.
On my way here, the cab driver mentioned something about bribery allegations.
Jan's mouth grew pinched.
It's not true. None of it's true.
He certainly didn't want to believe it was true, but he merely leaned forward in his seat, silently encouraging her to continue. She hiked one skinny hip against her messy desk, spreading her hands in agitation.
The owner of one of the biggest horse racing stables in the country, Horseshoe Valley, is claiming my husband bribed a few of their riders to throw their preseason races so that our son would win. It's a completely bogus claim, of course. They're just trying to get the Texas Racing Commission to disqualify Jordan and prevent him and his horse from competing in this year's races. With the way he and Western Storm performed the last 2 years and the improvements they've continued to make, the sky is truly the limit for them. Maybe I'm biased, but I think they might even have a triple crown in their future.
A triple crown?
That's impressive.
Dave straightened, glancing around the room. He knew Jordan's family had left Heart Lake so their son could compete on the horse racing circuit, but Dave hadn't personally followed Jordan's career. In hindsight, he wished he had. It sounded like the guy was really good at what he did for a living. Jan huffed out a breath.
Even more impressive is how Jordan nursed Western Storm back to health before he started racing him. I think that's what this is really about.
She folded her arms angrily.
Until an ambitious news anchor started digging her nose into Western Storm's background, very few people knew that Western Storm used to run for Horseshoe Valley. Their cutthroat jockeys abused him for a couple of seasons. Then the owners had him slotted for a kill pen. Long story short, my husband and Jordan worked with a horse sanctuary a few summers ago to extract him from the kill pen right before...
She stopped and drew a deep breath.
They saved his life, Dave.
That's quite a story.
Dave could easily picture the kind-hearted horse trainer he remembered and his horse whisperer of a son doing something like that. Jan slapped the air, continuing her rant.
As soon as the story hit the news, Horseshoe Valley's PR team did everything they could to squelch it. Between me, you, and the doorpost, the crooked operation they run wouldn't have withstood much public scrutiny. Then, out of nowhere, rumors started circulating about my husband's declining mental health, and now he's dead. A coincidence? I think not.
Dave frowned as he listened. As much as he sympathized with her loss, he preferred to stick to the facts alone. Irrefutable facts were the only thing that would stand up in court. He carefully worded his next question to try to coax something more concrete out of her.
How did Jason and Jordan come into contact with Western Storm in the first place?
Good question.
Her lips flatlined.
Unfortunately, the answer I'm about to give you won't help our case. A few summers ago, we sent Jordan to one of Horseshoe Valley's advanced training clinics. It was before we knew about their cruel treatment of their livestock, of course.
She gestured wryly.
It was a week-long training camp. Because of my son's autism, he tends to wander off alone instead of hanging around to socialize with others. During some of his wandering after one of their training sessions, he stumbled across Western Storm in a remote pasture out back.
Dave nodded slowly.
I'm gonna need to see all the documentation you own on Western Storm, and I mean everything. His file from the sanctuary, adoption paperwork, clinic records, the whole works.
I've got all of that.
She waved at her ransacked desk.
I pulled an all-nighter to scrape it together for you. You're welcome to take it and keep it as long as you need it. Our initial hearing with the Racing Commission will take place on Friday.
Whoa. Dave's eyebrows rose. That was only 3 days from now. It wasn't much time to slog through a mountain of paperwork and prepare a defense. However, he would do his best.
All right, then.
He rubbed his hands together briskly. The paperwork she was handing over to him was a good start, but it wasn't nearly everything he would need. Not since Jan was insisting her husband's death involved foul play. If there was any truth to her claim, it most certainly would have bearing on the case. He didn't want to be broadsided by any surprises during the hearing, so he planned to use the limited time he had left to cover as many bases as possible.
I'm also going to need to have a look at your husband's death certificate. Any medical reports around the time of his passing? Any autopsy reports?
A shadow passed across Jan's face as she pointed at her desk.
It's all there, hun. That and a whole lot more.
She shook her head in growing distress.
I also printed out the threats both Jason and I received from the prophet. Like I told you, he died 1 week on the dot after receiving his. If the same thing is going to happen to me,
She swallowed hard.
I have 4 days left.
Dave withdrew the standard agreement, outlining the legal assistance he was prepared to offer her.
I'm not going to let that happen, ma'am.
That was why she'd called him into town, wasn't it? He carefully explained the agreement and the costs of doing business with him. She didn't ask any questions. She simply signed where he pointed and handed the forms back to him. The skin beneath her eyes looked bruised, and there were shadows in her eyes that seemed to go to her very soul.
Listen, Dave, about the threat from the prophet, when it's my turn to go, it's my turn to go. I'm mostly worried about what's going to become of Jordan if anything happens to me. He never married and probably never will, thanks to his autism. The one thing that keeps him going is the horses.
She drew a shuddery breath.
That's why I'm not going to sit around and do nothing while those...
She shook a trembling finger at no one in particular.
While those creeps malign my husband's character and disqualify an innocent jockey.
Dave wished there was something he could say to offer a modicum of comfort, but nothing came to mind.
I'm going to do everything I can to help you and Jordan.
That was the only promise he could make to her right now. He glanced toward the open door.
Where is he, by the way?
He was surprised Jordan hadn't already made an appearance. A smile softened Jan's expression.
With Western Storm, of course.
Despite the worry lines wrinkling the corners of her eyes, she gave a sniff of humor.
If we put a cot in his stall, he'd sleep right beside his horse.
Mind if I go say hi to him?
Dave wasn't sure if his nerdy, introverted former lab partner from high school chemistry class would even remember him.
Not at all.
She straightened and turned around to gather the paperwork she was sending back with Dave to the motel.
A visit from an old friend might be just what he needs to snap him out of the funk he's fallen into.
I imagine he's taking the loss of his dad pretty hard, eh?
Sadly, it was something Dave could relate to all too well.
Of course.
Jan piled all the folders and papers into one messy stack.
I reckon that's the most logical explanation for the way he's been acting.
Her tone suggested there was more to the story. Dave narrowed his gaze at her.
Acting how exactly?
Cagey!
She exploded, moving around her desk to rummage in a back closet. She returned with a dusty brown backpack and stuffed the papers and folders into it.
Worried, preoccupied, more distant than usual. A few times lately, he disappeared for hours on end and wouldn't say where he'd been after he returned.
A scowl twisted her features.
He's keeping secrets from me, and I don't like it.
Though Dave could understand her concerns, it was anyone's guess what had caused Jordan's change in behavior. Grief, autism, middle age.
What's your motherly intuition saying?
Her answer was surprisingly blunt.
My motherly intuition picked up on a downward spiral with Jordan long before his father's death.
Dave's gut told him they were finally getting somewhere.
Care to elaborate?
She zipped the backpack and shoved it into his hands.
I know this is going to make me sound like a woman carrying a grudge, and maybe I am, but so be it. My son's behavior was remarkably different after he returned home from the training clinic at Horseshoe Valley Ranch.
Dave slung the backpack over one shoulder and gestured for her to continue. She shook her head helplessly.
Like I said, he's been more withdrawn in recent months, more agitated, more suspicious.
Of what?
Dave didn't know much about autism, but he mentally added it to his list of things to read up on. He had a doctor friend who specialized in stuff like that. He'd give him a call and beg for some professional insight on Jordan's diagnosis.
Everybody!
Jan exploded.
It's like he's lost his ability to trust anyone anymore.
She looked like she was tasting something bitter.
Sometimes I feel like he blames me for his father's death.
Dave's eyebrows flew upward.
Have you spoken to his doctors about this?
She made a growling sound.
Yes, but all they ever do is up his medication dosages.
She fisted her hands on her hips.
I already lost my husband. I don't need the medical world turning my son into a sedated vegetable who no longer recognizes his own mother.
Though his heart ached for her, he felt like they were treading into matters that likely had nothing to do with the case.
I hope you don't mind me sharing that I'm a man of faith. Not only will I be preparing your defense for the upcoming hearing, I'll be praying for you and Jordan every step of the way.
He prayed for all of his clients. All too often, they were grappling with problems that only prayer could solve. There was a momentary flash of something in her eyes that he couldn't define that made him wonder if his talk about prayer had made her uncomfortable. He moved to the door, ready to hunt down Jordan. After that, he'd return to the motel and get to work.
Is Western Storm's stall on the left or the right as I head out?
Neither.
Jan pointed in the opposite direction.
It's in the smaller barn behind this one. You'll understand why when you get there.
Her face reddened.
With what you're about to see, please keep in mind that his father and I both vetoed the idea of Jordan moving into a regular old horse stall.
Dave held up his hands in defense.
No judgment, ma'am.
You say that now.
She sighed. He left the large white barn by the rear exit and traversed the short walkway that connected it to the smaller barn Jan had mentioned. Pausing outside the door, he rapped his knuckles on it. There was no answer, so he knocked using his fist. A man's voice answered faintly. Dave couldn't make out what he said, so he twisted the doorknob experimentally and found it unlocked. He pushed open the door and popped his head inside.
Yo, Jordan, you in here?
Again, there was a faint answer that Dave couldn't understand. To his amazement, the entryway on the other side of the door housed a bed. A very neatly made bed with a pristine navy blue comforter. There wasn't a single snag, pick, or wrinkle in sight. The toes of a pair of sneakers and a pair of dress shoes were lined up perfectly beneath the bed. Beside the bed was a small desk that held a silver laptop resting in the closed position. A game controller was sitting on top of it, perfectly centered, with no pens or pencils lying nearby. No papers. No other clutter of any sort was on the desktop. Dave smiled at the realization that this was what Jan Jacobson had been so worried about him seeing. Her son had, quite literally, moved into the barn where they housed Western Storm.
Jordan, you around?
Dave stepped into the barn, eyeing the pair of stalls beyond the makeshift bedroom.
I'm a friend from high school, Dave Phillips. Not sure if you remember me or not.
He moved around the bed to open the first stall. A clothing rack on wheels rested there. Every hanger in it was white plastic, facing left, and hanging exactly 2 fingers apart. Definitely Jordan's doing.
A horse leaned his head over the other stall, trumpeting out a blast of alarm. At first, Dave assumed he'd startled the massive reddish-brown stallion. As he faced the stall, however, he noticed the door wasn't clasped all the way.
Through the sliver of opening, he could see a dark-haired man sprawled on his back on the floor. His eyes were closed. The stallion bent his head over him, slinging his mane back and forth in agitation. He dipped his head lower to nudge the man's shoulder with his nose. A piteous nicker escaped him. It almost sounded like a human sob. Dave pushed the stall door open further and rushed forward to take a knee beside the man.
Jordan?
Jan's backpack and the strap of his leather briefcase slid from his shoulder to the floor. Though it had been many years since they'd last seen each other, there was no question he was staring into the flushed features of none other than Jordan Jacobson. Though his friend's eyes were closed, his lips were moving.
You all right?
Dave bent his head over Jordan's mouth to listen.
Not an accident,
he muttered in a slurred voice. Not sure what he meant by that, Dave reached over to press 2 fingers to the inside of Jordan's wrist. His pulse was beating much more rapidly than normal, and his skin was hot to the touch.
Man, Jordan, what happened to you?
Dave glanced wildly around the stall, trying to figure out if he'd fallen. The stallion dipped his head closer again, nearly slamming into Dave's face.
Whoa there, big guy.
Dave held up a hand to put some space between them.
The horse nickered frenziedly and lowered his head to the other side of Jordan, knocking over 2 orange plastic bottles that had been resting on the floor there. They toppled against the concrete, scattering the pills they contained.
Dave snatched up the bottles to scan their descriptions. One was a prescription for a muscle relaxant. The other was for a tranquilizer. Man, oh man. Had Jordan overdosed on his meds? Dave dropped the bottles and leaned over his high school friend again. Straightening his closest arm and bending his opposite knee, he rolled him gently to his side. Then he dove for his cell phone and called 911. The operator picked up and politely asked how she could help him.
I'm with a friend who may have overdosed on some prescription meds.
Dave barked into the phone. He swiftly gave her the address to Triple J Ranch.
Please send an ambulance. Hurry!
Both he and Jan accompanied Jordan to the hospital, where Jordan's stomach was pumped. According to the attending physician, the cocktail of medicine Jordan had taken was a deadly combination, especially considering the quantities he'd taken. He was fortunate to be alive. Jan was beside herself, weeping and muttering to herself as she paced the waiting room.
It doesn't make any sense,
she declared over and over again.
I keep his medicine under lock and key. I don't know how he got his hands on it.
Dave waved her over and tried to get her to sit down beside him.
Where exactly do you keep his medicine, Jan?
Maybe if he could get her talking, it would help calm her down. She rounded on him and snapped.
In the house, which he almost never steps inside anymore. There's not a crowbar big enough to pry him out of that barn and away from his horse most days.
Dave patted the seat beside him again. He'd been doing some research on his phone about muscle relaxers and tranquilizers. Considering his medical condition, the tranquilizers made sense. But muscle relaxers? Why muscle relaxers? Jan Jacobson finally plopped into the seat next to Dave.
I don't get it. The threats Jason and I received from the Prophet were for us, not our son.
Dave had been thinking the same thing. He'd ask more about the muscle relaxer prescription later. Reaching for the backpack at his feet, he rummaged through it for the 2 notes in question. Smoothing them open against his knee, he examined them side by side. Both were printed on 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. Though Dave was no expert on computer paper, a few things were immediately apparent. Number 1, the paper was a heavier weight than standard computer paper. Number 2, it was coated with a glossy finish that made the printed letters practically gleam. Number 3, it was the same kind of paper Gil had described over the phone while telling Dave about the death threat intended for him before he'd departed for Dallas. There was one logical conclusion. All 3 death threats had come from the same person. The fact that there was nothing humorous about the messages triggered a new theory. Dave found himself asking, what if? What if there was both a real prophet and a fake one? What if the real prophet was sending one set of messages to predetermined targets, while the fake prophet or prophets, were making up all the hilarious memes online intended for a less specific audience. Dave pulled out another random piece of paper from the backpack and flipped it over so he could write on it.
When did you say Jason received this threat?
Jan walked him right.
About a month ago. Why?
And you received yours 3 days ago, right?
She nodded. He used her answer to continue creating a timeline. He added the date of Jason Jacobson's death, the time period afterward in which the prophet memes had gone viral, as well as the threats that had been sent to Heart Lake for Jillian and himself. Then he studied the timeline. After a moment of deliberation, he added the date that Jordan had attended the training camp at Horseshoe Valley Ranch. He also added Jordan's trip to the hospital.
What are you doing?
Jan practically radiated curiosity.
Building a case.
A disturbing picture was emerging. Though he couldn't prove anything without additional evidence, the timeline presented a whole new set of possibilities he hadn't previously considered. What if the online trend of issuing hilarious threats had been deliberately started to discredit the real prophet? To essentially turn him into a joke that the police themselves would refuse to take seriously? If Dave ignored the events attributed to the online trend, what was left was a real person sending real threats to real people. He read them one by one, trying to determine what each threat had accomplished. According to his timeline, Jason Jacobson had received the first threat in the mail and died a week later. What sort of criminal would tip off the target before the crime was committed? What had the criminal hoped to accomplish? One theory rose to the top as the most likely theory. It was possible someone had been trying to intimidate Triple J Ranch into dropping out of this year's upcoming races ahead of the commission meeting. And when that had failed, it was lights out for Jason. Moving on to the threat against Jillian's unborn child. What had it accomplished? She'd received it right before she and Dave had been about to depart on their honeymoon. The same night Jan had called, begging him to fly to Dallas. It was also the same night Dave had received a threat on the front doorstep back at home, one he'd failed to see before departing for the airport. Any normal person would have probably hunkered down and gone into defensive mode after receiving all the threats he and Jillian had. Canceled their flight, stayed home, not taken the case in Dallas. And when the threats hadn't worked, it had been lights out for Dave. Almost. That's it. He blinked as the proverbial light bulb flashed on inside his head. Maybe the prophet hadn't been sending threats, per se, so much as warnings. But why? One detail that didn't fit the timeline was the fact that Jordan Jacobson hadn't received a threat from the prophet. Or had he? Dave turned to meet Jan's gaze.
I need to pay another visit to the barn where Jordan has been staying.
He paused.
If that's okay with you.
Why wouldn't it be?
She scowled at him.
You sure you're okay with me leaving you alone at the hospital?
She nodded wearily.
Doc said Jordan is going to pull through. Since he's okay, I'm okay.
He was already pulling out the business card that the cabbie from earlier had left with him. Dialing the number, he reserved a ride back to Triple J Ranch. Less than an hour later, Dave stepped back inside Jordan's living quarters inside the small horse barn. Since Jordan was a neat freak, it didn't take long to search the room. He quickly found what he was looking for. A ream of high-gloss printing paper. Only a few sheets were missing from it. He also found something he wasn't expecting. When he opened Jordan's laptop, it wasn't password protected. It flashed straight to the homepage, which contained a carefully arranged collage of #prophet memes. The files dotting the bottom of the page, however, weren't the least bit humorous. They were named after people Dave knew. Jason Jacobson, Jan Jacobson, Jillian Phillips, and Dave Phillips. Inside each folder was the respective letter that had been sent in warning to each recipient. Dave leaned back in the chair in front of Jordan's desk, wondering what conclusion he was supposed to draw. Either Jordan Jacobson was the infamous prophet, or somebody had gone to a lot of trouble to make it look that way, presumably after he'd overdosed. and died. Also on Jordan's computer was an encrypted folder without a name. It was labeled with a simple 0. Fortunately, Dave had taken some computer classes in college and knew a thing or two about how to get around encryption walls. Within minutes, he was inside the folder. What he found there made his blood run cold. There were snapshots of dozens of winning gambling receipts for last year's biggest horse races in the U.S. The Kentucky Derby, the Preakness Stakes, and the Belmont Stakes. Also included in the folder were countless photos of injured horses. There were fractured legs, lacerated flanks, and swollen areas around the hooves. All the wounds were indicative of abuses inflicted while the horses were being ridden. Notably, each horse pictured was a horse that matched one of the winning gambling receipts. Unless he was reading this wrong, someone had been fixing races by abusing horses to guarantee they would lose, and then betting against them. It was heinous, unconscionable, and inhumane. The last series of photos featured a horse Dave recognized. It was that of Western Storm. According to the timestamp on them, they'd been taken around the time Jordan and his father had rescued him from Horseshoe Valley Ranch. The disturbing folder had been aptly named. Its contents truly amounted to a 0, as in ground zero, where all the Jacobsons' troubles had begun.
Apparently, Jordan and his dad had stumbled across more than an abused horse. They'd uncovered a brutally dangerous horse gambling ring, and Jason Jacobson had paid for it with his life. And now they were trying to tie up the last loose thread. No wonder Jordan Jacobson was currently fighting for his life in the hospital. What was contained on his laptop could potentially put a lot of people behind bars, starting with the co-owners of Horseshoe Valley Ranch. Dave unplugged the laptop and zipped it inside the backpack. It was time to take what he knew to the police. A heavy knock sounded on the window door. Dave had locked it behind him after entering the building. Because of the shade pulled down over the window, there was no way to see who was on the other side.
"You in there, Jordan?"
a man called menacingly. Dave's instincts told him it was time to move. Not only was Western Storm's stall door open, the back door of the barn was also standing wide open. It was a miracle the horse hadn't already taken off. There was no time to properly saddle him, so Dave took a running jump and mounted him bareback. Nudging him with his knees, he leaned forward and spoke quietly to get him moving.
"Let's go, boy."
They were soon trotting across the back pasture. Seconds later, an explosion sounded behind him, sending the horse into a gallop. Darting a glance over his shoulder, Dave saw that the barn where Jordan had been living was an inferno of smoke and flames. Chapter 7. Angry Neighbor. Jillian dragged herself out of bed, feeling tense, out of sorts, and still tired. No matter how many pillows she hugged or propped against her lower back, it was getting harder and harder to find a comfortable position in bed. It wasn't just the pregnancy wearing her down, though. It was also her marriage. An absent husband wasn't what she'd signed up for. As much as she loved Dave, part of her was beginning to wonder if she would have been better off dating him longer instead of jumping so quickly into married life. Sure, she'd still be pulling the night shift in the ER at the Heart Lake Medical Center, but working there was the demon she was already familiar with. She didn't know how much more she could take of living in constant fear for his safety. It was hard not knowing his specific whereabouts or the next time he would call. It was harder than anything she'd ever dealt with. Maybe she wasn't cut out to be the wife of a high-powered criminal lawyer. Poor Dave. He deserved so much better than a cranky wife with bedhead and swollen ankles. She started her day by tugging on her longest, reddest, fuzziest sweater over her maternity jeans. In the past, Christmas colors had always lifted her spirits. This morning, she found herself shivering in front of the dressing mirror in the closet. The coldness inside her wasn't the kind of cold that could be chased away by winter sweaters and central heaters. Maybe coffee will help. She and Eloise had made a quick grocery run yesterday morning. Their purchases had included no less than 5 flavors of decaffeinated coffee and tea for the resident pregnant gal. She yawned and finger-combed her hair into a messy ponytail as she shuffled in her sock feet to the kitchen.
"Morning, Eloise,"
she mumbled.
"Have you heard from—"
"No. You?"
As usual, Eloise had beaten her to the coffee pot. She was seated at the bar, flipping through a stack of manila folders.
"You'll be the first to know if I do."
Jillian placed a K-cup in the single-serve coffee dispenser and pushed the start button. She arched her back to stretch it while the steam rising from her cardboard cup brewed her into a better state of mind. It was impossible not to find a teensy sliver of comfort in the warm, rich scent of hazelnut, or the festive cup painted with glittering gold and silver snowflakes, a leftover from the holidays.
"You mean when you do,"
Eloise corrected, in a voice as grumpy as Jillian felt.
"My son will wrap up his case, and he will call you. You can take that to the bank."
Jillian reached for a plastic lid for her cup, wishing her mother-in-law didn't sound like she was trying to convince herself of that.
"What are you working on?"
"I'm butting my nose into places no one asked me to,"
she confessed with a sigh.
"To be more specific, I called Dave's secretary yesterday and asked her to send me a copy of all the case files he's been working on."
Jillian spun around in astonishment.
"And she agreed to do it?"
What about attorney-client confidentiality?
"We've known each other for years."
Eloise's voice was smug. Still doesn't sound kosher to me, but okay.
"What do you need Dave's case files for?"
"To keep his business afloat until he gets back."
Eloise flicked an impatient look her way, clearly not pleased about having to explain herself.
"Many years ago, I worked as a paralegal in the company where I met my first husband."
"Dave's dad."
Jillian spun back around to retrieve her coffee cup from the dispenser. She capped it, added a straw, and joined her mother-in-law at the bar.
"It's really kind of you to help us out like this."
She wasn't sure Dave would agree, but he wasn't here to voice his opinion on the matter.
"We'll see if my efforts do any good."
Eloise pressed her lips into a flat line.
"There's a court hearing scheduled for later in the week that I'm going to have to file for an extension on. He also has an initial consultation with a new client tomorrow morning that I'm trying to decide if I should keep or reschedule."
Jillian's eyes widened.
"Is it something you'd feel comfortable handling on your own?"
Eloise gave a mirthless chuckle.
"Won't know until I show up. It's the nature of the beast in this business."
She flicked a finger at the handwritten note in front of her.
"If I'm deciphering Dave's scrawl correctly, it involves a property dispute, which sounds fairly innocuous. I'm not sure why the client, Mr. Edward—"
She leaned closer to squint at the last name.
"Wagner thinks he needs a criminal lawyer to get involved."
Jillian forced a smile, trying to follow her mother-in-law's lead and put on a brave front.
"In the Wild West movies, a property dispute could cost a man his scalp."
Eloise chuckled.
"Let's hope it doesn't come to that."
"No kidding."
Jillian took her first sip of coffee.
"Listen, I don't think I've said this yet, but I really, really, really appreciate you staying in town as long as you have. Though Dave's home is beautiful, I'm sure it doesn't hold a candle to the coastal views you're accustomed to enjoying in Naples."
"It's your home now, too."
Eloise glanced up from the paperwork she was browsing through.
"The sooner you start yanking open drawers and hanging curtains, the sooner you'll stop feeling like a visitor here."
"I can't."
Jillian gripped her coffee cup tighter. So far, all she'd done was browse a few catalogs and websites and make more shopping lists. However, her heart wasn't in it.
"Why not?"
Eloise demanded sharply.
"I just can't."
Jillian struggled to put her tangle of emotions into words.
"Until I know Dave is all right, my life feels like it's on hold. Like I can't fill my lungs all the way with air."
She set down her coffee cup and pressed a hand to her pounding heart.
"I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to do this."
Her mother-in-law studied her in silence for a moment.
I know what you're going through,
she declared quietly.
I truly do. And I think I have a solution. A temporary one, at least.
Tears welled in Jillian's eyes.
Unless it involves a phone call from Dave.
She shook her head sadly. Eloise abruptly pushed back her stool.
It involves kicking the mullygrubs aside and getting your mind on something else. You'll feel better afterward, I promise.
Her words piqued Jillian's curiosity.
Okay, I'll bite. What do you have in mind?
She dabbed the wetness from the edges of her eyes. Eloise's expression grew mischievous.
According to the address listed on the property dispute,
she stabbed her forefinger at the folder on the top of the stack in front of her.
Edward Wagner lives next door to you guys.
Which side of us?
Though she couldn't see outside from where she was sitting, Jillian turned toward the kitchen window over the sink. On one side of them was a row of upscale townhomes. On the other side was a dilapidated old homestead. The 2-story white farmhouse and big red barn sitting partially behind it were in desperate need of a paint job. Plus, there were a few loose shutters on the house that needed straightening and tightening down. Eloise grunted in derision.
Which side do you think?
The old farmhouse it is.
Jillian had never seen anyone come or go from it. If it weren't for the occasional glow of a lamp through the windows at night, she might have assumed it was vacant.
I'm assuming this Mr. Wagner lives alone?
Eloise smirked.
Yep. According to the questionnaire Dave has every prospective client fill out, the fella is as old and as grumpy as me.
Does the file say that?
Jillian stared at her, aghast.
Nope.
Eloise chuckled.
But my son would if he was in the room.
She picked up the file and fanned it open.
Edward Wagner is 73 years seasoned, a retired soldier and a widower. His wife of 51 years died 2 years ago. Their only child died many years before that in a boating accident up near Anchorage.
She closed the folder.
See what I mean? Old, cranky, and apparently being hounded by the local homeowners association.
Because of his crooked shutters?
Jillian swallowed a chuckle. Her mother-in-law was right. Being nosy was a lot more fun than sitting around feeling sorry for herself.
Yes, indeed, but that's not the underlying cause of their dispute.
Eloise's gaze took on a wicked gleam of anticipation.
According to Mr. Wagner, the purchase of his home predates the inception of Heart Lake's most prestigious homeowners association, which means the HOA board had no legal grounds for mowing his back pasture without his permission and sending him the bill. Oh, and threatening to put a lien on his place for the laundry list of repairs they claim it needs. Aww.
Her voice grew mocking.
The very thought of going head-to-head with a bunch of snooty Heart Lakers is really breaking my heart.
Jillian rolled her eyes.
Please don't say that under oath, since we both know your words lack sincerity.
Ha!
Eloise burst into one of her noisy cackles.
That's the nicest way anyone has ever called me a liar.
When do we leave?
Jillian smiled, despite her tiredness and swollen ankles. She couldn't help it. Eloise and her shenanigans just had that effect on her. Eloise pointed at the fridge.
Right after you eat something. I threw together a few jars of refrigerated oatmeal and fruit last night. At the risk of sounding like I'm tooting my flute, they're delicious. I already ate mine.
Toot away.
Jillian was already on her feet, moving toward the fridge.
There's only one word for an already made breakfast in my book. Amazing.
She wasn't accustomed to being waited on, which made her mother-in-law's pampering feel extra special. Not only was a small mason jar of the promised oatmeal and fruit waiting for her, Eloise had tied a red and white checkered ribbon around the lid.
It even matches my sweater.
She pulled it from the fridge and swung it through the air as she carried it to the bar. Eloise snorted as she left the room, presumably to finish getting ready.
You're unbelievably easy to please.
Since she spoke the words beneath her breath, Jillian wasn't sure she was supposed to hear them. It was the best oatmeal she'd ever tasted, and she was only halfway finished scarfing it down when her mother-in-law returned to the room. She had her cell phone pressed to her ear, talking in such sharp tones that Jillian was guessing it was Gil. Poor Gil. She hid a smile as she took another bite.
Technically, we're not leaving the driveway,
her mother-in-law declared with asperity.
We're cutting across our side yard into his side yard.
She let out an exaggerated huff of frustration as she paused to listen.
I'm not sure why I even bothered calling you. Are you always this difficult?
Whatever he said in response made her grin in triumph.
If you really think a little neighborly visit calls for a full military escort, knock yourself out.
She disconnected the line.
I'm assuming that was Gil?
Jillian waved her next bite at her mother-in-law's phone.
Who else?
If anything, Eloise's grin grew wider.
You enjoy needling him way too much.
Jillian took another bite of the heavenly oatmeal. Her mother-in-law shrugged unconcernedly.
It's his fault for holding us prisoner in your own home. Just because we keep falling in line with his oppressive security details doesn't mean we have to do it quietly.
You are something else.
Jillian polished off the rest of the oatmeal, rinsed out the jar, and set it in the dishwasher.
I prefer to keep things interesting.
Eloise tapped a foot impatiently while Jillian disappeared into the mudroom to slip her feet into her shoes and grab her coat. Since they weren't going far, she decided not to take her purse. Gil was popping the horn of his Razvani tank by the time she returned to the kitchen, zipped up and gloved up.
Time to rock and roll,
Eloise sang out as she danced a little jig toward the front door. She had on a brown leather jacket over skinny jeans and a pair of black sneakers with wedge heels. They were dotted with black rhinestones and boasted metallic gold side zippers. It was an outfit a woman half her age would wear, maybe younger, but she was young enough at heart to pull it off. Jillian's maternity clothes and suede ankle boots felt tame in comparison, but she liked her mother-in-law's pizzazz. She also liked the bounce in her step as they made their way down the wide front porch steps together. The thought popped into her mind that Eloise's exuberance might have something to do with the fact that they were about to pay a visit to a man her age. A single man her age.
I should have had you grab a water bottle before we stepped outside.
Eloise gave her a raking look of concern as they neared the vehicle.
Need to keep you well hydrated, since you're carrying my grandchild.
Her concern sent a welcome burst of toasty warmth to Jillian's heart. As outspoken and abrasive as her mother-in-law could be, she'd not once said anything negative about her son not being the biological father of Jillian's child. On the contrary, she'd been everything that was accepting and inclusive of the baby. Unlike Jillian's parents and sister, who'd gone out of their way to make her feel like her pregnancy was the biggest mistake of her life, Gil was waiting for them with the 2 passenger doors gallantly pulled open. Jillian gave him a grateful look.
It's really kind of you to give us a ride.
And completely unnecessary.
Eloise nudged Jillian toward the front seat while she slid into the back passenger seat.
Your drive here took longer than our commute next door, Will.
Not true.
Gil waited until they were buckled in before closing their doors. He hurried around to the driver's side.
I'm on patrol this morning, so I was already in the neighborhood.
Unless you were parked right outside the house,
Eloise sputtered.
Actually, I was.
He winked at her through his rearview mirror as he drove the very short distance to the neighbor's house next door. He scowled as he studied the house.
It looks vacant. You sure anyone still lives here?
Very sure.
Eloise lifted her chin.
So are you, Sheriff. Quit pretending like you didn't already run a full background check on the guy.
Gil shot a questioning look at Jillian.
What's up with you two feeling all neighborly all of a sudden?
She muffled a chuckle.
You don't want to know.
Actually, I do.
He returned his gaze to her mother-in-law through his rearview mirror.
We're working one of Dave's cases for him,
she informed him haughtily.
Dusting off my paralegal skills to help keep his caseload humming along in his absence.
Gil's expression grew thunderous.
I'm going to need a few more details about what you're getting yourselves into before I open your doors.
I can open my own door, thank you very much.
Eloise reached for the handle and rattled it a few times. Her expression grew as thunderous as his.
Are you out of your mind?
She demanded acidly. He ignored her question.
Eloise, I promised Dave I'd look after you and Jillian, and I intend to keep my word. So start talking.
Jillian could practically feel the steam rolling out of her mother-in-law's ears.
It's a homeowners association dispute,
she offered quickly.
Fortunately for Dave's neighbor, his property purchase predates the inception of the HOA. In a nutshell, a few newly elected board members are overstepping their authority and harassing the snot out of someone they have no right to harass the snot out of.
Gil's expression cleared. He tapped the button to pop the locks on their doors.
Go get 'em, Tigers.
Eloise was livid as she pushed her door open and hopped unassisted to the ground.
So help me, Gil, if you ever pull a stunt like that again.
Don't worry, Eloise. You'll never see it coming,
he promised with another wink.
Watch this.
To Jillian's astonishment, she found herself stepping to the ground in clouds of white smoke. It took her a startled second or two to realize it was being pumped out from beneath the undercarriage of Gil's vehicle. She waved a hand rapidly in front of her face as she hurried up the sidewalk to the neighbor's front porch. Eloise was fanning her face just as furiously as Gil roared off.
The nerve of him,
she seethed.
But that's okay, because paybacks are...
The front door to the farmhouse flew open, interrupting her tirade. A man stepped out with a rifle in hand. He cocked it ominously, though all he did was lower it to his side. Jillian stopped in mid-step, her mouth falling open as she came face to face with her next-door neighbor. A very angry next-door neighbor. He was hatless, coatless, and surprisingly handsome for a man his age. The winter breeze blowing over the lake riffled his dark, silvery hair. However, not so much as a shiver escaped him.
If you're from the Homeowners Association, you may as well turn around and crawl right back into whatever hole you slithered out of.
Oh, for pity's sake.
Eloise snapped.
We're your next-door neighbors. Jillian is, anyway. I live in Naples.
Her tone suggested it was galaxies away from his less-than-stellar welcome. His thick eyebrows shot upward.
Lady, I don't care if they sent you from Narnia. If you think for 1 second I'm going to pay some ninny on a brush hog I never hired to give my backfield a haircut it didn't need...
We're not the ninnies you're looking for, so save your spleen,
she interrupted with so much energy that Jillian's heart sank. Her mother-in-law was enjoying the altercation way too much.
We left our white flags at home, but consider them waved. We're on your side, Mr. Wagner. As a matter of fact, we came to conduct your initial consultation to retain Dave Phillips' legal representation in the matter. He's my son,
she explained with a vague flutter of her hand toward their townhome.
Edward Wagner's glare was replaced by a frown of confusion.
I thought my appointment with him was tomorrow.
It was.
Eloise breezed up the front porch steps, beckoning Jillian to follow her.
With him,
Mr. Wagner added pointedly as she stepped closer, crowding his personal space. To his credit, he stepped aside and allowed her to march past him into his house. She glared at his rifle as she brushed past him.
I'm beginning to understand why you need a criminal lawyer to settle your dispute with the HOA, Mr. Wagner.
Edward,
he called after her with a smirk.
And your name is?
Eloise.
She snapped, turning in a full circle to gaze up at the antique chandelier mounted in the entry foyer. Jillian swallowed nervously as she entered the house.
I'm sorry my husband couldn't keep his appointment with you. He's out of town on a difficult case.
She drew a bracing breath.
From what we understand, he's been ambushed and shot at.
She gave the rifle Mr. Wagner was holding a pointed look.
And otherwise intimidated to scare him off the case. As a result, his return flight has been delayed. In the meantime, my mother-in-law, a highly skilled paralegal, is more than capable of handling your dispute with the HOA.
Mr. Wagner gave the rifle at his side a guilty glance.
I assure you it's not loaded, ma'am.
He followed her into the surprisingly clean and well-furnished foyer and set it on a gun rack against the wall. Then he beckoned her and Eloise to follow him into the adjoining den. Like the entry foyer, it was unexpectedly well kept. Comfortable overstuffed chairs and 2 gray linen sofas were tastefully arranged on a Navajo area rug. Against the far wall, a stacked stone fireplace rose 2 full stories, ending in a peak against the vaulted ceiling. Eloise made no bones about the fact that she was scrutinizing the room up and down, along with its furnishings and eventually its owner.
Why, you old goat,
she accused their reluctant host.
Your home is absolutely lovely. The painting over your fireplace alone is worth a fortune, which means you can well afford to mow your lawn and repair your shutters.
She folded her arms.
So why don't you?
Jillian glanced in surprise at the painting. It was a coastal scene in an array of muted colors that made her feel like she was looking through the mist at it. Both the painting and the antique gold frame around it was a tasteful addition to the room. Their host grunted.
When you said you live in Naples...
I was referring to the actual Naples, yes.
Eloise sounded impatient.
Not one of the dusty little towns that likes to borrow fancy-sounding names to make their residents feel more important.
She waved a hand languidly at the painting.
That's the view right outside my living room window.
Edward turned his back on them as he strode closer to the painting.
My wife always wanted to visit Italy, but I reckon we waited too long after she got sick.
He stopped and cleared his throat.
Eloise and Jillian exchanged a sympathetic look behind his back. It went without saying that his wife's death had likely started him down the path of peeling paint and loosened shutters. They hadn't merely paid a visit to a cranky neighbor. They'd stormed into the private sanctuary of a grieving one.
Tell you what,
Eloise offered in a hushed voice.
I'll write a letter to the HOA that's guaranteed to send them running for the hills, and I'll do it for free.
Edward Wagner swung back in their direction, folding his arms defiantly.
What's the catch?
Bitterness dripped from his words.
No catch.
Eloise's voice was innocent.
However, one neighborly turn deserves another. You'll owe us dinner. Both of us.
Her gaze landed affectionately on Jillian.
My sweet daughter-in-law has been confined to her home by an overzealous retired sheriff, who fears my son's current case is putting her in danger. She could use the company.
She shot him such a warm smile that he blinked in astonishment.
Something tells me our overzealous friend will approve of her gun-toting neighbor.
Edward Wagner let out a heavy breath.
I'm not much of a cook.
Fine. Then we'll eat at her place.
She angled her head toward Jillian and Dave's townhome.
This evening, 6 o'clock. You're bringing dessert.
He gave a rusty scrape of laughter and lowered his arms.
Dare I ask what you like, Eloise?
She wrinkled her nose sourly at him.
I'm not the one who's pregnant.
Right.
Looking abashed, he turned his attention to Jillian. Before she could utter a word, her mother-in-law added,
Anything but chocolate. She's carrying my grandchild and he doesn't need the caffeine.
Jillian spread her hands, chuckling helplessly.
Honestly, I'm not too picky.
How about cheesecake from the bakery?
He cocked his head questioningly at her.
Topped with fresh strawberries?
This time of year?
Eloise frowned at him. He loosely dangled his thumbs through the belt loops on his jeans as he swaggered in her direction.
This old goat happens to own a greenhouse.
You know what?
She jutted her chin at him, slapping her hands down on her slender hips.
You're getting harder and harder to dislike.
He drew close enough to tower over her.
You do realize there's another option than us being enemies.
On the ridiculously short drive home, Jillian kept breaking into snickers and glancing over the console at her mother-in-law in the back seat.
You were totally flirting with my husband's newest client.
I get the job done. If you don't like my methods.
She shook her head, inferring that it was Jillian's problem.
I have no problem with your methods,
Jillian assured with another delighted chuckle.
I thoroughly enjoyed watching you wrangle a dinner date out of him.
She dramatically raised a hand to her forehead.
Should I plead a headache and stay in my room so you can have him all to yourself?
Whoa, time out.
Gil parked in their driveway and swiveled around to pin an accusing look on Eloise.
You invited a complete stranger to the house.
No, we invited a neighbor.
Eloise reminded with a haughty tilt to her chin.
One that must have passed your background check. Otherwise, you would have never played chauffeur this morning.
A neighbor that you just met,
he reminded.
What else were we supposed to do?
She waved a hand carelessly.
He owes us dinner, but he claims he's not much use in the kitchen.
A wave of redness crept over Gil's freckled features.
This isn't a joke, Eloise. I'm doing everything in my power to keep you safe.
I am aware.
She leaned forward to pat his arm, employing a tone one might use to soothe an angry cat.
Which is why I did my homework first. There's not a single pencil mark in his case file you wouldn't approve of.
She leaned back in her seat.
Army veteran with 24 years of service and a Purple Heart, who served another 20-something years as a railroad conductor. Oh.
She wagged a finger at Gil.
Did I forget to mention his impressive gun collection?
You didn't have to.
Gil looked exasperated.
The local HOA is filing charges against him for brandishing a deadly weapon when they attempted to have a reasonable conversation with him about the condition of his property.
Eloise squared her shoulders.
We both know their charges are going nowhere. They've been harassing the bejeebers out of him over something their snobby little organization has zero jurisdiction over. They've also been trespassing on his property, vandalizing his weeds.
Vandalizing his what?
Gil drew back, looking incredulous.
You heard me, Sheriff.
Her lips trembled from the effort of holding back a smile.
His back pasture is a sanctuary for weeds. His choice entirely, since the purchase of his property predates the inception of the HOA. Besides, the rifle he was holding when he answered the door today wasn't loaded, and he never once pointed it at us. For all we know, we interrupted him while he was cleaning it.
Eloise.
Gil sounded like he was striving valiantly to hang on to his temper.
I get it, Gil.
She groaned.
Believe me, I do. You're at your wit's end looking after 2 pregnant women, and now you think you've got a loose screw next door to worry about.
They engaged in a glaring match over the seat.
I need to speak with you and Jillian inside. Now.
Eloise's face seemed to crumple.
Does this mean you heard from Dave?
He nodded grimly.
I have, and he's somewhere safe.
He didn't share any more details until they were seated in the great room. He pulled off his Stetson and took a knee in front of Jillian.
Let me begin by assuring you he's unharmed.
A sobbing breath escaped her. The way he said it told her she wasn't going to like what he said next.
He witnessed a bombing the authorities believe was intended for his client.
Gil continued.
Witnessed?
Eloise's voice was sharp.
I thought he was working on a case to uncover the prophet's identity.
Closed.
Gil's jaw tightened. Jillian straightened.
He found the prophet?
He did. Turns out there's more than one.
Gil tapped his Stetson against his knee.
There's the guy who's been sending out warnings to the intended victims before the crimes against them played out. And there are the actual criminals who launched an online comedy campaign in the prophet's name to discredit him. Diabolically clever, if you ask me, and it almost worked.
If it weren't for Dave's lawyerly interference.
Eloise clapped her hands in satisfaction.
That's my boy.
Yep.
Gil's expression softened.
He jumped in and busted the case wide open. Then he did exactly what he should have done next. He took it straight to the feds.
Say it isn't so.
Eloise groaned softly. Her entire body wilted against the sofa cushions. Jillian didn't know why her mother-in-law sounded so worked up about it. Dave had successfully closed his case. It was over, wasn't it?
How soon can we see him again?
She was more than ready to have her husband back. Her heart fluttered at the thought.
That's the tricky part about working with the feds.
Gil stood and started pacing the room.
Dave's investigation led to the arrest of 2 very dangerous criminals who've already tried to take him out of the picture once. Unfortunately, they succeeded in taking one of his clients out of the picture.
Somebody is dead? Jillian's thoughts swam dizzily. She'd known there were dangers involved in Dave's career as a criminal lawyer, but...
Exactly how many clients is Dave representing in Dallas?
Eloise demanded sharply.
It started off as a family of 3.
Gil sighed.
The case now rests on Dave's testimony and that of his 2 remaining clients.
Because one of them was murdered, and my husband could be next. Jillian's stomach pitched with nausea. I'm going to be sick. She jolted as her mother-in-law hopped to her feet like an angry hen to face Gil.
Over my dead, lifeless carcass, are they going to take my only child into federal witness protection? So help me. If you don't do something to stop this madness, I will.
He caught her when she stumbled and gently walked her backwards toward the sofa.
I'm doing something,
he grated out.
If you'll give me 10 seconds to explain.
Jillian wasn't sure why her mother-in-law was so livid.
What's so bad about witness protection?
She asked faintly. From where she was sitting, it sounded like a good idea, considering all the bullets and bombs that had peppered the case so far. Tears gushed from Eloise's eyes.
Because accepting protection from the federal government has some very long and lasting strings attached. They'll change Dave's name, send him to a new town, and give him a whole new life. A life that doesn't include me, you, your baby, Gil, or anyone else he's ever known.
She shook her head vehemently, shaking a tear loose and sending it flying.
We'd never see him again,
she concluded with a sob of hysteria.
Which is why Dave has already turned them down flat. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Gil shot a harried look at Jillian.
So if you're done scaring the living daylights out of Jillian, I'd be glad to fill you in on the actual plan.
His expression grew hard with determination.
The top brass at Lonestar Security has assured me they're going to spare no resources to ensure his safety and the safety of his clients.
What's that supposed to mean?
Eloise choked, not looking the least bit mollified.
It means we're going to do our own version of witness protection. It won't be easy, and you're not going to see as much of Dave as you'd like before the court trial, but he'll still be part of our lives. That's what matters.
Part? Jillian heard one thing the loudest, the sticking point that Gil had left unsaid. Her husband still wasn't coming home. At least, not yet. Jillian couldn't imagine slipping back into her normal routine after what Gil had just finished confiding in them. But Eloise insisted that was exactly what they were going to do.
If anyone is spying on us, they're going to see 2 women having the time of their lives at a dinner party,
she declared grandly.
This is the best way to help Dave. Trust me.
Jillian wasn't in a party mood, but didn't have the energy to contradict her mother-in-law. She forced herself to go through the motions of showering and changing into white knit leggings and an olive shirt with white polka dots. She was too emotionally beat to put much work into her hair and makeup. In the end, she opted to leave her hair tumbling in blonde waves around her shoulders. Since Gil had continued fussing about their neighbor coming over, Eloise had invited him to join them and play watchdog. It was unclear if he was bringing Bliss with him. While Jillian was putting on her lip gloss, she heard the rumble of Gil's tank in the driveway outside. Instead of immediately being turned off, she heard one of the garage doors roll open. He's parking inside? Why? Moments later, there was a knock on the master bedroom door.
Coming.
She stepped out of the bathroom and made her way across the room, but the door was already being pushed open. It was Dave. She gasped and nearly fainted. He shut and locked the door behind him, hurrying her way with a finger against his mouth to buy her silence. His outfit wasn't one he'd packed and taken with him. It was solid black. From his long-sleeved shirt and utility vest to his cargo pants to the combat boots tied over them. She'd seen Gil dress like that a few times while coming and going from his job at Lonestar Security. She fell into his arms. They stood there clinging to each other for a breathless, tension-charged moment.
I love you, babe.
Dave spoke against the side of her neck, just breathing her in.
I've missed you more than you'll ever know.
Happy tears streaked down her cheeks.
Did you come home to pick a fight with me?
She choked.
Because it's not humanly possible for you to have missed me more than I missed you.
Want to bet?
He raised his head and found her lips. She'd missed him so much that it hurt. Missed being in his arms. Missed hearing his voice. Missed his kisses.
You look seriously hot,
she whispered shakily when he raised his head. He snorted out a chuckle.
Quit stealing my lines. You're the hottest thing in this room.
The fact that he felt that way about a wife who was going on 6 months pregnant was a miracle in itself.
For one thing, you have more hair. I like it when you wear it down like this.
He tangled his fingers in the silky blonde strands.
And I like how you never overdo your makeup.
He dragged his lips over her cheek and back down the line of her jaw and chin.
I prefer to see your beautiful, natural self.
She melted beneath his touch, not bothering to tell him she'd been too tired to put on any more makeup this evening. Though she always used a light touch on foundation and blush, often skipping it altogether, she rarely went anywhere without a little eyeliner and mascara.
All I have on is lip gloss.
Not anymore.
He found her lips again, hungrily drinking her in. For a moment, she felt like she was in the fairy tale he'd spun around when they first met. Every time he held her like this, he made her feel like he was never going to let her go, which she knew wasn't possible. The way he'd snuck into their master bedroom wasn't the same thing as returning to the life they were trying to build together, to their marriage and home. It felt like something else, something more temporary. Jillian drew back, scanning his features.
How long do I get you this time?
About an hour.
Dave's brown gaze darkened with regret.
But I'm already working on a plan to fix this. You have my word. I will not be an absent husband and father forever.
He splayed one large hand against her swollen belly.
I promise.
She forced a smile, trying to be brave.
Gil said the same thing.
No, he didn't.
Dave's voice grew deathly serious.
He and Lonestar Security are ironing out the details for a shelter-in-place strategy for me and my clients. Just until the trial. Our own version of witness protection, if you will.
Her heart ached at the realization that it would be months before the trial was concluded and the verdict issued. The baby would be here before then.
I'm working on what comes next, babe.
His voice grew rough with determination.
A plan that'll keep this from ever happening to us and our family again.
How?
Short of them all going into a witness protection program together, she didn't see how he could deliver on a promise like that.
By giving up my private practice.
No.
Jillian drew a sobbing breath of protest.
It's who you are, Dave.
It's what he'd spent years of his life going to school for. There had to be another option besides giving up his entire career.
Nope. It's what I do for a living.
He corrected.
Who I am is his.
He pointed upward.
And yours.
He leaned closer to tilt his forehead against hers.
I'm your husband. The man who promised to love, cherish, and protect you for the rest of our lives. To be present. To do life together.
He gently nipped at her lips.
And I think I've found the perfect way to do that while still serving the state of Texas as a criminal lawyer. A job that'll be backed by an entire army of security personnel.
She snuggled closer, loving the sound of that.
If such a job exists, Dave.
She'd never heard of anything like it.
It's about to.
He lifted his head to gaze deeply into her eyes.
I'm already in negotiations with Lonestar Security to come on board full-time as their legal counsel. It would be a salaried position. Not quite as much as I'm accustomed to making, but decent. Really decent, with opportunities for raises, bonuses, and other incentives as we grow the investigative leg of the business.
Other incentives?
She couldn't resist teasing him.
Let me guess. They have another Resvani tank with your name on it?
Bingo.
He lightly tapped her nose for emphasis.
I was kidding.
She leaned in for another kiss.
They're not.
He kissed her back tenderly.
And neither am I.
It sounds like the perfect solution.
It took her breath away that he was working so hard to make decisions that would put their family first.
So long as you're sure you don't mind giving up your private practice.
There was his office building to consider. Would they need to sell it?
You're more important to me than any job.
There was no hesitation in his response.
Please assure me you didn't miss the part about it coming with a pay cut, though.
She shook her head in amazement at him.
I thought I made it very clear I didn't marry you for your money.
I know, but...
No buts.
She cut in firmly.
I just want to be with you, Dave. That's it.
She briefly closed her eyes.
No, that's not true. I also want you to be safe and present. The last few days have been sheer torture.
She met his gaze squarely, knowing he preferred honesty over faint platitudes.
I was honestly starting to doubt whether I was cut out for this. Whether I have what it takes to be the kind of wife you need me to be.
She wasn't sure if she was making any sense. He looked stricken.
Please don't give up on me, babe. Or us.
I won't. It took a lot of tears and a lot of begging God over the past few days to reach this point.
Her voice shook.
I just need you to understand something before you take off again.
She ran the pads of her fingers gently over the bandage on his upper arm.
When you hurt, I hurt. I can't change that. Like it or not, we're in this together.
I like it just fine.
He assured huskily.
It's what I want. You're what I want.
She slid her arms around his neck.
I just fell in love with you all over again.
He cuddled her closer.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
One more thing.
She smiled against his lips.
I think your mom has the hots for the guy next door.
Please tell me you're kidding.
He groaned.
We don't have time for kidding around, Esquire. We've got to make every second count.
She drew his head down for another kiss that went on and on. She poured her heart into it, not knowing the next time they would be together. Jillian felt like a whole new person by the time she joined Eloise and Edward at the dinner table. Her mother-in-law took one look at her sparkling, red-rimmed eyes and started fanning her hands at her own face.
Glad to see you're feeling better, hon. You're in luck. You made it just in time for dessert.
Jillian could hear the nonchalance her mother-in-law was trying so hard to infuse into her voice. She almost succeeded.
No way was I going to laze around in bed and miss the chance to try out Edward's greenhouse strawberries.
It sounded like Eloise's cover story for her late arrival to dinner was the most obvious one. Pregnancy symptoms. She could run with that. Their ruggedly handsome neighbor leaped to his feet to pull out a chair for her.
You sit. I'll serve.
Serve away.
Jillian gave a grateful sigh as she took her seat.
Your shabby hostess apologizes for being a shabby hostess this evening.
Not at all.
Edward assured quickly.
According to Eloise, I'm the one who owed y'all dinner, not the other way around. The least I can do is the serving.
He moved into the adjoining kitchen and started rattling around plates and forks on the countertop. Eloise reached for Jillian's hands and hissed,
How was he?
Jillian's eyes welled again.
He looked good,
she whispered back.
And he's doing everything he can to make sure this never happens to us again. I'll, tell you more later.
She nodded suggestively toward Edward.
After Willie Nelson leaves.
Seriously?
Eloise studied Edward with an assessing eye.
I guess I can see where you're coming from, except for Ed is taller, buffer, and doesn't wear his hair in braids.
The object of their gossip glanced across the bar at her, caught her staring at him, and gave her a slow, deliberate wink. Jillian swallowed a giggle.
I think he heard you.
He did not.
Eloise pretended to swat at her hands.
I told Dave about him,
Jillian confessed.
Why'd you go and do a thing like that?
Eloise blushed. Actually blushed.
Because Dave doesn't like surprises.
Jillian smiled dreamily.
He'd rather you just shovel it onto him straight.
Eloise didn't answer, since Edward was heading their way with 3 plates of strawberry cheesecake balanced on one arm. Jillian accepted the plate he handed her and took her first bite of cheesecake, closing her eyes in ecstasy. She chewed and swallowed before opening her eyes again.
Wow, Edward.
The cheesecake tasted like standard bakery-style cheesecake, but the strawberries were out of this world.
The berries are a home run.
As good as anything you might find in Naples?
He raised his eyebrows in a challenge to Eloise, who'd just taken her first bite. She made a sighing sound.
Fishing for compliments?
Yep.
He waggled his eyebrows playfully at her.
They're better than any strawberries I've ever tasted,
she admitted, making a face at him.
Something tells me you already knew that, though.
Yep.
His smile was gloating.
Nobody likes a braggart.
She popped another bite into her mouth. He shrugged.
You do.
Eloise nearly choked on her cheesecake. She washed it down with a few sips of tea.
That's a lot of confidence coming from a cranky neighbor with peeling paint and dangling shutters.
2 things I can easily have fixed.
He leaned back in his chair, clearly enjoying their spat as much as she was.
Any recommendations on paint colors, Miss Italy?
She gave a girlish giggle.
Classic white farmhouse, federal blue shutters, and a whole mess of fiery red rose bushes in the flower gardens.
He nodded, looking fascinated.
Did you happen to see any flower beds at my place? Because I sure wasn't aware of them.
She tapped a red lacquer-tipped finger against her temple.
Imagination.
His gaze glinted with pure male interest.
What does your lovely imagination say about my barn?
Her expression grew distant, as if already imagining the upgrades.
Barn red, of course, with white trim. You could take it a step further and dazzle the local HOA members with a silver weather vane on top.
He made a scoffing sound.
They're not the ones I'm trying to dazzle.
He abruptly turned to Jillian, who was starting to feel like a third wheel.
Before I go, I wouldn't mind hearing more about your dream of opening an animal rescue center.
Jillian gave her mother-in-law an admonishing look.
Talking about me behind my back, huh?
Eloise waved her fork airily.
It was all good. Well, mostly.
Mostly?
Jillian chuckled.
What was the bad part?
Her mother-in-law was all too happy to tell her.
You're thinking too small, hun. Rescuing and adopting out dogs and cats is fine and all. But what about livestock? Horses, for example. This is Heart Lake, for pity's sake. Farms and ranches everywhere you look.
Jillian nodded slowly.
Where would I put them?
Though their home sat on a little over half an acre of prime lakefront property, it wasn't big enough for grazing horses, much less constructing the kind of outbuildings such an endeavor would require. Eloise raised and lowered her slender shoulders.
I know someone nearby who owns more land than you can shake a stick at. So much that he can't even keep up with mowing it.
Edward grinned.
We could probably work out an agreement for you to use my back pasture. That is...
His voice grew suggestive as he shot a not-so-subtle look at Eloise.
If you make it worth my while.
Jillian's head swiveled between the two of them.
As nice as that sounds, the HOA would never allow it.
She wrinkled her nose.
I know for a fact the property our home sits on is zoned residential.
Mine isn't.
Edward shifted in his chair.
My late wife and I used to own and operate a commercial nursery on our land. It was years ago, of course.
He smiled wryly at Jillian.
Probably before your time.
Jillian pressed her hands to her heart, feeling like another big ray of sunshine had just burst through the storm clouds she and Dave were muscling their way through.
Yes, please. Let's talk more about this soon.
Ideas were popping into her head right and left.
I'll cook next time.
It's a date.
Edward's voice was matter-of-fact as he stood. However, he wasn't looking at Jillian. He was gazing unabashedly at her mother-in-law. Chapter 8. Lassoing a Lawyer. 3 months later, Jillian felt like a duck waddling around the house. A very swollen duck with a belly roughly the size of a hippo.
3 more weeks of this nonsense,
she grumbled as she made her way into the kitchen. She was too uncomfortable to wear maternity jeans this morning. She'd settled for a pair of gray knit leggings that gently hugged her blooming figure. Though it was April, it was still chilly, so she'd tugged on an oversized lemony sweatshirt. It wasn't fancy, but being this far into her 3rd trimester was the perfect excuse to elevate comfort over style. Though she was dying to see Dave again, the self-conscious part of her half hoped it wouldn't be today. They visited as often as Lonestar Security could safely arrange for them to steal an hour or two together. They'd otherwise kept him out of sight and away from home. As far as the rest of the world knew, he was on an extended trip out of town. Working through Lone Star intermediaries, Dave had transferred his regular caseload to other attorneys around town. He'd also rented out the third floor of the office building he owned, where his private practice had previously been located. It was a lot of change to absorb in such a short time. It was also a lot to keep secret from their small-town friends and neighbors. Rumors burned like wildfire around them. Folks speculated on everything from Dave's practice going bankrupt to the possibility he was off indulging in some illicit affair. Man, but Dave hadn't been kidding about no love being lost on attorneys. Every rumor she caught wind of about him was more brutal than the last one. She was so ready to have her husband back to discredit every hateful word being said about him. Mostly, though, she just wanted him back. She was ready to have her body back, too. It would probably take a few months to lose the baby weight and return her waistline to its normal size, but she was going to be motivated to do it in record time once Dave was home. New bride motivated. Delayed honeymoon motivated.
You're almost to the finish line, hun.
Eloise was dressed and puttering around the kitchen when Jillian walked in.
It won't be long now until you have that beautiful baby in your arms.
They'd fallen into the habit of eating breakfast together. Eloise had taken over most of the cooking, which was fine with Jillian. If she'd been alone, she would have probably eaten much simpler fare like cereal and sandwiches. Instead, they dined on one delicious entree after another, from spinach and egg quiches to grilled chicken and zucchini shish kebabs. She was really glad not to be alone right now, and not just because of the food. The combination of her and Eloise just worked.
Thanks for the pep talk.
She accepted the veggie omelet Eloise handed her.
While I'm busy whining, I may as well admit that I'm already dreading the day you decide to return overseas. It's been truly wonderful having you here.
Eloise took a seat on the stool beside her.
Telling someone you enjoy having them around isn't something I'd classify as whining.
Jillian was pleased her mother-in-law had taken the compliment in the light it was intended.
I realize our relationship has been mostly giving on your part and taking on mine.
How can you say that?
Eloise's lips parted in indignation.
I'm the one who's overstayed my welcome to the extent of smelling like rotten leftovers.
Jillian's mouth fell open.
If you were anyone else, I'd slap you for talking about my mother-in-law that way.
Eloise gave a delighted cackle.
What a pair we make.
What a pair, indeed.
Jillian leaned an elbow on the counter and propped her cheek against it.
Please assure me you'll at least stay until the baby's born.
Eloise gaped at her.
Nothing in this world would drag me away from Heart Lake before I lay eyes on my first grandchild. Nothing.
Don't worry. I'm not going to try to wrangle any free babysitting out of you.
Jillian had been wrestling with melancholy for days about bringing that up.
It's just that having a baby is something you'd normally share with.
She hesitated, not wanting to sound ungrateful. She had it better than most people.
With the mother?
Eloise supplied.
If you're too nice to spit it out, I will.
Yes, that.
They'd never talked about her strained relationship with her family. She'd specifically avoided the topic.
I just want to say thank you for stepping into that role. You've done it so wholeheartedly and so well.
Listen.
Eloise glanced down at her half-empty coffee cup.
Though prying is one of my top skill sets, even you will agree I've been on my good behavior when it comes to talking about your family.
She drew a bracing breath.
But now that you've brought them up, I'll say this. Anyone who didn't want to be a part of our furniture shopping sprees for the past few months, or our baby blanket crocheting fests, or our failed attempts at sewing curtains for your nursery, it's their loss.
Her voice was flat with conviction.
I've enjoyed every blasted second of having a daughter-in-law, and every moment of anticipating becoming a grandmother.
Her words sent a rush of emotion through Jillian. They'd truly been through the fire together. Even their furniture shopping sprees had been riddled with risks. To protect Dave's name, their connection to him, and their collective whereabouts, they'd been forced to shop remotely and have Lonestar Security handle the deliveries. On the bright side, Jillian had grown closer to her mother-in-law through every challenge they'd faced together. It was a closeness she was in no hurry to give up.
What if I'm not ready for you to return to Naples, Eloise? Even after the baby's born? Or ever?
Eloise flushed with pleasure.
Jillian Hahn, that may be the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
I'm not trying to butter your corn, as Edward likes to say.
Jillian pushed her fork idly around her plate.
I only say it because it's true.
Which makes it worth all the more to me.
Eloise returned warmly. Since she wasn't shying away from discussing their feelings, Jillian decided to press her point further.
I know Heart Lake isn't Naples. And I would be lying if I said I understood how difficult it was for you to come back here.
You've made it less difficult, hun.
Eloise spun her coffee cup in a circle, making the dark liquid swirl against the sides of it. Jillian straightened on her stool.
If that means there's even the slightest chance you'd consider staying.
She hardly dared to meet Eloise's eye.
For the long haul, that is.
Consider it?
Eloise pursed her lips.
Of course I'm considering it. I'm considering a lot of things right now.
Whether she realized it or not, she glanced in the direction of Edward Wagner's farm. Hope welled inside of Jillian.
Has Edward asked you to stay too?
Eloise drew a deep breath and let it out slowly.
He's dropped a few hints.
A squeal of delight slid out of Jillian.
And?
Eloise grimaced.
But all he's done is escort us to church Sunday after Sunday after Sunday.
And join us for lunch and dinner countless times,
Jillian reminded. How could her mother-in-law forget that? Eloise ducked her head over her coffee mug.
He's never asked me on an actual date, though.
Jillian had been wondering about that.
Maybe he's waiting on a sign from you that you'd actually welcome such a thing.
Her mother-in-law possessed a strong personality. Though Jillian had grown closer to her in recent months, even she still found the woman difficult to read sometimes.
Maybe he doesn't want to blow things with you.
Eloise caught her lower lip between her teeth.
I feel like I've given him every opportunity. I've flirted shamelessly with him in the kitchen. I've made sure our hands brushed while drying and putting away dishes together. I've put myself out there, hun. I truly have.
Does he know about your other marriages?
Jillian asked gently.
Oh, I've been brutally honest about my many failures in the arena of love.
Eloise's voice grew bitter.
Enough that he'll probably never take a woman of my caliber seriously.
I'm not so sure about that.
Jillian tried to choose her words carefully.
If you've got something to say to me, hun, I think our relationship warrants that kind of honesty.
She'd never seen her mother-in-law look or sound so vulnerable.
Edward strikes me as a very wise man. If I were in his shoes, I'd be more worried about competing with your first marriage than any of the other ones.
Good gravy!
A whimper escaped Eloise.
Am I that transparent?
Only to someone who knows you and cares about you as much as I do.
Jillian sighed.
As much, I suspect, that Edward cares about you.
Hope sparked in Eloise's gaze.
What exactly are you trying to tell me?
That it's difficult for anyone to compete with a ghost.
Jillian didn't think a man of Edward's character and integrity would even try. He'd keep his emotional distance and respect the fact that there wasn't any room in Eloise Phillips's heart to replace her first love, or exist beside her treasured memories of him.
Unless, of course, you were to give him hope of lassoing a piece of your heart for himself.
What if you're wrong?
Eloise's voice was soft with apprehension.
What if the shoe is on the other foot, and there's no piece of his heart left for me? He had a good marriage, Jillian. A good marriage to a good woman he'd still be married to if she hadn't gotten sick.
There's only one way to find out.
Jillian reached over to pat her mother-in-law's hand.
And I never pegged you as a coward.
I never pegged you as a coward. Eloise couldn't get her daughter-in-law's words out of her head. It was as if they'd been branded there. For the rest of the morning, she paced by the windows facing Edward's home every chance she got. His farm was so beautiful that it made her heart ache. The peeling paint and crooked shutters were long gone. What got to her the most was the fact that he'd sprung for a bucket of federal blue paint when it came time to spruce up his shutters. Plus, he'd hired a landscaping crew to plant a dozen of the reddest rose bushes he could find. Every time she looked out the window was like reading a love letter from him. And yet, he's made no attempt to kiss me. Not even once. She felt her face heat over the direction of her thoughts. Maybe 73-year-old women weren't supposed to feel this way. She'd run into plenty of gals in their 70s who were content to scoot through life while leaning on their walkers and chomping on their false teeth. But I'm not one of them. She was never going to be one of them. The good Lord had blessed her with too young of a heart. Maybe she was one of those souls destined to never completely grow up. Or maybe I don't deserve that kind of happiness. Eloise paced past the window again, wallowing in her biggest fear of all. After attending months of church services, she'd come to the conclusion that her last 4 marriages had been horrible mistakes. She'd wasted years of her life grieving in unhealthy ways while trying to restore the happiness she'd found with her first husband. May he rest in peace. In the process, she'd fallen tremendously short of being the kind of mother Dave deserved. Hardly a day passed anymore that she didn't send up a plea for God's forgiveness. She'd made things right with her maker, and she was ready to make things right with her son, just as soon as he finished helping put those thug gamblers behind bars. Maybe that was the real reason she'd lingered for so long in Heart Lake. She could have easily slipped back to Italy for a couple of months and returned to Heart Lake closer to Jillian's due date. But being here for Jillian had felt oddly equivalent to being here for her son. It felt like she was finally doing something right by him after all these years. Her other reason for staying, of course, lived in the beautiful old farmhouse next door.
Oh, wow. Look at what I found on the front porch.
Jillian glided into the room, looking ready to pop out a baby any second. It was hard to believe she still had 3 weeks left until her due date. Eloise was dying to know the baby's gender, but Jillian and Dave had decided they wanted to be surprised. It took her an extra second or two to register the fact that Jillian was clutching a crystal vase of roses. Red roses. Fiery ones, just like the ones growing on the bushes next door. Her breathing grew shallow.
Who sent those?
There's no card.
Jillian looked like she was trying not to chuckle.
So I guess we'll never know. Unless...
She paused and glanced suggestively toward Edward's home. With a strangled cry, Eloise dashed to the front door, flung it open, and left the house without taking the time to shut it behind her. Jillian followed her, laughing.
Have fun,
she called after her. As Eloise jogged across the wide green pasture separating her son and daughter-in-law's property from Edward's property, it felt like she was finally coming home. Edward's farmhouse, barn, and greenhouses were like a bright patch of the old Heart Lake she remembered, tucked in the middle of all the newer, more modern structures surrounding them. As she drew abreast of the first greenhouse, the door to it opened.
Eloise?
Edward stood in the doorway, frowning.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
She huffed, hating how out of breath she sounded.
I just came to say thank you.
For what?
He looked surprised.
For the roses you sent over.
What roses?
He looked more puzzled than ever. Her insides fluttered with uncertainty. She'd been so sure.
Never mind.
She turned away from him dejectedly. I'm such a fool. Such a pitiful old fool. She no longer cared who sent the flowers. If they weren't from him, it didn't matter.
Wait a sec.
Edward lunged after her, settling one large hand against her shoulder and slowing her escape. She flinched and grew still beneath his touch.
Come on, Miss Italy.
He coaxed huskily.
You can't just run up to a guy like that, lit up like a whole acre of Christmas trees, without more of an explanation.
She spun around, choking out the words.
I thought you sent me roses, okay? But you didn't, so I'm leaving.
She waved a hand dismissively.
In utter humiliation, in case you missed that part.
Hope warred with the confusion in his eyes.
If I had any idea a fistful of thorny flowers would bring you running like that, I'd have done it a long time ago.
Really?
Water swam in her eyes. The way he was looking at her was making her feel 18 again.
Absolutely.
He reached for her hands.
Man, Eloise, does this mean...
Yes,
she snapped, ignoring his outstretched hands and stepping closer. She tipped her head against his strong chest, feeling like she'd run an entire marathon to reach him. Make that 10 marathons. Good gracious, who was she trying to kid? She'd waited decades for a man like him to come into her life. He gently wrapped his arms around her.
So help me, woman. The only thing I won't be able to bear is if you kiss me and run back to Italy. I'm more of a kiss and stick around kind of guy.
Then ask me to stay.
It was the most humbling feeling in the world to know that the way his heart was pounding beneath her cheek was because of her. He slid a hand up her shoulder to cup the back of her head, holding her like he was never going to stop.
Will you marry me, Eloise?
All the air left her lungs at once.
Ed?
She tipped her face up to him, hardly daring to breathe. Had she heard right? She'd been hoping he'd ask her to stay in town and date him.
It's a simple question, Eloise. Yes or no?
His dark gaze pleaded with her to get it right.
I think we're old enough to know what we want without playing the dating game.
Good gracious. All right, then.
Yes, you crazy farmer. Yes!
She stood on her tiptoes to close the distance between them. His kisses were tender and filled with longing. The kisses of a mature man who knew a thing or two about loving and cherishing a woman. A man who wanted to love again. A man who was ready to. She didn't mind that his kisses dragged a few tears out of her. He'd managed to make her fall in love again, and that was something worth weeping over. She was probably going to weep all over again this evening when she knelt beside her bed and thanked the Lord for giving her a second chance at this kind of happiness. Or a sixth chance. She wasn't too sure about God's numbering system. When Edward raised his head, his gaze glowed with happiness.
I have a question.
She smiled joyfully at him.
Ask away.
Now that he knew she was in love with him, she had nothing more to hide from him.
Who sent you flowers?
He arched a single eyebrow at her.
I'm trying to decide exactly how jealous I need to be.
Don't know and don't care.
She'd all but forgotten about them already. A wrinkle appeared in the middle of his forehead.
Maybe we should let Gil know about them, just as a precaution.
Gil? Oh, dear. Her head whipped around toward the townhome where Jillian was currently all by herself.
Speaking of Gil, I need to get back to Jillian.
Looking after her daughter-in-law was the one thing Gil had asked her to do. That and call him for a security escort any time they so much as ventured into the driveway. And she'd done more than that. She'd left the property and stayed gone for goodness only knew how long. She'd completely lost track of the time. A wail of female distress met her ears as she hurried across the wide green pasture. Uh-oh. Eloise broke into a jog. Edward's boots pounded the ground behind her. She hadn't realized he was following her. They burst through the front door of the townhome together to find Jillian doubled over beside the sofa in the great room.
I think it's time,
she moaned, clutching her midsection.
It can't be.
Eloise's knees grew weak.
You're still 3 weeks from your due date.
I know, but that was an honest-to-goodness contraction.
Her daughter-in-law panted.
A big one.
Eloise glanced down and tried to take heart in the fact that there was no dampness showing on Jillian's leggings, no pool of water at her feet. That was a good thing, wasn't it?
Here, let's get you comfortable.
She guided her to the sofa and helped her lie on her side.
There now.
She brushed her long blonde hair away from her face.
Just breathe and try to relax. In and out like we've done so many times before.
It didn't sound like Jillian was experiencing another panic attack, and a single contraction didn't mean she was in full-blown labor. It was entirely possible they were only dealing with one of those Braxton Hicks false alarms.
What can I do to help?
Edward crouched down beside Eloise, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. When Jillian's gaze latched on to the possessive way he was touching her, Eloise blushed, realizing they'd been caught.
You two,
Jillian murmured, dragging in a shallow breath.
Yes.
Eloise reached up to touch her fiancé's hand.
We're engaged.
Despite saying it out loud, it still felt like a dream, one she never wanted to wake up from. Please don't wake up, Eloise.
I'm so happy for you.
Jillian's eyes shone.
And for me.
She blinked through a sheen of dampness.
It means you're staying, doesn't it?
Yes.
Eloise squeezed Edward's fingers.
Our cranky neighbor informed me he has very strict rules against kissing gals who are on their way out of the country.
She hoped he didn't mind her cracking a joke. It was either that or burst into tears.
A man with standards.
Jillian's smile grew wider.
I like it.
Water,
Eloise said, suddenly remembering her fiancé's earlier question about what he could do to help.
She needs to get some fluids in her.
Edward shot to his feet and headed to the kitchen.
He didn't send the roses.
Though Eloise honestly didn't care, she wanted to see Jillian's reaction to the news. Jillian frowned.
If he didn't, then who did?
I don't know.
Eloise glanced over her shoulder at Edward.
Edward thinks we should tell Gil.
She didn't want to upset her by making too big of a deal out of it.
Just as a precaution.
Tell me what?
Gil's voice wafted their way from the front door.
While you're at it, feel free to throw in an explanation why the front door was left wide open.
He stomped into the room, carefully shutting and locking it behind him. He threw the deadbolt for good measure, which made Eloise feel even more guilty.
It's my fault,
she admitted, reaching up to accept the glass of water Edward was handing to her. She held it to Jillian's lips, helping her sit up to take a few sips.
Not true. It's my fault,
Jillian insisted.
I saw a delivery of roses on the front porch and brought them inside. We, assumed they were from Edward, but...
Her voice dwindled uncertainly. She nodded at Eloise, indicating it was her story to tell. In for a penny. Eloise shrugged, knowing she was already in trouble.
I ran next door to tell Edward thank you, and...
You left without telling me,
Gil accused, latching on to that part of her confession. There was no mercy in his gaze, no understanding whatsoever.
Leaving Jillian home alone.
I'm sorry.
She had no excuse to offer him.
Who sent the flowers?
He glanced around the room in search of them. His gaze landed on the bar where Jillian had set them. We don't know, the two women chorused. He strode across the room to peer more closely at them.
I'll run him over to Lonestar and have their forensics team take a look at them. Did both of you handle them?
No.
Jillian shook her head.
Only me. We were getting ready to call you about them.
He glanced with concern at her.
Are you feeling all right?
I am now.
She gave him a weak smile, leaning back against the arm of the sofa.
A few minutes ago, I had my first contraction.
He gulped and dove for his phone, dialing someone with the push of a single button.
Jillian had her first contraction, and there's been a delivery of flowers to their home. No note. Sender apparently wishes to remain anonymous.
He listened for a moment.
Yes, I know what he's going to do. But we promised him we'd tell him everything.
He paused and listened again.
Maybe our forensics team will rule out any connection to the case. In the meantime... Yeah, I got it.
He disconnected the call.
Dave's on his way,
he said simply. Jillian laughingly said something about not wanting her husband to see her like this. Eloise shook her head, wishing she knew a way to assure her daughter-in-law that her son wasn't going to care how pregnant his wife looked. He was simply going to be kiss-the-ground happy to see her again. Dread filled her chest at the risks he was taking to pay her a visit in broad daylight. But that was Dave. He must have some non-negotiable parameters in place with Lonestar Security. Boxes that, when checked, would result in his immediate transport to his wife's side. Gil stepped in Eloise's line of vision, angling his head at her to follow him to the front door. He reached for a pair of napkins and used them to pick up the vase. He carried it to the door. She stood and trotted after him.
I'm truly sorry, Gil.
She could only assume he'd called her away from the others for a well-deserved scolding.
If anything had happened to Jillian while I was next door.
She shuddered at the thought. Gil halted in front of the door and pivoted to face her.
I'm as worried about your safety as I am hers.
He scowled ferociously down at her.
If you think for 1 second that Dave's enemies wouldn't use you to get to him just as quickly as they'd use her...
She spread her hands, trying to make light of it in order to calm him down.
If that happens, y'all can just write me off as collateral damage.
She'd lived her life. More importantly, she'd finally made her peace with the Lord.
You don't get it, do you?
His scowl grew darker.
You're his mother, Eloise. If they get to you, it will affect him. It'll affect his will to keep fighting for justice. It'll affect his ability to testify in the trial.
She lifted her chin defiantly.
My son wouldn't throw a case for me.
The very idea was preposterous. Dave was made of sterner stuff.
He'd do it in a heartbeat.
Gil snarled, looking incensed that she would suggest otherwise. Eloise was completely floored by his response.
He said that?
She shook her head, feeling dizzy.
I'm his best friend. What do you think?
So much for her attempt to lighten the mood between them. Gil ducked his head to get eye level with her.
You're one of 2 women in the world Dave would do anything for.
He growled.
No matter the cost to himself.
Me?
She hadn't been the best mother to her son. Far from it. She'd been absent for far too long to deserve that kind of devotion.
Love isn't something you earn, Eloise.
Gil's voice grew quieter.
It's freely offered. All you can do is accept it.
Something inside her broke.
Oh, Gil.
Her hands flew to her mouth. Though his anger with her was justified, she was 2 snaps away from ugly crying in gratitude for what he'd just said.
When this mess first started, I asked you to stay stateside, as much for your own safety as for Jillian's.
He edged closer to the door, clearly eager to be on his way.
You've made our job of protecting you that much easier by being present.
Thank you.
She lowered her hands to her sides, fisting them to keep them from trembling.
I guess I didn't realize y'all have been including me in the whole equation.
Unbelievable.
Gil huffed, reaching for the door handle.
I've got it.
She moved around him to unlock it and open it for him.
And before you say something pithy, I promise to lock it this time.
You'd better.
His hard mouth twitched at the corners.
Just for the record, I've enjoyed our sparring matches, Eloise. I'm not looking forward to them coming to an end.
Maybe they won't have to end.
She darted a nervous look over her shoulder.
In light of full disclosure, Edward proposed about an hour ago, and I said yes.
Gil threw back his head and gave a cowboy whoop of delight.
I'm not sure whether to congratulate you or pray for you, Edward.
He called across the room.
I'll probably do both, just to be on the safe side.
Get out!
Pretending to be offended, Eloise made a grand show of locking the door behind him. It felt insanely wonderful to be loved and cherished like this, to have good people in her life who cared enough about her to worry about her safety. She was, hands down, the most fortunate woman on the planet.
5 minutes later, at the Lonestar Security home office.
Jillian had her first contraction.
Josh Halling folded his arms, leaning back against the wall and looking every inch the bull rider he'd once been. His jaw was set in grim lines beneath the brim of the Stetson he'd pulled low.
We're still waiting to hear if it's a false alarm or if she's in labor.
Where is she?
Dave shot to his feet. He'd been expecting to receive this message soon. Just not this soon. Jillian was still 3 weeks from her delivery date. He already had his go-bag packed. They were inside the subterranean lounge below Lonestar Security's headquarters building. It was located in downtown Heart Lake, close enough to the lake itself to have a waterfront view on one side. He'd essentially been hiding in plain sight, coming and going from his bunker room as needed, while disguised as one of the many security guards on staff there.
She's at home.
Josh didn't make any move to follow him to the door.
She's with your mother and Edward Wagner, whom I understand is about to become your next stepfather.
Though that was news to Dave, he had little interest in discussing his mother's exhaustively long and complex dating life. He'd deal with that later.
I'm assuming they're taking her to the medical center?
Because of Jillian's age, there were much higher risks involved in her upcoming delivery.
Gil didn't say.
Josh's tanned features were set in hard lines.
He's on his way here with a bouquet of flowers that got delivered to your home today.
Dave's eyebrows came together.
Who are they from?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Josh shook his head.
Whoever sent them didn't attach a message.
Dave ran a hand over the scruff on his jaw. He'd spent so much time sheltering in place lately that he no longer shaved every day. What was the point?
Any news yet about those hang-up calls she's been receiving?
With Jillian's permission, they'd been tapping her phone. It was the only reason they knew about the person or persons who'd been calling her every day for the past week. They'd been calling at different times from different numbers. Unlike the random cold calls most people received from solicitors, these callers weren't staying on the line long enough to roll to voicemail.
As a matter of fact,
Josh straightened, pushing away from the wall and stepping further into the light.
Our team was finally able to trace one of the calls. It came yesterday afternoon from a surrogacy clinic in Dallas, the same one your wife did business with.
His expression didn't register any surprise or curiosity. He already knew Jillian's story, and he wasn't passing judgment on it. Since Josh looked like he had something else to say, Dave waited impatiently.
Because of your value as a federal witness, we passed the information on to the feds, hoping they would use their resources to follow up on it, which they did.
And?
Dave prodded.
They convinced the clinic to give up the name of her donor.
You mean?
The biological father of her child, yes. A man by the name of Donovan Marks. The call came from the clinic's legal counsel. He was attempting to contact her about a breach of contract.
A what?
Dave snarled. How dare they make such a claim? They were already skirting the outer edges of what was legally permissible in their handling of Jillian's pregnancy.
Hold your horses, partner.
Josh held up his hands.
The breach is on Mr. Marks's part, not hers. Apparently, he's changed his mind about wanting to keep the child. When they refused to reach out to her, he hired a lawyer to hound them about it. In the process, someone let slip that Mr. Marks is currently en route to Heart Lake.
He found her,
Dave declared in a dull voice. Did it mean his enemies had gotten to Donovan Marks as a way of tracking down Jillian's location? Dave had been so careful to keep his and Jillian's names off the utility bills and whatnot. He'd cloaked the ownership of their home in the same layers of legal documents, trusts, and anonymity.
Feds are crawling the lake as we speak, probably tripping over the guys we've had on patrol since the day all of this began.
Josh was referring, of course, to Dave's involvement with the Jacobsons.
It's only a precaution. We have no reason yet to believe your wife's donor has any connection to the case.
Yet. So much rested on that 3-letter word. In the meantime, Dave's enemies were pulling their net ever tighter around Heart Lake. The last thing he and Jillian needed to add to the mix was a custody suit. Dave wished like crazy that he was back in his office building on the 3rd floor, putting his years of experience to work on Jillian's defense. Since that wasn't an option, he'd just have to find another way to help her. One thing was for sure. He wasn't going to sit on his hands and do nothing while the creep that had abandoned his responsibilities toward her tried to worm his way back into her life. She's mine now. My family. The child she was about to deliver was also his. Donovan Marks was going to need a very good lawyer before this was over, because Dave planned to throw the book at him. Josh's work phone buzzed with an incoming call. He lifted it to his ear.
Josh speaking.
He grimaced.
We're on our way.
He pocketed his phone.
Jillian's water broke. They're scrambling a few ambulances to get her safely to the medical center. They'll be taking 3 separate routes.
Dave knew what that meant. 2 distractions and only 1 ambulance carrying the love of his life and their unborn child. He wordlessly strode to his room off from the lounge and grabbed his go bag. Since it was quicker than taking the elevator, he and Josh jogged up the 2 flights of stairs leading to the gated parking garage. They nodded at the guy manning the guard shack and hopped inside one of Lonestar Security's collection of armored vehicles. They'd been rotating through the lineup, taking a different set of wheels each time Dave ventured out of hiding. This time, they were in a black Lexus sedan.
I appreciate everything you're doing for me and my family, man.
Dave was amazed that Josh and his partner Decker had been willing to go to so much trouble on their behalf. Sure, he got the fact that they were in the middle of bringing Gil on as a third partner, but still.
About that,
Josh drawled as they exited the parking garage. He turned left across a tiny break in the traffic, squealing the tires of the car in his haste to be on their way. Here it comes. Dave braced himself for whatever the co-owner of Lonestar Security was about to ask for. He was in no position to refuse any requests from the man.
Look at you squirm.
Josh gave him a bemused sideways glance.
Relax. I'm not about to ask for your firstborn child in return for our cutting-edge security services.
No, but you sure as all get out are about to ask for something else.
I'm listening,
he growled.
As you know, Lonestar Security was recently honored to bring Gil Remington on board.
Yep.
Old news. Get to the point. Josh's voice grew animated.
After no small amount of additional prayer and soul-searching, we're now gunning to turn our triad into a tetrad.
No kidding.
A 4th partner, eh?
Despite Dave's growing anxiety over his wife's condition, he was happy for the owners of Lonestar Security. Happy for Gil getting in on the ground floor of something good. Happy for the incredible future looming for the company as a whole. And he was happy to be able to be a part of it from the legal side of things.
Yep.
Guess I better get busy drawing up the paperwork.
He hoped Josh didn't expect it on his desk today, because that wasn't happening.
That would be great. Who is it?
Dave didn't know why Josh was being so stingy with the details. As their new in-house attorney, he wasn't a guy they'd be able to keep many secrets from going forward.
You, Dave. Who else?
Dave's head whipped in Josh's direction.
Is this some sort of joke?
Talk about kicking a dog when he was down.
Do I look like I'm laughing?
Dave was stunned. His life and career were in shambles at the moment. If someone had even suggested he submit his resume for another job right now, he would have told them they were crazy. Somehow, though, one had fallen from the sky into his lap.
I'm sure you have questions.
Josh reached the main highway and gunned the motor.
We've been trying to set up an in-person meeting for the 4 of us, but your schedule hasn't exactly made that easy.
Dave snorted.
Okay, now you're laughing at me.
Nope, still not laughing.
They reached the edge of Heart Lake and skirted the first bend around the lake. Dave's townhome rose in the distance. A trio of ambulances were parked at varying angles around the house with their lights flashing. My wife is in one of them. He yanked his ball cap further down over his forehead, ready to unclasp his seatbelt and hit the ground running before the vehicle came to a complete stop.
I have one more offer to make you,
Josh intoned gravely.
Despite all the precautions we're taking, it's possible your enemies have been watching your home, lying in wait for Jillian's delivery to draw you out of hiding. If I drive you straight to the medical center, we can avoid...
No.
Dave's voice was harsh.
I promised my wife I'd be at her side when this day came. If I don't keep my word, none of the other stuff will matter.
But...
I know the risks, Josh. You'd do the same for your wife.
Yes, I would.
Josh sighed.
I had to make the offer, though.
A flash of burgundy caught Dave's eye. It was a minivan rounding the corner in front of them. The driver took the curve way too fast and careened into their lane.
What in the...
Josh laid on his horn. The minivan barreled closer. If the driver didn't move back to his lane soon, they were going to have a head-on collision. Josh had no choice but to mash his foot on the brake. The sedan skidded to a halt with a squeal of rubber against pavement. The driver of the minivan slammed on his brakes, yanking the wheel hard to return to his lane. Though he didn't succeed, he stopped the minivan in the nick of time, avoiding a collision by a hair. The van ended up sideways in the lane in front of them. The driver gave them a dazed look before slumping forward over the steering wheel.
Wait here. It may be a trap.
Josh pushed open his door and crouched behind it with his weapon drawn.
We were expecting something like this.
The driver didn't move. Dave scanned the road ahead of them, the lake to their left, and the distant tree line on their right. He saw no movement anywhere but on his property ahead. I need to get to Jillian.
Cover me while I move,
he snarled. Hoping it wasn't something he'd regret, he pushed open the passenger door and sprinted, half bent over, to the driver's side of the minivan. He jiggled the handle and found it unlocked. Flinging it open, he stepped back, using the body of the vehicle as a shield.
Who sent you?
His hand hovered over the weapon in his holster. The sandy-haired driver blinked a few times and slowly sat up, groaning.
Nobody. I came on my own.
His face was ashen beneath a few freckles and a single mole resting above his upper lip. A ketchup stain rode the front of his blue dress shirt, which was tucked crookedly into a pair of khaki trousers. He didn't present the typical thug image, though looks could be deceiving.
Who are you?
Dave shot off his next question, hoping to keep the guy off balance and talking.
Donovan Marks.
The man scowled and twisted his head around, trying to get a better look at Dave.
What's it to you?
What's it to me? Fury burned through Dave's veins at the realization that he was speaking to Jillian's donor from the surrogacy firm in Dallas. Where do I begin?
For starters, you can quit stalking my wife. The only thing your hang-up phone calls and creepy flower deliveries are going to get you is a restraining order.
And possibly some jail time if it turned out he was in cahoots with the gamblers.
I'm not looking for any trouble.
The man stuttered.
I just want to speak with the mother of my child, please.
His voice grew hoarse.
I'm begging you. It's important.
Blood rushed to Dave's head, nearly blinding him.
Let's get one thing clear, Mr. Marks. You are not the father of my wife's child. I am. All you are is a donor. Big difference. A father wouldn't have tucked tail and run to avoid all responsibility toward the child you're now claiming you want so badly. You're on the same level as those scumbags who drive into other people's neighborhoods to throw out litters of kittens.
But worse. Donovan Marks had abandoned a dirt-poor receptionist and her unborn child.
I'm sorry.
The man ducked his head in shame.
I truly am. The thing is, my wife died after we contacted the surrogacy firm.
I'm sorry to hear it.
For all Dave knew, the man could be lying.
The fact remains, you gave up all legal rights to my wife's child. You put it in writing. Done deal.
I know, but...
Then you waited 8 whole months to change your mind. If that's not complete financial and emotional abandonment, I don't know what is. You have 2 choices, Mr. Marks. Leave my family alone, or I will bury you in court.
The 3 ambulances turned onto the road, 2 coming in Dave's direction, 1 going in the opposite direction. Their lights flashed and sirens screamed as they zigzagged around the minivan. Josh Halling used 2 gloved fingers to wave them around the armored Lexus sedan. The ambulance drivers probably recognized him since he was the one who'd authored their current maneuver. Great. I've missed my ride. Dave felt like throttling the man slumped in the driver's seat of the minivan like a sack of potatoes. To his dismay, a lone tear leaked from the corner of Donovan Marks's left eye and slid down his cheek as he watched the emergency vehicles depart. It made him wonder if the creep knew Jillian was in one of them.
Okay, mister. Okay.
Mr. Marks reached inside the pocket of his trousers. Oh, for pity's sake. Dave withdrew his weapon, preparing to aim and fire if the man tried anything stupid. All he did, though, was hold out a business card between two well-manicured fingers that were trembling like crazy.
You may not believe me, sir, but our encounter has helped me.
Whatever. Dave made no effort to take the card from him.
After losing my wife, it took a while for me to come to my senses. When I did, I was consumed with guilt over walking away from our surrogacy agreement. For all I knew, the mother of of the child I helped bring into the world had terminated the pregnancy. I'm more grateful than you will ever know to find out that she didn't. I'm also grateful to find out she has a guy like you in her life. A lot of surrogates don't. Someone who will give this child the life they deserve.
He held the business card out further.
Please take my contact information. If you ever need anything from me...
We won't.
Dave grated out.
You don't know that.
The man sighed.
Down the road, you might have questions about my medical history. Or, heaven forbid, need something like an organ replacement for the kid. I mean, you never know.
Against his better judgment, Dave snatched the card from him and stuffed it in his pocket, if for no other reason than to shut him up.
I'm sorry,
the man said again.
I hope you and your wife can find it in your hearts to forgive me.
He wearily shut his door, fumbled with the gear stick, and drove off. Dave remained standing in the middle of the lane, watching until he drove out of sight. Josh strode his way.
I think we can rule out any connection to the case.
Yeah.
Dave shook his head wryly.
Pretty sure he's not one of the creeps after us.
Come on.
Josh squeezed his shoulder.
We've got bigger fish to fry. You're about to become a dad.
They jogged back to the sedan and climbed inside.
Missed my ride to the medical center,
Dave grumbled.
No, you didn't.
Josh turned on an emergency siren Dave hadn't realized was installed in the car, and flashed a set of emergency lights that Dave did know about. They took a different route than any of the ambulances and arrived at the medical center right behind the first ambulance screaming into the parking lot. Josh drove to a side entrance reserved for authorized personnel only.
This way.
The moment Dave stepped from the car, he was converged on by more Lonestar Security guards. They ran with him in a huddle to the building and entered an authorized personnel-only set of elevators. Within moments, Dave stepped through yet another pair of guards into Jillian's delivery room. She looked up from her bed, flushed and panting.
Dave.
She sobbed out his name, reaching for him.
You made it.
He sprinted her way, bending over the bed to kiss her tenderly.
Sorry I'm late, babe.
You're right on time.
She winced as another contraction seized her. He held her hands, not knowing what else to do. Please, God, be with Jillian and our baby. Dave's entire world was in this delivery room. Jillian gripped his hands like a lifeline as she bore down, keening in pain. His mother was perched on a vinyl chair on the other side of the bed. At the sight of him, tears started dripping down her cheeks.
Oh, Dave!
She waited until Jillian finished panting through her contraction before standing and moving around to his side of the bed.
I love you so much, both of you.
She kissed the top of his head, weeping softly.
I'll be in the waiting room if you need anything.
He reached up and awkwardly patted her hand, unaccustomed to any show of emotion from his irascible parent.
Stay,
he pleaded. He'd never expected her to remain in town this long, but she had. More importantly, she'd been there for Jillian in ways that he hadn't been able to. She was as much a part of this now as he was. Jillian soon pushed out a squalling baby.
It's a boy,
the delivery physician announced excitedly. Her medical staff did their thing, clipping, suctioning, weighing, measuring, and cleaning. They pronounced the infant smaller than average at just shy of 6 pounds. He was otherwise in tip-top shape. They wrapped him in a clean white blanket and handed him to Jillian.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Phillips.
The physician shook Dave's hand and beamed a satisfied smile at Jillian before leaving the room.
Thank you.
Dave called after him.
And thank you.
He turned in wonder back to his wife.
Thank you for giving me a son.
He gently stroked a finger down her cheek, unable to tear his gaze away from her and the baby trying to nurse for the first time. After helping put countless criminals in jail, it was an entirely new experience for him to witness the miracle of birth.
Just look at those itty-bitty fists.
His mother sighed.
And those sweet little dimples in his feet. My heart is full, son.
She reached out to press a finger into one of the miniature dimples.
What do you think of Bowen Chess Phillips?
Jillian's voice wafted up to Dave, soft and questioning. His hand on her cheek grew still.
For our son?
She nodded, all misty-eyed and glowing. She'd never been more beautiful to him.
After both of our fathers.
I like it, babe.
They hadn't had the opportunity to spend much time discussing stuff like this. Clearly, she'd given it more thought than he had.
I know my dad's name is Chester, but I like Chess better.
Me too.
It was a nod to her father, without giving him the full glory he didn't deserve.
I'd like to call our son Bo,
she continued with a happy chuckle.
He's too little for more right now. He'll have to grow into the rest of it.
Dave leaned closer to brush his mouth against hers.
I love you so much, Jills.
The name was perfect. Their tiny son was perfect. She was perfect.
I love you more,
she whispered, kissing him back. It was his favorite argument, one he hoped they would never finish. Chapter 9. Final Prophecy. 3 weeks later, Dave and Gil strolled across a strip of pasture that had been in Gil's family for generations. Located on the outskirts of town, it was sheltered by the mountains on one side and a forest of evergreen trees on the other side. It was far enough from the downtown area to muffle the usual hum of traffic and humanity.
Look at that swagger.
Gil nudged him with his shoulder.
What swagger?
Dave nudged him back.
Your new dad swagger.
Gil chuckled.
Looks good on you, man.
Yeah, I'm probably infected pretty bad with it. Despite the looming court case, Dave was happier than he'd ever been. Lonestar Security had spent the past 3 weeks installing a state-of-the-art security system in his home, making it possible for him and Jillian to spend more time together. He was very much looking forward to the day he could return home for good. He glanced contentedly around them. Hay and alfalfa grass blew in the warm spring breeze across the field. The location was everything Jan and Jordan Jacobson deserved while they waited to testify in court. Remote, peaceful, and the ideal temporary home to one very deserving horse. Dave enjoyed his visits to Gil's otherwise uninhabited farm and worked them in as often as he could, usually twice a week. Sometimes more often. Western Storm trotted up to the fence to lean across it and greet him with a nose bump to the shoulder.
Hey, you!
Dave dug the bag of sliced carrots from his pocket that he'd brought with him. He held a handful of the orange nubbins to the horse's mouth. Western Storm consumed them, hungrily nibbling the thumb of his glove afterward.
More it is.
Dave obligingly dug out another handful.
Horses never forget.
Jordan, who was never far from Western Storm, strolled around the horse to lean his elbows on the fence. He was full of wise-sounding one-liners. Not all of them made sense to Dave, but he always nodded and pretended that they did. Jordan was super smart in his own way, quietly observing the world with serious gray eyes. There was an innocence about him that never failed to tug at Dave's heart. He was like a boy who'd never grown up. He said exactly what was on his mind without bothering to use a filter. The only time it bothered Dave was when he talked trash about his mom, which he'd been doing with more frequency since being relocated to Gil's farm. Out of the corner of his eye, Dave watched Jordan rock back and forth, keeping his head down as he patted the neck of his horse. He rarely made eye contact when he and Dave were visiting.
You never forget stuff either, Jordan.
Dave had long since learned that Jordan saw more than most people realized. He had a photographic memory and a mind that could crunch numbers at lightning speed. It was too bad he'd never gone to college. Dave had always assumed the Jacobsons couldn't spare the funds. According to Jordan, though, it was because his mother had refused to spare the funds, preferring to make income off her disabled son by keeping his schedule full of horse races. Jordan bobbed his head at Dave's words. It was hard to tell if he was agreeing with the statement or just exercising his tic of rocking.
I want you to take care of him after I'm gone.
What? Dave frowned at the strange request.
We're the same age, man. Odds are you'll last longer than me since you eat more veggies.
He meant it as a joke, though humor was often lost on his overly serious friend.
It's the final prophecy,
Jordan informed him in a resigned voice. Dave and Gil exchanged a puzzled look.
Nobody we know has received any more threats.
Including you. Dave wished his friend would look up again. It was hard to communicate with a guy who spent most of his time staring at the ground.
Not since the day the police confiscated your computer.
I don't own a computer.
Jordan darted a quick sideways glance at him, sounding a little irritated about having to explain himself.
Only this.
He tapped a finger against his temple. Dave stepped closer to the fence.
I thought you were the prophet, Jordan.
All evidence pointed to that conclusion, namely the photographs of the gambling receipts and injured horses on the laptop found in his stable bedroom. Jordan shook his head, stuffing his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
I race horses.
And play video games, right?
Dave prodded. According to Jordan's mother, he spent hours gaming every day.
It's what they want you to think.
Jordan scowled at the ground.
They?
Dave exchanged another puzzled look with Gil. Who in the world was Jordan talking about? Besides the Lonestar Security guards, Jan Jacobson was the only other person around.
The gamblers.
Jordan muttered. What in the world?
What do you know about the gamblers, Jordan?
In the past, he'd refused to answer any questions about the photos found on his laptop. Every time Dave or the feds had tried to get him to talk about the photos, all he'd offered them was a blank stare.
They visit my mom.
Jordan blew out a breath.
As if you didn't already know that.
Since he often spoke with little to no inflection in his voice, the bitterness edging it today was all the more noticeable.
I didn't know.
Dave wished they had a psychologist present. Someone with the training and skill set to reach inside Jordan's murky brain and make sense out of his rambling.
What else can you tell me about the gamblers, Jordan?
Gil already had his phone up to his ear, dialing Josh.
We may need some backup.
He kept his voice low.
No idea, but things are getting weird out here. Very weird.
He walked a few steps away from Dave and Jordan to continue his conversation with Josh, out of earshot.
It's the bridles they use.
Jordan continued, rocking back and forth in agitation.
They hurt the horses. The horses lose the races.
What bridles? Dave was more puzzled than ever.
Any chance you can show me one of the bridles?
Jan had mentioned something the other day about the doctor tweaking her son's medications again. She'd warned him that Jordan might say or do some crazy stuff until his body adjusted to the new dosages.
The bridles aren't here.
Jordan turned around and stalked toward the weathered brown barn where Western Storm had been stabled for the past few months. Western Storm tossed his head with a nicker and trotted after him like a dutiful shadow. Dave didn't know if Jordan was expecting him to follow behind them or not, but he did so anyway. Gil jogged to catch up with the three of them.
A news flash.
He dropped his voice so that only Dave could hear him.
Another death threat for Jan Jacobson arrived at the Triple J Ranch today.
Does she know about it yet?
Dave glanced toward the cabin beside the barn where Jan had been staying with Jordan.
Nope, not yet.
Gil sounded as glum as Dave felt.
He wasn't looking forward to delivering more bad news to her. Not only had she lost her husband, Jordan's health was continuing to spiral downward, and the bills at Triple J Ranch were continuing to mount in her absence. She'd laid off most of her employees. If her son was ultimately disqualified from racing, she'd already informed Dave she'd have to file for bankruptcy.
Not it.
It was Dave's lame attempt at a joke, as the two of them watched Jordan reach the barn and slide open the door. Gil blew out a weary breath.
From what I understand, The feds are going to do the honors of informing her during their next debriefing session this afternoon.
She survived the last threat.
Dave mused.
That's something.
So did your son,
Gil pointed out.
But his original due date wasn't until today,
Dave reminded. As a precaution, Lonestar Security had increased the patrols around their home today. He would have preferred to have his wife, son, and mother ensconced in the safe room, but Gil had convinced him it would be overkill.
I know we beefed up security big time in anticipation.
It couldn't be tighter,
Gil assured him firmly.
We have all bases covered, including the bigger security detail for the farm that's headed our way as we speak.
Then why does it feel like we're missing something?
Dave grumbled as they strolled into the barn after Jordan. They watched him brush down and feed his horse. One of the Lonestar Security guards on patrol poked his head around the corner.
Yo, everything cool in here?
Gil sent him a thumbs up, and he moseyed on to continue his patrol outside. It dawned on Dave that Jan would have normally made an appearance by now. His mouth watered at the thought of sinking his teeth into another one of her homemade banana nut muffins. She'd quickly endeared herself to the Lonestar Security team with all the fresh-baked goodies she served them.
Hey, Jordan,
Dave called.
Where's your mom?
With the baby,
He muttered, brushing faster.
What baby?
Man, but Jordan was starting to really creep him out.
the new one. She made a present for him.
The only new baby boy in town that Dave knew about was little Beau. Surely there were others. Regardless, Jordan's talk about his mom visiting a baby sent a wave of alarm rolling through his chest. For one thing, she wasn't supposed to leave the farm without a Lone Star escort. The whole idea of sheltering in place was to actually stay in place. Was Jordan getting the details of what was happening around him mixed up inside his head again? While Dave deliberated what to do next, Jordan stopped brushing his horse. He sucked in a breath and let it out slowly.
I know I'm not normal, but I'm not crazy, Dave.
His words made Dave's heart ache.
I don't think you're crazy, man. You're probably smarter than all the rest of us put together.
At least when it came to book smarts. I just wish you made more sense sometimes.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy.
Jordan grumbled, getting back to work.
Especially my mom.
Who was still notably absent. Dave and Gil exchanged a troubled look that caused Gil to call the security guys on patrol.
Where's Jan Jacobson?
There was a pause.
Thanks, man.
He disconnected the line.
They said she's inside the cabin.
No, she isn't.
Jordan continued brushing his horse with dogged determination. From his expression, one might have thought his very life depended on the next stroke of the brush. Without warning, he threw his brush down and stalked to the back of the barn, disappearing into one of the empty stalls. Dave hurried after him. When he caught up to Jordan, he stopped short. No way. Not again.
Gil?
He nodded him closer to take a peek at the navy blue sleeping bag that Jordan had plopped down in the middle of. Their high school friend had his knees pulled up to his chest and his forehead resting on his knees. A spare set of sneakers and boots rested against the wall to Jordan's right, the toes pointed in a perfectly straight line. There was only one conclusion to draw. Jordan had been sleeping in the barn.
Again. Dave didn't get it. What was Jan thinking? He understood that her son had his struggles, but he wasn't another one of Triple J's horses. Jordan's socialization skills were poor enough as it was, and they sure as all get out weren't going to improve by allowing him to hole up in another barn.
Maybe the isolation that accompanied their extended sheltering in place in the country was messing with Jan's head. Dave gritted his teeth, knowing he could speculate all day long, but what he really needed to do was talk to Jan. As unpleasant of a conversation as it might be, only she could provide the answers he needed.
I'll be back, Jordan.
With a baleful look at Gil, Dave exited the barn and moved toward the cabin to go check on her. Jogging up the porch steps, he knocked on the door a few times. There was no answer.
Jan, it's Dave,
he hollered. He could hear music blaring on the other side of the door. Rattling the doorknob, he found it locked.
You've got to be kidding me. Indignation on Jordan's behalf spurted through him. What if her son got hungry or needed to use the restroom? What kind of mother barricaded herself inside the house while her special needs son fended for himself in a barn?
He pounded louder on the door, calling her name again. There was still no answer. Gil rounded the corner of the barn and jogged up to the front porch.
Everything okay out here?
Not sure, but I'm about to find out.
Dave reared back and kicked the door handle off. The knob flew to the floor of the porch, and the door swung open. He drew his weapon and entered the cabin. Gil was right behind him with his weapon drawn. They quickly worked their way through the cabin. Nobody was in the kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, or bathroom.
Clear.
Dave called from the second bedroom.
Clear.
Gil called from the kitchen. They reconvened in the living room, where Dave switched off the country music channel that had been belting out of the television.
Where is she?
He muttered beneath his breath. Gil shook his head.
The only place we haven't checked is the storm shelter out back. Used to be a cistern. I keep a case of water in it, a flashlight, and a few blankets for emergencies.
Dave shrugged.
Let's go have a look.
They headed outside to stand in front of the slanted double doors leading down to the storm shelter. They had a fresh coat of white paint on them and a few long black scrape marks.
Looks like the storm shelter's been in use.
Looking grim, Gil trained his gun on the doors while Dave pulled them open. What they found on the other side was not the case of water and blankets Gil had described. A black cloth lay crumpled on one of the benches built into the side of the tiny space. It was draped half over a gasoline can. The strap of a pair of black goggles was looped around the nozzle. Its wide, UV-coated lens was cracked on one side. Dave sniffed the air. It smelled like dirt, grass, and gasoline. Leaping down into the shallow storm shelter, he examined the black fabric closer. It was waterproof with elasticized edges like a bedsheet.
It's a cover of some sort.
Yep.
Gil frowned.
An ATV-sized one.
Looks like.
It made no sense to Dave. The 4-wheelers the patrol guys rode were housed in a padlocked shed, not inside the storm shelter they were currently examining. He climbed out of the storm shelter to gaze around the backyard. What are we missing? The sense that they were overlooking something grew. Jordan loped across the yard in their direction, muttering something too soft for Dave to hear. As he drew closer, Dave was finally able to make out some of it.
6 o'clock in, 8:30 out, north side, bathroom break. 9 o'clock in, 11:30 out, south side, bathroom break. Loud music, 4-wheeler leaves.
As Dave listened, it dawned on him that Jordan must be repeating the movements of today's guard team as they cycled on and off duty. Lonestar Security scrambled the schedule of their guards every day. However, they typically maintained the leapfrog style of rotations that Jordan was describing. The more Dave thought about it, the more he was convinced that Jordan's mom must have figured out the exact moment in the guards' schedule when their surveillance of the cabin was minimal. Or Jordan had figured it out and inadvertently shared that information with her, which was the likelier scenario. He jerked his head up to meet Gil's gaze.
New theory. Jan Jacobson left on an ATV she's been storing inside the storm shelter.
He had no idea how the broke rancher had gotten her hands on an ATV and what she was planning on doing with it, but that was what the evidence was telling him.
She left with the gambler,
Jordan announced in a more animated voice than Dave had ever heard him use. Gil swiftly got back on the phone with Josh.
Any sign of a woman on a 4-wheeler anywhere near Dave's house? There might be 2 people riding on said 4-wheeler, a man and a woman. Jordan is claiming his mother left the ranch to deliver a present to a baby boy.
He mashed the speakerphone button so Dave could listen in. Dread tightened Dave's chest as he waited for Josh to respond. Today was the day the prophet had threatened to kidnap Bo. He no longer cared how many more security guards Lonestar had covering his home. He should have thrown all caution to the wind and made it a priority to be there personally. If anything happened to his family in his absence, he was never going to forgive himself. Josh started speaking again in a rush. Yeah, Looks like our guys have eyes on an ATV moving in the direction of Dave's home. We'll relocate his family to the safe room pronto. Don't let Jordan out of your sight until you hear back from me." He hung up. "I'm not crazy," Jordan said again. "No, you're definitely not crazy." Remorse thickened Dave's voice. "You are right about everything, my friend. Looks like I'm the one who got it all wrong." He reached out to clap Jordan on the shoulder. As he raised his arm, he caught sight of a flashing red light beneath the ATV cover inside the storm shelter. He dropped to his hands and knees to peer closer at the light and discovered it wasn't flashing at all. The red lights were a set of digital numbers on a countdown. Dave didn't wait to see what the countdown was for, though he had his suspicions. He lunged to his feet, whirled around, and grabbed Jordan by the shoulder to spin him away from the storm shelter. "Run!" He, Jordan, and Gil took off at a sprint. No sooner did they leave the yard and scramble over the fence into the pasture did the world behind them erupt. Dave hit the ground, pulling Jordan down with him. Gil dove after them. Smoke and heat enveloped them, bringing a wave of smoldering debris and ashes. The three men writhed and slapped at the red-hot shards, knocking them into the grass on either side of them. Smoking pockets of grass burst into flames. "Come on!" Dave urged them back to their feet and got them running again. If they stayed where they were, they'd be burnt alive. Ahead of them, in the distance, Western Storm screamed and dug his hooves into the ground as he galloped away from the billowing smoke and flames. With a guttural cry of alarm, Jordan took off after him. 5 minutes earlier, Jillian rocked little Beau, adoring the way he nuzzled his soft head against her neck. There was no feeling in the world more amazing than cuddling a newborn baby. Unless, of course, it involved cuddling with Dave. She blushed at the direction of her thoughts. Only one more week until the big federal trial began for the two biggest kingpins in the murderous horse gambling ring. She wasn't supposed to know anything about the case. Ever the professional, Dave had kept his lips sealed on the topic. However, she'd heard about the trial in the news and put two and two together. Her mother-in-law had put her nosy skills to work and filled in the rest of the details for them. Jillian didn't care about being in the know about her husband's case. All she cared about was that it would soon be over. Yes, she wanted justice served to the injured parties involved, but she mostly wanted her husband back. Josh started speaking again in a rush.
"Yeah, looks like our guys have eyes on an ATV moving in the direction of Dave's home. We'll relocate his family to the safe room pronto. Don't let Jordan out of your sight until you hear back from me."
He hung up.
"I'm not crazy,"
Jordan said again.
"No, you're definitely not crazy."
Remorse thickened Dave's voice.
"You were right about everything, my friend. Looks like I'm the one who got it all wrong."
He reached out to clap Jordan on the shoulder. As he raised his arm, he caught sight of a flashing red light beneath the ATV cover inside the storm shelter. He dropped to his hands and knees to peer closer at the light and discovered it wasn't flashing at all. The red lights were a set of digital numbers on a countdown. Dave didn't wait to see what the countdown was for, though he had his suspicions. He lunged to his feet, whirled around, and grabbed Jordan by the shoulder to spin him away from the storm shelter.
"Run!"
He, Jordan, and Gil took off at a sprint. No sooner did they leave the yard and scramble over the fence into the pasture did the world behind them erupt. Dave hit the ground, pulling Jordan down with him. Gil dove after them. Smoke and heat enveloped them, bringing a wave of smoldering debris and ashes.
The three men writhed and slapped at the red-hot shards, knocking them into the grass on either side of them. Smoking pockets of grass burst into flames.
"Come on!"
Dave urged them back to their feet and got them running again. If they stayed where they were, they'd be burnt alive. Ahead of them, in the distance, Western Storm screamed and dug his hooves into the ground as he galloped away from the billowing smoke and flames. With a guttural cry of alarm, Jordan took off after him. 5 minutes earlier, Jillian rocked little Beau, adoring the way he nuzzled his soft head against her neck. There was no feeling in the world more amazing than cuddling a newborn baby. Unless, of course, it involved cuddling with Dave. She blushed at the direction of her thoughts. Only one more week until the big federal trial began for the two biggest kingpins in the murderous horse gambling ring. She wasn't supposed to know anything about the case. Ever the professional, Dave had kept his lips sealed on the topic. However, she'd heard about the trial in the news and put two and two together. Her mother-in-law had put her nosy skills to work and filled in the rest of the details for them. Jillian didn't care about being in the know about her husband's case. All she cared about was that it would soon be over. Yes, she wanted justice served to the injured parties involved, but she mostly wanted her husband back. She was so ready for them to be a family of three. She wanted it all. Trips to the park with Beau in his blue canopy stroller, Little League baseball games when he got older, spaghetti dinners around their dining room table, and family board games afterward. The rumble of a motor in the distance interrupted her daydream, making her grimace. Funny how she'd never noticed sounds like that before having a baby. In the past, her ears had automatically tuned out stuff like that. Nowadays, every extra noise was like a growling gremlin threatening to wake their son during his nap time. The fact that Jillian had started off the day tired made her feel even more on edge. It had been impossible to fall asleep the night before her son was supposed to have been kidnapped. Even though Dave had figured out the prophet's identity and assured her the guy was harmless, something still felt off about today. Ominous. Like the calm before a storm. Eloise peeked her head through the nursery door to give Jillian and Beau an adoring look. She pressed a hand to her heart and blew them a kiss. Jillian smiled back at her. She secretly found it hilarious that the tiny baby in her arms had reduced her sassy mother-in-law to such a pile of mush. She didn't blame her one bit. Beau had transformed both her and Dave's hearts into the same melty mush. The drone of the motor grew louder, making her smile slip. It sounded like one of the neighbor kids on a dirt bike. She scowled at the only window, wishing she'd taken the time to shut it before rocking Beau to sleep. Eloise must have read her thoughts, because she tiptoed into the room, making a silent beeline for the window. No sooner did she peek through the glass than she abruptly swung back around.
"Follow me,"
she ordered in a low, terse voice that made Beau squirm and let out a whimper. She dashed like a madwoman around the room, grabbing diapers, blankets, and wet wipes.
"What's going on?"
Jillian hissed, surprised that her mother-in-law had forgotten to whisper.
"We have company."
Eloise snapped her fingers in agitation, waving Jillian frenziedly toward the door.
"We need to move, now."
Her voice rose in alarm. Jillian moved. She followed her mother-in-law to the master bedroom, her heart thumping with trepidation as they continued into the walk-in closet.
"Come on, come on, come on!"
A package of wet wipes slid from Eloise's grasp as she fumbled for the button hidden inside the rosette on the dressing mirror. She found it, and the door to the safe room popped open.
"In you go, my dears."
She swung her right arm like a windmill, waving Jillian and the baby through first. Then she hopped after them, kicking the package of wet wipes like a soccer player trying to score a goal. Dropping everything in her arms into the nearest chair, she spun around to secure the door behind them. Jillian stood in the middle of the safe room, trembling as silence settled over the room. Beau gave another disgruntled whimper before snuggling against her shoulder and neck once again. Jillian sought out her mother-in-law's gaze over his soft, silky head.
"What sort of company?"
she whispered.
"The uninvited kind."
Eloise paced the tiny room. Or tried to. It wasn't really big enough for pacing.
"There are 2 people headed our way on a 4-wheeler, riding straight across Edward's back pasture. He's gonna have their heads if they leave ruts."
Jillian's lips tightened in irritation.
"Did you recognize them?"
The moment she had a name, she was going to file a complaint with the Homeowners Association. Edward's empty back pasture was not going to turn into the neighborhood hangout for kids on ATVs and dirt bikes. Not during Beau's nap time, at any rate. Before Eloise could answer, an explosion shook the floor beneath them. Baby Beau awoke with a startled squawk and started bawling at the top of his lungs. Eloise leaped Jillian's way to throw her arms around them, praying for protection almost as loudly as Beau was howling. Despite the waves of terror rolling through her, Jillian found comfort in the sound of her mother-in-law's voice. It was the first time she'd ever heard her pray. A second explosion shook the small room, making Eloise pray all the harder. "Help us, Lord!" Jillian's dazed brain added her own silent plea to the much louder one her mother-in-law was sending heavenward, hoping it wasn't the last thing she would ever hear. Chapter 10. Tricky Ride. The vibration stopped, and stillness settled over the safe room. It was punctuated by snuffling whimpers from Beau, who wasn't near ready to forgive the noisy, jarring interruptions to his nap.
"It's okay, sweetheart,"
Jillian crooned in a shaky, sing-song voice. She hoped she wasn't lying to him. She slid weakly to her knees on the floor. Eloise slid down beside her. They remained huddled together on the floor for several minutes, panting out breathless assurances to little Beau.
"Whatever is going on out there,"
Jillian quavered.
"You got us to safety just in time, Eloise."
"The worst of it appears to be over,"
her mother-in-law agreed hoarsely. Though the door was sealed tight, the smell of smoke seeped into the room. Eloise straightened and sniffed the air. Then she scrambled to her feet and moved to stand beneath the only air vent in the room. It was on the upper east wall. The other side of it was an exterior wall, cloaking the ductwork with a layer of concrete and stone.
Jillian's mind raced over the possibilities. The only way she could fathom smoke getting into the ductwork was if...
Horror tightened her throat as she met Eloise's gaze.
"The house must be on fire."
Her mother-in-law didn't answer. She lurched into motion, shoving one of the leather recliners up to the wall. Grabbing the package of wet wipes, she stood on the recliner and started stuffing the damp wipes into the open lines of the vent shaft. Despite how fast she worked, smoke swirled into the room around her fingers.
"Get low and pull a blanket over you and Beau,"
she barked. 2 Lonestar Security guards sped Dave and Gil's way on four-wheelers. They reached them and skidded to a stop in front of them in a cloud of dirt and gravel. Jordan ignored the men on ATVs and continued his pursuit of his horse.
"You guys all right?"
The first rider pulled his black helmet off, revealing the scowling features of Army Ranger Gage Hefner. Though he was retired from the military, he continued to wear his brown hair in the traditional, high and tight cut so many soldiers favored, shaved on the sides and short on top. Dave had only spoken to him a few times so far. The fact that they were both new hires at Lonestar, though, had given them an instant sense of camaraderie. Gage was still finishing up on the new employee training and orientation that Dave was just getting started on. Though Gage was 15 years younger, Dave had unashamedly gone to him with a few questions about what was required from new employees. The second rider wasn't one Dave recognized when he tugged off his helmet. Not a surprise. Living in a bunker below the headquarters building hadn't exactly been conducive to getting out and socializing with the rest of the staff.
"We've been better. What about you guys?"
Gil's Stetson was missing. Like Dave, his face was drenched in sweat, soot, and an occasional burn blister. His shirt and jeans were singed in several places.
"We're good. We weren't anywhere near the explosion when it went off. Already called the fire department,"
Gage informed them grimly.
"It's all about containment at this point. There's nothing left to save back there."
He shook his head at the rubble behind Dave and Gil. Dave swung around to survey the damage. The only thing left standing was the cabin's stone fireplace. The rest of the home was a pile of jagged, flaming timber. Rivulets of fire ran between the cabin and barn, which was also up in flames. A loud creaking sound met their ears as the barn roof gave out and collapsed in on itself. Ever the sheriff, Gil quickly took charge of their huddle.
"I think we should split up. 2 of us should stick around to help Jordan flag down his horse. 2 of us should head back to Dave's house and help out there."
Dave pulled off his Stetson to swipe his shirt sleeve over his face.
As much as I hate to say this, I think I should hang back with my client.
His father was dead, his mother was on the run, and the entire court case might very well be resting on his shoulders now. Dave couldn't abandon him, not when they were so close to getting the answers he'd been seeking. And missing by a long shot. Dave glanced toward Jordan's disappearing shoulders in the distance, hating just how badly he'd let his old friend down.
Here.
Gage tossed him his helmet.
Take my wheels.
I've got Dave's back.
Gil reached for the other guy's helmet.
You two head on to the lake and give them a hand there. I suspect that's where the party is heading.
He dug out the keys to his Razvani tank and tossed them to Gage.
Until they figure out Jordan is still alive.
Dave rotated his aching shoulders before mashing on the helmet and climbing on the four-wheeler. They needed to catch up with Jordan and get him and his horse to a new secure location as soon as possible. Gage slapped a hand against the leather saddlebag bolted behind the seat of the ATV Gil was slinging his leg over.
Plenty of water and emergency supplies on both four-wheelers.
He handed over his patrol walkie-talkie to Gil.
You guys hang on to one of these. We'll keep the other one with us.
Gil strapped it on.
We'll keep you posted about where we end up.
He didn't say what he had in mind, but he'd grown up hunting in these woods. Dave suspected he knew the property like the back of his hand. If there was a nook or a cranny big enough for 3 men and a horse to hunker down in, he'd know where it was. I hope. Dave's gut was telling him that the dangers they'd been facing were far from over. He slapped his face guard in place, nodding goodbye to Gage and his companion. Gage gave them a 2-fingered salute. Dave and Gil took off across the pasture, gunning their motors and leaning into the wind as they pursued Jordan and Western Storm. They caught up to Jordan first. Dave slowed his speed and idled along beside him long enough for Jordan to hop on the back of his four-wheeler. Then they took off again. He and Gil used hand signals as they drew nearer to the frightened stallion. Gil fanned a wide right, indicating he intended to circle back in and head the horse away from the looming foothills. Jordan fisted one hand in the back of Dave's shirt, pointing around Dave's shoulder with the other hand.
Get me closer to Western Storm,
he shouted. His hand tightened on Dave's shirt, and his other hand came down on Dave's shoulder as he rose into a crouch with his knees straddling Dave's ribcage. Good grief! It looked and sounded like Jordan was going to attempt to leap off the back of the four-wheeler onto his horse in mid-gallop. Was such a thing even possible? Outside of the circus, that is. As if sensing his doubts, Jordan rocked closer to his ear, shouting,
"Trust me for once."
"All right, my friend. You win." Clenching his jaw, Dave gunned his motor again and gradually gained on the horse's right flank. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gil closing in. Dave frenziedly waved him off. "Change of plans, man." He could only hope that Gil interpreted the signal in time. Jordan's life and limbs might depend on it.
"Left side,"
Jordan bellowed. Dave veered left, losing sight of Gil altogether as he continued closing in. The horse's hooves kicked up clods of dirt and small pebbles. One of them pinged off of Dave's face guard, making him jerk the wheel a little.
"Hold it steady,"
Jordan hollered, gripping his shoulder with fingers that felt like bands of steel. "Holding steady, bro. The rest is up to you." Dave drew alongside the horse, easing up a tad on the gas to match the horse's pace. The four-wheeler jostled left as Jordan made his jump. Dave instantly reduced his speed, giving them as much room as possible. Then he skidded to a halt, watching in prayerful agony as Jordan hooked his right leg over the back of the horse and his left leg underneath the horse's belly, plunging both hands into his mane. He rode sideways for a few breathless seconds before successfully wrenching his wiry frame upright on the back of the stallion. It was one of the most incredible feats of horsemanship Dave had ever witnessed. The only thing he'd ever seen like it was in the trick riding ring at the rodeo. Within seconds, Jordan had slowed Western Storm to a trot. Shortly afterward, he coaxed him down to a walk. Circling him around, he rode back in Dave's direction. Sweat was pouring down his face, but he waved his fist in a sign of victory.
Dave turned off the four-wheeler's motor so as not to startle the horse any more than necessary. Gil, who was heading their way, slowed his speed and revved it way down, probably for the same reason.
It's okay.
Jordan called joyfully to Dave.
He's deaf.
Well, what do you think of that? Dave shook his head in amazement.
Why didn't you tell me?
Jordan shrugged as he brought the heaving horse to a halt in front of Dave.
Didn't think it would matter to you.
His words sent a wave of remorse through Dave.
Everything about you and Western Storm matters to me.
Jordan glanced away from him.
Because of the case?
Because you're my friend, bro.
Dave walked up to him and held out a hand.
I can understand your confusion since I haven't been that great of a friend lately.
Jordan snorted as he clasped Dave's hand.
You've been more a friend to me than anyone else, past and present.
Gil, who'd killed his motor, strode up to them.
If you need to shed some bro tears, D-Dave, your man card is safe with me.
And me.
Jordan held out a fist to Gil, chuckling.
Thanks, both of you.
Gil fist bumped him.
That maneuver was all you and D-Dave, and this incredible fella.
He ran a hand down Western Storm's nose. Then he produced a water bottle and twisted off the lid. Nudging the horse's head higher, he poured it into his mouth. Western Storm greedily lapped it up. A thought struck Dave, making him yank his gaze back to Jordan.
You laughed,
he accused.
I do that sometimes.
Jordan's voice was dry. Dave shook his head in puzzlement.
Nah, something's different about you.
Way different. Jordan was no longer avoiding his gaze or rocking back and forth while speaking to him. They were having a relatively normal exchange.
It's because I have Asperger's disease.
At Dave's confused look, he explained.
It's a very mild form of autism. A lot of us manage to lead fairly normal lives with it.
Dave gave a snort of disbelief as the meaning of his friend's words sank in.
You mean all that Forrest Gump stuff was...
He raised and lowered his hands helplessly.
Nothing more than an act?
Pretty much.
Jordan grimaced.
It was my dad's idea. After we discovered how badly they were abusing the livestock at Horseshoe Valley Ranch, he thought it might protect me if everyone assumed I was disabled. Well,
he amended wryly.
More severely disabled than I actually am, which they did.
His voice grew sad.
They blamed Dad for disrupting the gambling operation, not me. That's why they...
He stopped and swallowed hard. Dave averted his gaze while Jordan's jaw worked with emotion.
I'm really sorry about the loss of your father.
Jordan drew a heavy breath.
I'm the one who called all the reputable attorneys around Dallas to make it hard for my mom to use anyone local. Then I suggested getting in touch with you. Not directly, of course. I pretended to ramble about my high school days and made sure I mentioned my cool friend on the football team.
He smirked.
Who'd become a big honking lawyer.
Big honking.
Gil guffawed.
I'll be sure to use that.
Dave pretended to glare at Jordan.
Easy there, cowboy. Gil doesn't need any new material to use against me.
He circled back to Jordan's latest revelation about his mother.
Why exactly did you want your mother to hire me as your family's attorney?
Because she thinks Heartlakers are a bunch of country bumpkins.
Jordan shook his head in amusement.
She figured she could play on the sympathies of a doofus football player.
He broke off apologetically.
Her words, not mine.
Big honkin' doofus.
Gil corrected beneath his breath with a splutter of mirth. Dave punched him in the shoulder to shut him up. Jordan turned beet red with embarrassment.
She, just needed your help to get the owners of Horseshoe Valley Ranch behind bars so she could take charge of the operation.
Dave's jaw dropped.
Of the gambling operation?
Of course. It all made sense now. He dropped his hands on top of his Stetson, feeling every inch the big honking doofus that Jan Jacobson considered him to be. He spun in a circle, groaning in self-recrimination.
Good gravy, Jordan. I take it your mother was right about your father's suicide not being a suicide.
Yep. He had some help.
Jordan cleared his throat.
From either her or one of her associates. So did I, since I sure didn't try to kill myself. I didn't take a single pill from those bottles you found next to me. Whatever nearly took me from this world must have been dissolved in the glass of tea I drank before passing out. Can't prove a thing, since all the evidence was gone by the time I got back home. Only thing I know for sure is you saved my life that day. When you found me on the floor, my mother had no choice but to call an ambulance and play the part of the pitiful victim who'd almost lost another family member. It took me a while to connect the dots.
He shook his head.
For the longest time, the medications she was pouring down my throat kept the details fuzzy.
One of Dave's theories was still nagging at him.
Please tell me I was right about one thing at least.
You waved at Jordan.
About you being the prophet.
One of many,
his friend admitted dryly.
Yeah, they're popping up all over the place like whack-a-mole. You were the only one out there doing anything intelligent with your warnings, though.
It was clear now to Dave that Jan Jacobson had sent her 2 threats to herself, which was why she was still alive.
The laptop was yours, too.
It was actually my dad's. I pretended to become addicted to video games so my mom would let me keep it.
Along with all the incriminating evidence it contained against Horseshoe Valley Ranch.
Yep. Jordan was one smart cookie. Dave couldn't wait to hear him on the witness stand. The roar of a vehicle sounded in the distance.
Since no one has contacted us, that can't be ours.
Gil sprinted back to his four-wheeler and leaped aboard.
Follow me!
He led them into the foothills along a path that quickly grew narrower. Gil rode in front, Jordan followed him on Western Storm, and Dave brought up the rear on his four-wheeler. The path wound sharply around and upward, leading them to a sheltered overlook. The burning cabin and barn looked like small smoking specks on the far side of the pasture below them. Gil motioned for Dave to kill his motor and get down into the prone position. He motioned for Jordan to do the same. Not only did Jordan dismount, he got Western Storm to lie down beside him. Gil watched them in amazement.
You truly are a horse whisperer.
Not really.
Jordan shot him a crooked smile.
He's deaf, remember?
And a comedian.
Dave was never going to stop being impressed with the guy.
With acting skills that rival some of the best Hollywood stars out there.
What he said.
Gil tossed Jordan a second water bottle. Jordan immediately popped it open and tipped it up for his horse.
That was supposed to be for you, man.
Gil drank half of the last remaining bottle from his saddlebag and offered Jordan the rest of it.
Keep it, Gil. According to Gage, I've got a few bottles on my ride.
Dave pulled 2 bottles of water out of his own saddlebag and shared one of them with Jordan.
While the 3 men guzzled water, a lone red Jeep sped across the field in their direction. Jordan grimly watched it approach.
That'll be my mom.
Gil drew back from him, scowling.
How did she find you?
His hand crept toward his weapon.
Good question.
Jordan sent Dave a beseeching look.
I don't have a cell phone.
Dave's mind raced.
Do you have anything else on you? A watch, hearing aid, pacemaker, jewelry?
Jordan shook his head. Then he sighed and reached for his boots. Gil was about to draw his weapon, but Dave shook his head.
Let him explain.
He'd made the mistake of doubting Jordan one too many times already.
She had him resold recently.
Jordan tugged his boots off and turned them over, examining them one at a time.
Here.
He flicked a finger against one of the square heels.
My guess is she embedded some sort of tracking device in him. Either that, or she had one embedded in me.
He sighed.
Tagged like a stinking steer,
Dave growled, producing a pocket knife. He handed it to Jordan and let him do the honors. In a matter of seconds, Jordan had carved out the center of both heels. A tracking device dropped out of the second heel and clattered to the rocky ledge.
Fellas?
Gil rolled back into the prone position, holding his gun out in front of him.
We can examine the particulars later. Right now, we've got company.
The red Jeep ground to a halt at the base of the ridge. The door on the driver's side flew open, and Jan Jacobson hopped out. She shaded a hand over her eyes to gaze upward.
I know you're up there, Jordan. Don't make me come after you.
She knows we're here.
Jordan groaned in a whisper.
What do you want me to do?
Dave signaled to Gil that they needed to capture what was being said. They took turns setting their phones to record live video, sliding the phones closer to the edge of the cliff and wedging them in the dirt to face downward. Then Dave pointed Jordan toward the path they'd taken to reach the overlook.
Try to talk her into meeting you halfway or something. We've got your back, I promise.
Nodding nervously, Jordan stumbled to his knees and crouched over the edge of the cliff. He swung his head back and forth, calling out to his mother in a monotone.
Western Storm is hurt bad. I won't leave him.
Well, I'll be. Dave watched in amazement as Jordan snapped effortlessly back into Forrest Gump mode. Jan Jacobson gave a high-pitched laugh.
So, he didn't die in the fire, eh?
He's hurt bad.
Jordan repeated, rolling his eyes heavenward and rocking harder. He curled his hands like claws against his chest.
Horses never forget.
Oh, for pity's sake,
his mother exploded.
You're gonna make me come up there, aren't you?
Horses never forget.
Jordan abruptly took a seat on his backside. His movements sent a trickle of pebbles over the edge of the cliff. She snarled something that Dave couldn't make out. Then she stomped over to the winding path leading up to the overlook.
No offense, but you were supposed to be with your daddy already, sweetie.
No offense, sweetie? Dave ground his teeth in rage as he listened to the woman's grisly monologue.
If our doofus lawyer hadn't insisted on interviewing you the day he arrived in town, you'd have just gone to sleep. Nighty-night,
she crooned as she hiked up the path.
Not that he was supposed to make it in one piece to Dallas.
She made a sound of disgust.
If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Lesson learned.
Her breathing grew rough as she climbed higher.
Western Storm is hurt bad.
Jordan reminded when she lapsed into panting silence.
Too bad to race.
He curled his hands in agitation into his shirt, gripping 2 fistfuls of fabric.
Horses never forget.
Why do you always say that?
She shouted shrilly up to him.
Who cares what horses think or don't think?
I do.
He scrambled to his feet and tottered a few steps in her direction, swaying dizzily on his feet.
That's it,
she crooned.
Be a good son and come to your mama.
She paused and waited, doubled over and heaving, while he slowly descended the path in her direction. The way he averted his head, keeping an eye on Dave, told him that Jordan was carefully gauging the distance between his mother and their hiding place.
We had a good run together, didn't we?
His mother straightened, making a sound that was partly a laugh and partly a sob.
You racing horses and keeping your father happy, while I made bigger plans for our family. I knew you wouldn't be able to race horses forever. You were getting too old, too sick, and too crazy. We would have lost everything if I hadn't placed that first bet.
Tears trickled down her lined cheeks as she unburdened herself to the son she was plotting on taking out of the world once and for all.
We almost did lose everything after your dad found out about my gambling. He threatened to go to the police if I didn't call them myself and confess what I'd done to the Bridles to fix the races. I told him I did what I had to do to make sure my bets stayed on the winning horses, but it only made him madder. I'm also the one who bribed those dumb jockeys to throw their races in your favor. I made it look like your dad did it, of course, since he was about to die anyway. I needed the police investigating everyone but me.
She stretched her arms out to Jordan.
You helped me accomplish that more than you'll ever know, you crazy little man. All your psychic number crunching helped me choose the horses with the best odds of winning and losing before I figured out how to guarantee the outcomes on my own.
He stumbled and fell to his hands and knees.
Horses never forget.
Not that again.
She dropped her arms with a long-suffering groan and continued her climb. As she closed in on him, Dave and Gil low-crawled closer, keeping their guns trained on her. She never looked their way. Reaching her son, she flung her arms around him and gave him a tight hug.
Come here, you crazy boy.
As she tugged him closer to the edge of the cliff, her deadly intentions became obvious to Dave. The monstrous woman was going to throw her own child to his death. Dave and Gil hovered their fingers over their triggers, preparing to do whatever was necessary to intervene. Then Jordan came to life. He twisted out of his mother's embrace, throwing her off balance. She tumbled backward and might have fallen over the edge of the cliff if her son hadn't caught her. He pressed her to the ground and rolled her to her belly in the dirt and gravel. She gave another high-pitched laugh.
What are you doing, you crazy kid?
No, Mom, I'm not crazy.
He pressed a knee to the middle of her back, holding her captive as Dave and Gil rose from their hiding places and converged on them. Bending closer to speak directly in her ear, he added sadly,
You are.
Epilogue, July.
How do I look?
Jillian stepped onto the deck of the houseboat she and Dave were renting to spin in a slow circle. An evening breeze whipped at the hem of her ivory lace kimono that she'd tied over the front of her swimsuit, making the sheer fabric dance against her calves. She was hoping she'd dressed appropriately for the waterfront cafe Dave was taking her to for dinner. She was thrilled to pieces she'd managed to shed her baby weight in time for their honeymoon. Starting her animal rescue center on the Wagner homestead next door had helped her burn it off.
Think I'm gonna need a closer look.
Dave cocked his head at her in mock perusal, moving her way with his hands in the pockets of his white swim trunks. He'd buttoned a white short-sleeved shirt over them that he hadn't bothered tucking in. She blushed beneath the intensity of the very male, very approving glint in his eyes.
I wasn't sure what else to wear to a beach cafe where the stools are sunk into the water.
It sounded every shade of romantic to her, though. After much debate, they'd ultimately nixed their trip to Hawaii indefinitely and found a secluded getaway much closer to home. They were honeymooning on the Pecos River instead, within quick traveling distance back to Heart Lake, should their infant son need them. It was the first time Jillian had been away from Little Beau overnight, but knowing he was in Grandma Eloise's capable hands made the separation easier. She and Dave had been gone for 4 days already and would be returning home tomorrow.
It might be better to just show you what I think.
Dave reached her and tangled their fingers together.
I'm so in love with you, Jills.
He touched his mouth to hers.
Love you back even more,
she murmured against his lips. He tugged her closer, deepening their kiss.
My way of saying that's not possible.
His voice was rough with emotion as he raised his head to continue their favorite argument. He cuddled her against his chest.
It's so good to be together again.
Very, very good,
she agreed. It was something she would never take for granted after what they'd endured during the first few months of their marriage. Now that Jan Jacobson had been arrested and was awaiting trial without bail, they'd been able to return to some semblance of a normal life. One that had included a long list of home repairs and more new furniture, thanks to the 2 bombs Jan and her thug associates had tossed through their basement windows. Dave dragged a hand through Jillian's hair that she'd left down just because he liked it that way.
We'd better get going before...
He dropped his arms without finishing the sentence. Reaching for her hand, he guided her toward the dock. He leaped out of the boat and leaned in to assist her to the dock beside him.
Before the restaurant closes?
She tipped her face curiously up to him as they strolled together toward the strip of sandy beach that housed the waterfront cafe.
Nope.
He lifted her hand to his lips.
Before I lose my willpower to take you out to dinner.
He winked at her as he kissed her fingers one by one.
I'm already counting the minutes until I have you all to myself again.
She drenched him with a joyous smile that told him without words that she was counting the minutes as well. They spent the next hour dangling their feet in the water from their half-submerged stools while eating lobster and playing several rounds of gamoku. It was a game of strategy, so it came as no surprise to her that Dave turned out to be a formidable opponent. She quickly figured out how to break his focus, though.
You're such a cheater,
he accused, leaning closer to nibble her earlobe.
I believe the term you're looking for is multitasker,
she retorted.
Fact, only one of us is skilled at playing both gamoku and footsies at the same time.
Fact,
he mimicked her tone, tugging her off her stool into his lap.
There are more ways than footsies for a man to multitask with the most beautiful wife in the world.
He claimed her lips to prove his point, then made his next move, neatly reaching around her to slide his fifth black marble into place on the vintage wooden board ahead of her white marble.
You win.
She slid her arms around his neck to end the match with a celebratory hug.
Babe, I swept the winnings the day I married you.
Since he'd already paid for their meal, he lifted her in his arms and carried her from the water back to the river's edge. He set her on her feet to continue their stroll to the dock in the twilight. The glow of the setting sun was fast disappearing, and stars were popping out overhead like tiny white Christmas lights. As he lifted her into the houseboat, the phone in his breast pocket vibrated with an incoming call. They exchanged a wry look.
I don't have to answer it,
he said quietly.
Yes, you do.
She tapped a finger lightly against his chest.
You know you do.
I'm on my honeymoon,
he reminded in a grumbly voice.
Which doesn't change the fact that you're a big, honking criminal lawyer that a lot of people depend on.
It was impossible to say that with a straight face, though she came close to pulling it off. He shook his head in amused disbelief at her as he lifted his phone from his pocket, took note of the caller ID, and mashed the speakerphone button.
Gil Remington, you're a dead man.
Gil's voice was hoarse with suppressed excitement as he announced,
I'm also about to be the father of twins.
Jillian reached out to clutch Dave's hand and drag the phone closer to her.
Bliss is in labor?
Yep.
Gil sounded close to weeping. Dave met Jillian's gaze, silently asking. She silently answered.
We're on our way.
He disconnected the line. They were soon speeding in his brand spanking new silver Razvani tank toward the Heart Lake Medical Center. Jillian chuckled as she stared down at her ivory lace kimono.
We're still in our swimsuits.
An answering chuckle rumbled out of her husband.
We're technically still on our honeymoon, babe.
In less than an hour, they were running across the medical center's parking lot, hand in hand. Eloise held a finger to her lips as they flew into the waiting room. Beau was snoozing against her shoulder, sweetly sucking on 2 fingers. Edward was lounged, half asleep, in the vinyl seat beside her. He straightened when Dave and Jillian reached them.
Gimme.
At the risk of breaking her own never wake a sleeping baby rule, Jillian scooped their infant son into her arms. To her wonder and delight, he snuggled right in against her neck and shoulder like he always did. While her mother-in-law pretended to pout, Edward lightly pinched her chin and tipped her face up for a kiss.
Finally. She's been neglecting me the whole time you two have been away.
Eloise gave him a raspberry instead of a kiss.
Neglected, my hide. I eloped with this cranky farmer an entire month before you left for your honeymoon.
She gave his flat midsection an affectionate pat.
The extra banana nut bread pounds he's wearing are proof of just how neglected he's not.
While he was formulating a retort to zing her way, she turned her attention to Dave.
Question, son. Do you really think flaunting your bride in a swimsuit is the best way to bury the rumors about that illicit affair you never had?
It can't hurt,
he snorted.
By now you should know how little I care about what others think.
He pointed upward.
I care about his opinion.
He slid an arm around Jillian's waist.
And hers.
He tenderly nuzzled her cheek.
And this little fella's.
He nudged a finger into his son's tiny hand. Though Beau was sleeping, his natural reflex was to fist his fingers around it. Jillian watched her husband's expression melt with adoration as he drank in the sight of her cuddling Beau. Her heart swelled with an answering joy that felt like a river gushing over its banks.
Moments later, Gage Hefner skidded into the waiting room of the maternity ward and instantly felt like he was intruding.
The latest partner of the Lonestar Security tetrad was standing in the center of the room, practically drooling over his baby son and wife, who, for some reason, was wearing a long, lacy swimsuit cover-up. Come to think of it, weren't the two of them supposed to still be on their honeymoon? According to local gossip, the guy's outspoken hoyden of a mother was shamelessly on her 6th husband, which Gage presumed was the tall, white-headed cowboy with an arm draped possessively around her slender shoulders. And somewhere deeper within the bowels of the mother-baby ward, Gil Remington was Lamaze breathing with his wife to bring a set of twins into the world. while a very lonely coworker, their junior by at least 15 years, doesn't have so much as a date lined up. Gage swallowed a lump of jealousy big enough to choke a weaker man as he stepped farther into the waiting room. Fortunately, he had 20 years of Army Ranger experience under his belt to help him cope. Before all the dewy-eyed sweethearts in the room noticed his presence, the door from the mother-baby ward swung open, and Gil Remington joined them. The fact that the tall, retired sheriff was wearing a long blue hospital gown over his jeans did nothing to tame the ever-watchfulness of his lawman gaze or the awareness men like him had of everything going on around them. For this reason, he was the first person to notice Gage's presence.
Hafner!
He raised a hand joyously in his direction.
You made it!
Jillian and her mother-in-law went squealing in Gil's direction for a group hug.
How's Bliss?
Jillian asked him anxiously. Gil hugged the two women back and gave each of them a peck on the cheek before breaking into a two-step.
Bliss is rocking her new mom look. Almost as well as I'm nailing my new dad look.
He and Dave traded a backslap that would have broken the spines of lesser men. Then again, they'd been practicing the move since their high school football days. Or so Gage had heard. Both of the newest partners at Lonestar Security were local legends. As their first private investigator in training, he intended to soak up every ounce of wisdom they were willing to share from their impressive resumes, and maybe solicit a little dating advice on the side. Coming from them, he had no doubt that, too, would be legendary. While Gil dashed off, promising to return with a baby in each arm, Dave waved Gage Hefner over to their huddle. It was impossible to miss the wistfulness in the guy's gaze that he was trying so hard to hide. Yeah, I've been where you are, man. Single, lonely. Looking, but not really believing it would ever happen to him. Dave sure didn't miss those days. He performed the introductions, injecting a little humor that he hoped would drag a smile out of Gage. Besides the wistfulness, he also wore the half-haunted look of a soldier who'd seen things he couldn't unsee.
This is the love of my life, Jillian. My spoiled, rotten son, Beau. My mom, Eloise. Careful, she bites. Her new husband, Edward. Pray for him. He lives with my mom.
Wall.
His mother mimed an imaginary wall springing between them.
Jillian Hunn, I tried to warn you before you married my son, but you didn't listen. Now he's your problem.
Speaking of problems,
Edward pointed at Jillian with both forefingers.
Before I forget, some big TV anchor from Dallas stopped by the farm today with her camera rolling. She cried fat crocodile tears to find out the new CEO of the Heart Lake Animal Rescue Sanctuary was out of town. I told her to come back in a few days for your big interview.
Jillian blinked in surprise.
What interview?
Oh, honey.
Dave's mother's eyes snapped with excitement as she trilled.
You're making headlines for retiring Western Storm and his famous autistic jockey at your sanctuary.
Technically, only the horse was being retired. Jordan Jacobson had agreed to come work for Jillian as her resident horse whisperer. For once, though, Dave decided to keep his big, honking, doofus lawyer mouth shut and let his mother enjoy telling the story her way. He was more than happy to watch his wife's gorgeous eyes light up like candles in anticipation of her interview. Maybe he was a little biased, but watching her do anything in a swimsuit was the icing on the cake for him. She was seriously hot for a woman who delivered a baby a few months ago. She was seriously hot. Period.
What do you think, Dave?
Jillian spun his way, all misty-eyed and glowing, eager to hear his response to a question he hadn't heard. His mother burst into one of her ridiculous cackles that made a person want to laugh along with her.
Trust me, hon. There's a preponderance of evidence that suggests my son didn't hear a word you said.
She dropped her voice to a stage whisper.
He pleads guilty to distraction by swimsuit.
Counterclaim,
Dave drawled, kissing Jillian with his eyes.
It's the woman in the suit.
Nice save.
Warmth and color bloomed across her cheeks.
You're hereby acquitted of all charges.
He slid an arm around her and tucked her against his side, wishing Gil would hurry up and show off his 2 squalling miracle babies so they could get back to reveling in their own slice of heaven on earth.
Love you, Jills,
he muttered in her ear.
Love you more,
she whispered back. It was beginning to look like they'd be spending the final hours of their honeymoon in the medical center's waiting room. On the upside, they had the rest of their lives together for him to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that he loved her the most.
The end. Thank you for reading Bridles and Bribery, Book 1 of the Cowboy Brand of Justice series. A missing woman shows up at a
The end. We hope you've enjoyed this production of
Bridles and Bribery by Joe Grafford, made with Spoken.